Tulalip Resort Casino.
Get your head up now. We got a long day.
Where the action never stops.
Are you writing this down?
Now, something completely different.
This is Chuck in the Morning.
Why, you people are beyond help.
Let's go.
Let's get the game on. Hey, great morning to you. Welcome into this Thursday edition of the radio program. It is Chuck Powell, Ashley Ryan with you. And then there was light. Finally, she decided at 6:01, you know, I might want to see my surroundings.
Just wanted it to be dramatic.
It was very dramatic. You made it dramatic, that's for sure. I don't think it was dramatic. And then when you added the angelic chorus, instant drama.
That was the goal.
Just had a conversation about lights with Jody and Bender, that famous radio duo.
I've heard of them. How did that conversation go?
Very talented people, very successful people. I don't know if they're very likable.
No, everyone hates them.
Yeah, but anyway, they were talking about, you and I just had this conversation about how 5-iron always wants it dark in the house and it drives you crazy. Same thing with me in my house and it drives the unicorn crazy. And so I think I was under the impression that it is truly like a gender thing.
Yeah.
Like men tend to want, because unicorn always says, why do all men that I've ever been with want it to be dark all the time? And first of all, I'm like, I thought I was the first person that you were with.
Yes, there was no one before me.
No. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why we do that. You're going to have to ask God that someday.
Yeah.
I don't know why we do it, but do you know that those two crazy characters, part of the iHeart family, they're just the opposite? That Jody is the one that likes it dark and Bender needs the light as soon as he comes in. We were having a perfectly good conversation, her and I, in the dark. And Bender came in and pretty much just put a floodlight on us.
Ruined it. I will say in here, I like it dark. But at home, I like
You just turned on the light.
I did now.
Yeah.
Because I felt like it's rude for me to sit in the dark and then you have to look at me in the dark.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'd sit in the dark the whole time.
Really?
Yeah, in here. Yeah, or at least more dim.
Why does it change when you're here and not at home?
I think because I just have so many bright screens around me. I'm like, it's fine. I can have the darkness.
Okay.
Darkness.
I don't even know why I like it dark at home, but I do. Like I said yesterday, like 4.5 weeks now that Unicorn's been caretaking a house for her sister. And believe me, I've just enjoyed, like, as soon as I'm done making my meal and cleaning up the dishes, it's like click, 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 click. Every light goes off except for the television and my laptop.
See, yeah, and like when 5-iron wakes up, because on weekends he'll wake up earlier than I will, and he watches TV in the dark in the living room. And I think there's got to be something with the gender thing, though, because even growing up, I remember my dad was always, turn off the lights. Why is this light on? Why? And 5-iron does the same thing to Palmer the Great.
I wonder.
Why is this light on? Why'd you leave these lights on? We can't leave these lights on.
We're on to something here.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that always had to do, like my dad did the same thing.
Okay.
And it was because he was being cheap. It was about the electricity bill. I don't think about the electricity bill. I do when, the laundry runs for 3 straight days.
Right.
Or we've had the air conditioner on for a month.
Right.
I think about the electricity bill, but I don't really think about it when it comes to light. But my dad certainly did. And his dad was far more thrifty or cheap or whatever you want to call him, financial conscious than even though he had a lot more money than any of us. He was the one. So my dad was, so imagine what my great-grandfather was like. Turn out that candle.
Yeah.
Blow that candle out.
Blow that oil lamp. Turn that oil lamp off.
What do you think? You think we're made of candles? You think I got a candle tree in the backyard? What the hell is wrong with you?
You think we could just make more candles?
Yeah.
Actually, yes, you can make more candles.
What do you think? I'm built of wax? What's wrong with you, boy?
Yeah. And
go slaughter the hogs and blow out that candle. Yeah. So maybe it was just since caveman days, like fire too big.
Yes.
Don't have that much wood.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe there was
make
just
smaller.
Yeah, make smaller fire. Maybe it just got ingrained in men over time, and now we don't even realize it because we're pampered modern day,
Light switch
stalwarts.
guys.
Yeah. And so maybe it's has nothing to do with like being in the dark. Maybe it's ingrained in our DNA from generations of cheap men saying that's too expensive. We can live in the dark.
Yeah, I think that might be right. Even though, like, I've read things about it that leaving a light on barely increases your electricity bill. There's so many other things that go into it. The light is the smallest part of it, but it is the thing that that 5-iron is the most anal about.
Yeah. I like it dark too, but it really has nothing to do with the electricity bill. It has but maybe because it did with my father and it did with my father's father, and I have no idea what it was like with my father's father's father because I don't even think electricity was around then. That it just got passed on. Maybe that's the answer right there. Maybe Bender's just been. Maybe he's just been affluent. Maybe all of his family.
Maybe he comes from kings and queens.
Right, exactly. And you know how kings and queens waste electricity.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it is interesting, though, because he likes being in the dark, but that doesn't have anything to do with the electricity bill. But if you leave a light on, it drives him insane.
That's passed down.
Yeah.
That is definitely passed down.
But he basically thinks our living room's a cave.
Interesting. There's always an answer, isn't there?
There is.
You just got to back it up. You just got to take it, 30,000 foot view. Yeah. Why is this happening? We solved this in 5 minutes.
Yeah, what's next, you guys? Come on, text us your problems. We'll solve them all.
I will solve every single person's problem out there.
Let's do it.
Today. That would be a heck of a show if we solved all problems today.
I think we would have a successful show.
I would think people would tune in for that.
I think so. I would hope so.
All right. Good morning to you. Welcome into the show. It's Ashley and Chuck solving everyone's problems here this morning, and we will do that for the next 4 hours on the radio program. I got what's on tap coming up in a moment. Certainly, we're getting closer and closer to training camp, and so that means more and more Seahawks football that we'll discuss. As a matter of fact, if anything, I feel like I've been on the light side of getting you ready for Seahawks training camp because there are a lot of fascinating topics that we could discuss. Part of it is because starting Monday, it's just going to take over my existence, and so maybe I'm punting that down the road a little bit. But also, part of it is that our Mariners baseball team is so increasingly aggravating from day to day that they are always topic worthy. So we'll certainly talk some Mariners baseball today, but I'm going to cut everybody a break, not lead with it. And I'll tell you why. It's not because I'm avoiding the subject, but we got a safety who I think could be a future NFL Defensive Player of the Year as early as this season, who suddenly appeared on the PUP list earlier this week. And on Monday, it caught even the insiders, the guys that cover the beat, that are there every day, off guard. Like, where did this come from? Mm-hmm. I heard Hugh on with Mike Menton saying, I think we should be worried about this. It's nothing not to worry about. And yet, I had Greg Bell on vacation. I didn't want to. We're getting ready to have him on every single day for the rest of his life.
Right.
So I started like, well, let's get a little bit more information. I don't want to sound any alarm bells. And then yesterday we find out the information about number 3. He did have ankle surgery, and he did have it late in the offseason. And that always begs the question, well, why didn't you do this at the beginning of the offseason? Why didn't you do this in February? Why didn't you do this the day after the Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. Super Bowl, parade, surgery.
Yeah.
And then you would have been
parade.
Yeah, perfectly good and ready to go for training camp and everything else. And I mean, I think there's some obvious answers here, but maybe we do have to sort of go through this. We got to sift through this because this is a really valuable piece. And suddenly he is at least at risk of not being ready for the opening game of the season, even though all stories yesterday suggested that because we did it now, that he should be ready to go. But should. Mm-hmm. That's not guaranteed that he's going to be ready to go, and you never know how somebody's going to respond to something in rehab. You don't know how well the procedure's going to go. And this is at the core of it. I mean, there's so much cutting that is done today, and they're very good at it. They're incredible at it. Surgeons today, the breakthroughs in medicine, the fact that we can get a guy who tears his ACL and he can be ready to go in 9 months these days is just, that's mind-blowing from when I was a kid and somebody tore their, well, he tore his knee. I mean, we didn't even put letters next to it. But we were all living in the dark because the candles were blown out.
Right. Come on now.
Yeah. But I mean, you still, despite the breakthroughs that you have, and the incisions now are just so precise and so small, and the things that they can do with probes and cameras and everything else to get inside and clean it up without harm done to surrounding tissues and surrounding areas. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal, the breakthroughs that they've made. Still, it doesn't change the fact that if you can avoid getting cut on, you want to avoid getting cut on. So here's Nick Eamon-Wari going through the offseason program, participating in damn near everything, including the limbo and the hula hoop, which he got a blue ribbon in both.
Oh, well done.
And the pie eating contest.
Yes.
He finished 5th.
Oh.
So he went through the entire offseason program, and he was apparently like constantly like, it's not, that didn't feel 100%. But I'll play through it. I mean, it's no big deal. I'm sure that the amount of times Nick Eamon-Wari probably told the training staff and Mike McDonald it's no big deal. Mm-hmm. And yet it wouldn't go away. And I think some adult finally said in the room, enough. We can let this thing go, because I think they reached the conclusion, at some point you're going to have surgery on this. You just got to clean it out. There's nothing terribly wrong, but, you just got to clean it out. This happens to athletes. It happened to Tarek Skubal this season, and now he's went from it hurts to perfectly great again, right in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
So I think that some adult, John, Mike, whoever, just said, let's just do it. If it risks opening day, it risks opening day. If it risks the first 2 games, fine. But we have to have him healthy. What we don't want to do is find out in the middle of the season, this is getting worse. It's worse than what we thought, or something else happens to it that makes it worse. And now all of a sudden, when we need him the most, he's got to go have surgery and might miss 4 weeks or something like that. So I think this was just somebody saying, let's just do it now so that we don't have to worry about it later. And I think that's a wise decision. In other words, they wanted to get through this and just see if it would naturally the pain go away on its own. And then when it didn't at the end of the offseason program, I think wisely somebody said, enough. Let's stop mulling over it. Let's just get it cleaned out. And that gives us enough time that we should be on par for opening day. And if not, if it's week 2, it's week 3, at least we get 100% Nick Eamon-Wari back, who's not complaining about it being painful.
Right.
So I think it's a great decision, a smart decision. I really don't think it's anything to worry about now that we know it was just an arthroscopic procedure. We're not attaching a ligament. We're not taking, a ventricle and
Thank goodness.
putting it in his ankle. We're not taking a tendon out of his elbow and placing it down in his ankle. It's just a clean out, small incision, I'm sure. Little bit of rehab before he can go full force. And as long as he's 100% healthy, he can still study the game plan. He can still study the playbook. He can still do other things. And I think that we should get him back for week 1. But the best news is that we get 100% Nick Eamon-Wari with this behind him as soon as possible. If that's week number 2, if that's week number 3, fine. That's how I think they should approach it. And it sounds like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and it is surprising that the people that cover the team didn't know, especially about I guess in the offseason, they don't have to divulge all the information, but I mean,
if he was a Mariner, we would have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, but for him to have gone on the PUP list and then people still didn't know why he was on the PUP list, including the reporters until yesterday, was, pretty incredible. And Greg was talking on his show yesterday. He even played a clip of an interview he did with Eamon-Wari during the earlier practices, mini camp and things. And he was like, oh, yeah, it was bothering me and blah, 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 blah. But I wasn't going to miss the Super Bowl. And
Oh, wow.
and didn't say anything about surgery.
Yeah.
And so even in mini camps, they didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think they probably did know about it. And then they were just like, they just thought, time will heal.
Yeah.
When we're not constantly pounding on it. And an off season is supposed to be a time to heal.
Yeah.
But they just didn't feel like it's healing.
Right.
So let's just get the procedure done and we will still get at least,
Yes. Which is a smart move.
barring something else.
Oh gosh, yes.
But yeah, we'll get at least 15 games out of the
Yes.
guy, but 15 games at 100% ankle capacity.
I'll take it.
All right. And so I'm not going to worry about it, but I do, obviously this is a big story heading into training camp because of how damn valuable he is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think I'm being a homer when I say this guy might be a defensive player of the year candidate this season. Now, he'd probably have to build up statistics that catch the eye of people that don't watch the Seahawks play every game. We knew how valuable he was. It was amazing that we got to the Super Bowl last year and Patriot fans didn't realize how good he was, or the league in general didn't realize. Great. Well, the secret's out.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's figured out now.
Yeah.
He is just fantastic. If he was that good last year, how good is he going to be this year? And I want to make sure that we get 100% Nick Eamon this year. I think that before long, maybe he's not there yet, but before long, he will be the best football player on this team.
Yeah. Oh, I don't dispute that.
By
at
the
all.
end of the year. By the end of this.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
JSN's pretty damn good.
He's really good.
The best defensive player on this team by
Okay.
the end of the year.
I think you have a legit case for that.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
I mean, when
And
we
there
were
might be people yelling at their radio. He already is.
Yeah.
And I'd listen to that argument for sure.
Yeah. I just think having him get a little more seasoning definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can really look at him objectively. I think, because I do think at the same time we're all still so just in awe and impressed with what we saw his first year that maybe we fangirl a bit in terms of.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
No, I dismiss that. I mean, because I go out of my way not to be that.
All right.
So no, I think he's that special. I really
love
do.
that,
Just
then.
tactically, I think he's just that special. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
May I have your attention, please?
This is What's on Tap, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Is that new? Is that even newer than yesterday?
Nope, same one from this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounded different. Everything sounds different right now.
I hear you.
Green is your cash word, by the way, GREEN. If you want to enter that at 93.3 KJR.com, you got yourself a shot at $1,000 in cash. I'm just verifying that I am on the right page. I do believe that I am. It's all brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins, this cash contest. So thank you, Bellevue Rare Coins. You are very rare indeed. All right, let's look at your headlines here and tell you what's on tap for today's show. Like I said, 2 days till training camp, so we're going to ramp that up pretty heavily here today. Going to talk a lot about the Seahawks. Greg Bell's going to be joining us at 7:05 this morning. We were going to wait until Friday, kind of kick off training camp coverage with Greg Bell. Sounded like a really tidy Friday with Greg Bell. And instead, this news and the Spoon news and so much news regarding the Charbonnet news was so, it just kept mounting. And I'm like, we got to talk to Greg earlier than Friday. So he'll be on with us. He's back from vacation. He'll join us today at 7:05. The Charbonnet news is that he will start on the PUP list, but that doesn't surprise anyone. And the Witherspoon news is that they're still expecting, it sounds like, I don't know who they are, but people are expecting Devin Witherspoon to be signed to an extension before training camp starts. And I did read a report yesterday that he has his agent. They have the same agent, he and Christian Gonzalez of the New England Patriots. And Gonzalez is going to make even more than Spoon. And for good reasons. He's unreal.
Yeah, he is very good.
But I think it is. I think Spoon's going to. That's the benefit of the world thinking that cornerback's better than our cornerback, is that our guy will get done first.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because Spoon's going to pass every other corner.
Yes.
And then the agent's going to leave room so that Gonzalez can pass Spoon. So our guy should get done first and all of that. And then we can stop fiddling with it. So that's expected to happen before Saturday. We'll see if we get it done, because it is Thursday after all. Sounders lost again, and they're a bit lost. I mean, right now there's a problem. 3-1, the final to Austin. And so as they resume play, they don't look like the same team they did in the first half. And the mad scientist, Brian Schmetzer, has been very vocal that, some things are wrong about this team and the way they're playing right now, and we got to fix it, and in a hurry. The Storm fell to the Lynx again, second time in the matter of 3 days, but that might be the best team in the WNBA. And now the WNBA gets ready for its All-Star break festivities. Kevin Calabro doesn't just golf with Ashley all the time. He's also made news since he golfed with Ashley last.
Yeah, he did.
He's leaving the Blazers, and so apparently insulted by the contract offer.
Yeah.
He called it subprime. That sounds like Kevin Calabro.
Yeah.
Subprime offer from the Blazers, and so he's left them. And we'll see what his future is. We'll see how long it takes to get the Sonics back, but obviously that's everybody's first choice. Red Sox 15-game winning streak stopped yesterday in the second game of the doubleheader against the Baltimore Orioles, but they are firmly back in the playoff hunt. They are a playoff team right now, despite about a month ago having the worst record in baseball. I guess it wasn't too early. And then the Reds beat the Mariners yesterday, 5-3, the final score. We'll break it all down for you with Mariners Morning After coming your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
everything. EverythingToledo.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Where's Bender when you need him? Turn on a light.
Seriously, it's so dark in here.
He'd walk in like, why are we playing this somber music?
Let's turn on all the lights.
Turn on all the lights. If you're complaining about the darkness, just turn on a light. What's wrong with you?
That guy doesn't get it.
Snap out of it.
I wish.
Yeah.
Wish we could, Bender. Wish it was that easy.
Good morning to you all. It is time for Mariners Morning After right here on the morning radio program. Ashley Ryan, Chuck Powell with you, and every day after a Mariner game, win or lose, we have Mariners Morning After for you, our post-game show, a highlight, a soundbite, a preview of what's going on tonight right here on the show. So let's get to it. Mariners closing out their series with the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds have not been good as of late, but they have talent. They certainly have talent. It was on display the last 3 days, but still, we can all agree this felt like a series the Mariners should win at least 2 games out of 1 and 2 games out of 3. And they had that chance yesterday with Emerson Hancock going against a struggling Brady Singer. And Hancock did his job, 6 innings, allowed 2 runs. Singer was better than he should have been, but he still allowed 3 runs. We did get to him a little bit in this contest, but unfortunately, all of that maneuvering to set up a well-rested Bizardo, Spire, and Munoz in case we were up 1 run yesterday afternoon kind of backfired. Bizardo came into the game. He walked a batter. He gave up a hit to a batter. He had 2 outs. He got Ellie De La Cruz to kind of pop out to left field. But that talent I was talking about just seconds ago, Sal Stewart's a really good hitter, and Sal Stewart got us.
Deep to right field. Canzone twisting, turning, out of room, and it's gone. Opposite field bomb from Sal Stewart. The Reds have taken the lead of the 7th.
And they would hold that lead. Mariners do not score again. The final score was 5-3. Emerson Hancock does not factor into the decision. Bizardo obviously suffers the loss. And then what did the Mariners do? They just pitched Cole Wilcox down 2 for the last 2 innings. And so Munoz and Spire were not even used yesterday. More on that in a moment.
I was going to say, which bodes real well for Munoz.
So here is Dan Wilson after the game.
Yeah, tough afternoon today. I thought Emerson, gave us everything he had today. Another quality start from the staff, and wasn't sure, if he was going to be able to get through that 6th inning with where his pitch count was, but ran out there and was incredibly efficient. Continued to attack, got through that 6th inning, and set up the bullpen, and I thought he just, again, made pitches when he had to. They were able to scratch a couple runs against him, the home run and the infield hit. But outside of that, I thought he continued to do what he has done all season long, and that was attack the zone, get ahead, and make pitches when he had to, and gave us a chance. Offensively, I thought it was a great job by our guys to grab that lead back after we gave up the 2 spot there. To get back on top there, 3-2, and we had a couple of chances there, and we took advantage of them. Cal with a big RBI single, and then Rails later with a 2 RBI single. Great to see that come alive there and pick up those runs, get the lead back. But sometimes they get you, and the 3-run homer got us today, and put them right back on top, and we weren't able to muster enough to get over the hump.
Oh man. Ashley and I were just discussing, so this is just going to be an inside joke with all the people currently listening right now.
Yes.
If we do, in the future, decide just to replay the same Dan Wilson interview after wins and the same Dan Wilson interview, it's going to be like from a month ago if we keep doing this. Other people will freak out that didn't tune in today, that will tune in tomorrow.
Yes.
You just played the last one. But you listening right now, you'll be in on the joke.
Yes.
If we start doing this, and I don't know if we will.
We'll see.
But it is just formulaic. It is after a loss, it's a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we don't need you to recap the scoring.
Yeah.
And yet he does. And then you get to the end of it, and we really fought hard to the end, but just didn't have enough today.
And you always have to praise the starting pitcher.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it goes every single victory, and the wins don't sound really that much different.
No.
Frankly. So, look, I realize what I've kind of established here last Wednesday, saying I don't think Dan Wilson's the right man to manage this team the rest of the way, and we've certainly discussed it for the last 2 weeks as a show, as a radio station, as a baseball community here in Seattle. So I think people are almost waiting to tune in for me to pile on. I don't want to end up piling on. I will say this, in defense of the Seattle Mariners, I was kind of warned because I ended up napping. I'm like, so I kind of half sleep, watched half the game, and then rewatched the entire thing last night.
Yeah.
So I watched that game once and a half last night.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. And, I had, a couple friends like text me like, oh gosh, good luck.
Yeah.
Strap it on, I think was one of the phrases that was used. And I really didn't see the things that are frustrating, that have been frustrating. I didn't see like a lapse of judgment or a lapse of focus or a lapse of effort. I didn't see that from the team yesterday, which I have seen. I think we've all seen that. I don't think we're imagining that. I mean, there are things about, if I wanted to nitpick about Dan's pitching decisions, oh yeah, we can get into that. But in terms of should Emerson have come out after the 6th? Yeah, it was time to take Emerson out at the 6th. And you did save your 3 best guys for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And Bizzardo has tended to get that job done for us the last 2 years. So to go to Bizzardo, don't have any problem with that. And then once you're down 2, a lot of managers won't use their best 2 guys at that point down 2. Even though I think you could have. But I'm not going to sit here and crush him for it to have gone to Wilcox. So I don't know if I had as big a problem with yesterday's, Jay. Just looking at yesterday's game. I don't know if I had a huge problem with the way it was managed or the way that we played it. This is baseball. Cincinnati has some talent. Bizzardo didn't have a great day. And Sal Stewart's a really good hitter, and he got us. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the way I chalk that loss. That's what I chalked that loss up to. I didn't think that was some great, catastrophic loss that we suffered to the Cincinnati Reds. But, you knew the but was coming. But it does reflect on those aggravations that we had in previous games.
Correct.
Just like the day before, Ashley, when, see, this is what happens in baseball. If you're going to fall down 2 and then decide we can't come back from that, then why in a 1-run game the night before didn't you not use Spire to protect that 1-run lead the day before? So there is like the moves that are made on the board one day do affect the ones that are made the next day. And I mean, now we're going to be going several days without Munoz having pitched. So don't be surprised if he stinks the next time that he pitches, because this is the pattern with him all season long. And we've gone a long time without Spire pitching, but we saved those 3 guys for the next day, found ourselves down 2, and decided, no, that's way too big of a mountain to climb. So now we didn't get to use them on either day. We got scared of a 1-run deficit in the 9th and a 2-run deficit in the 8th. And decided, let's not use our best guys. Let's save them for that Rangers series on Friday. So by itself, I didn't have a problem with the way the game was managed yesterday.
Right.
But in the big picture, it does highlight all of the aggravations I've had all season long about Dan's pitching decisions.
Yeah, and that was what was frustrating to me yesterday. Obviously, there was no guarantee on Tuesday that if you wouldn't have used Rucker and you would have used Spire or Bizzardo, that they wouldn't have given up a home run, right? We saw that yesterday with Bizzardo. There's no guarantee, but it doesn't make it the wrong move.
Play the
Because
percentages.
Exactly. You're taking less of a risk by putting one of them in. And so did we expect that from Bizzardo yesterday? No, not at all. Had he done it on Tuesday, I wouldn't have been mad about it because you still put in the right guy.
You know, and I'll say this quickly, and maybe we can expand on it a little bit later on. Over the last 5 years, that clubhouse with a lot of the same guys in it kind of became famous for never quitting, coming back, crazy rallies. This year, do you see any fight in them after Dan makes the decision to go to a lesser bullpen piece?
No.
I don't either. We don't come back from 1-run, 2-run deficits anymore. It just doesn't.
Very rarely.
Not with the regularity that once we did. And I think a lot of it does. I think there's even a psychological component. I can't verify that, but I think there might even be a psychological component. I think that when the starting 9 see, oh, we're going to Rucker. Oh, okay. I guess we're not going to try to win.
Right.
I don't dismiss that as a possibility. I don't dismiss that as a reason why we don't get comeback victories anymore. When the manager decides we're not that kind of team, we can only play with a lead. I wouldn't be surprised if the players don't absorb that. Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously. Is that crazy?
I don't think it's crazy. I don't know. I mean, I think that they probably outwardly have confidence in everyone in that bullpen. So I would think if it happens, it would be subconscious. I don't think that they'd actively sit there thinking, oh, okay, so we're done. You know, I think it would be more of a, oh, you know, in the back of their minds, like.
Yeah, but I will disagree with this. There are guys they trust and there are guys they don't trust, even as baseball players.
Okay.
I promise.
Yeah, no, I believe you.
Same thing like in hitting situations. Like right now, they don't trust Cal Raleigh's going to get the job done.
Yeah.
As a hitter. They have in the past, but they don't now.
Which in Dan's press conference to say like, oh, to come back from that and go up 3-2. It's like, well, first of all, Cal gave us the lead, the 1-0 lead originally. So you can't add that. You just want to give credit for RBIs.
All right, Greg Bell's going to join us at 7:05. Headlines at 7. Coming up next, though, the negotiation that needs to end. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I'm going to map out my immediate future for you so that you can.
Very excited for this.
Yeah. So I want you to be prepared. I don't want you to be
Okay.
caught off guard.
Okay.
So I never bring food into the office except for my little breakfast bar. But yesterday, I was going to buy a pizza, and then I was going to eat it for lunch, and then save the other half of it for dinner. So it was just going to be an all pizza day.
Nice.
And then I wasn't able to get my pizza until the evening. So then I had the second half, and then I'm like, well, I got a busy day today, so I don't know when I'm going to get to that. You know what? I'm just going to take it to work. So I have it all bagged up and ready to go. Not sure if I'm going to eat it now or if I'm going to put it in the refrigerator, heat it up, and eat it as soon as we're off the air. But I'm pretty sure this is how it's going to go because
Okay.
I'd never do this. And it is pretty spicy pizza. I'm pretty sure I'm going to eat it here at like 7:30.
Okay.
Regret that at 8.
Oh, that's a quick regret.
Yeah, by 8 o'clock, I'm going to regret that. And then I'm going to probably fall pretty sleepy by about 8:45.
Oh.
I'm going to have difficulty getting through the show at 9:30. And then at 10 o'clock, I'm probably going to be hungry again.
Okay. I can't wait for this roller coaster.
So, yes, that's what you've got in store for you here today.
Sounds like a journey. I'm ready.
Headlines and Greg Bell coming up at the top of the hour. Certainly one of the things we're going to discuss with our guy, Greg Bell, who we have not talked to in a while on the show. I mean, we see him out in the sports pit, but we haven't talked to him a while on the show. But get ready, Greg. It's every day from this point forward for the rest of your life. So we've already discussed Eamon Worry. We also have the Witherspoon situation hanging over our heads as well. And I suspect that that's going to get done before camp, and if not too far into camp. I mean, the love affair that exists with this organization and Devin Witherspoon, like, you can cut it with a knife, like it's so thick. Like, we've had Greg tell us that's Mike McDonald's favorite player. You're not supposed to choose your favorites. He would never announce that publicly, but Greg's pretty sure that that's his guy. And it's not even a guy he drafted. That was a Pete draft pick, if you recall.
Yeah.
And so that relationship is there. They've already handled the JSN thing. It seems an inevitability that he's going to sign. And then Witherspoon, while he's supposedly in contract negotiations, has not only showed up to every offseason program, he's been the first guy there. Every single,
Yeah.
it sounds like every single practice. So this should be the easiest thing on earth to get done. I don't know how much time they've spent on this. I don't know if they've even gotten to the roll the sleeves back process of the negotiation. But, I mean, I can't even imagine a scenario more obvious than this one. You love him. He loves you. You know it's going to cost more than any other cornerback has signed for. So just take the next brick in the road, give him the length of contract, 5 years, whatever. This should be knocked out over lunch. So why it hasn't been to this point, I don't know. And my guess is the agent's playing a little bit of hardball, but my guess also is Spoon wants it done before practice starts Saturday. John wants it done before practice starts Saturday. Mike wants it done before practice starts Saturday. So as long as the three can tell the agent to,
Speed it up.
like this is easy.
Yeah, get with the program,
This
buddy.
is the easiest thing we can do. Here's the number. It's better than the last elite cornerback signed for, but just a little bit, not a lot of it. And so that's what we're doing. Sign the paper and let's go to work. It should be that easy. This should be done before you should order your lunch, and then in the time that the food comes out, start the contract negotiations and have it finished as the plate of spaghetti is set down in front of Devin Witherspoon. That's how quickly this should be done.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact that vets are reporting tomorrow and nothing's been done is surprising because I think, have all expected that they would have this done before they're even getting to camp. You've now got 2 days before camp officially starts, before he has to set foot on a field. And there should be no reason for him to not set foot on a field on Saturday. Make it easy.
Well, we'll find out from Greg Bell what the latest is on that. Eamon Wari, Charbonnet, and if Greg Bell's going to get a haircut before Hard Knocks. All of that's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. only the game would have ended there. Hey, you know what? We've had enough.
Yeah.
Are you sure, Tito? Yep. Luke Raley has proven we can't beat this team.
Would have been awesome.
We'll take the L. We'd like to get on the road.
Yeah.
You know,
Would have been great.
maybe hit a bar or two before we leave Seattle. Really good scene down here. But no, they played 9 innings yesterday, and the Reds ended up winning 5-3 over the Seattle Mariners. Sal Stewart's 3-run homer in the 7th off of Bizzardo ends up being the difference in the game, and so the Mariners lose back-to-back games to the Cincinnati Reds. They lose the series to the Cincinnati Reds. They lost their first-place status 2 days ago, and they lost their status as at least a 500 team again yesterday. So the 51-52 Mariners will have the day off today. Then they head to Texas for a 4-game series. And even though I suspect it's probably going to be a split, I mean, the only way that it is going to be earth-shattering, or not even earth-shattering, momentous. What's the word? Significant?
Okay, yeah.
Is if there's a sweep one way or the other. Otherwise, you know.
Otherwise, it's probably just going to be a split series. And
Well,
move
I
on.
mean, otherwise, I mean, even if you win 3 out of 4, I mean, yeah, it gives you a little momentum. Not that matters in baseball, especially with the Mariners. But it doesn't take you out of anything, and it certainly doesn't let you run away with anything. If there's a sweep one way or the other, that's a message. That's
Yes.
something of significance. But even 3-1, it's just 2 games shifting. So we're in a race. We're in a race. Despite every effort to not be, we are in a race here to win the American League West. Thanks to Mariners TV for the highlight there yesterday. Again, Reds over Mariners 5-3. We'll talk more about it later on in this hour. Also, I want to let you know that your cash word is credit, CREDIT. Enter that at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in cash. That's credit at 93.3KJR.com. Own gold? Well, now is the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins, 4 convenient locations, BellevueRareCoins.com. Let's get to your headlines. They're brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. The Storm fell to the Lynx again, second time in like 3 days, and now they enter the All-Star break with one of the worst records in the WNBA. Kevin Calabro is leaving the Blazers, and apparently that subprime comment that he made was a direct shot at Dondon. I did not realize that, but Dondon, the owner of the Blazers, apparently made his fortune in subprime loans, so that was more than just a clever Kevin Calabro comment. That was a direct shot, apparently,
100%.
at the Blazers owner, which I didn't realize until this morning. Someone alerted me to that. So Kevin Calabro leaving the Blazers. I don't know when the Sonics are going to play again. I do believe they will play again, and I do believe Kevin Calabro will be the play-by-play voice, but I don't know what he's going to do in the interim. So Kevin Calabro leaving the Blazers as the voice of that basketball team. Soccer last night, Sounders, they're broken right now. Time to fix it, and they built up a little bit of cushion before they had the World Cup break, but that's now 2 matches that they've played against Portland and then Austin last night, and they've been outscored 8-2. So Brian Schmetzer's kind of warning us all, well, there are a lot of things wrong with this team right now. He's got a lot of work to do to fix it, but he does have time. And the Seahawks made a lot of news. Nicky Manwari on the PUP list with an ankle surgery we found out this week. We've got Devin Witherspoon in a contract negotiation, and as expected, Zach Charbonnet's been put on the PUP list as well. These are all topics for our next guest. Here we go. Greg Bell joins us.
As part of our continuing NFL coverage for the 12th Man, this is 12th Man News, part of Chuck's weekly visit with our own Greg Bell. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right. Our Seahawks insider from the News Tribune, Greg Bell. Are you ready for this? I mean, I was going to give you one more day before we owned your life at 7:05, but blame the Seahawks. Blame Eamon Wari and Charbonnet and Witherspoon for making things so interesting this week that we had to jump a day early to bring Greg Bell on this morning and for the rest of his life. You all right with that?
Why did we have him say a weekly visit? It's not weekly.
Is that what he said? I don't know.
That's misleading.
I have no idea.
All right, we'll get on that. No, it's going to be daily. As a matter of fact, I was thinking Saturdays and Sundays, too, this year. What do you think about that, Greg?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do it. Right in the middle of the fishing show. There are times during the football season, about October, November, that I talk to you and Ashley more often than my wife. And I live with her.
You go on more hikes with her, though. So the next time she complains, say, I've never been on one hike with Ashley and Chuck.
That's true. That streak lives on. That's true. Yeah, ready. Here we go.
We're ready.
Saturday till January, February.
Here we go. Football season is here. Not just a football season. I mean, world champs getting ready to defend their title. So before we start diving into some things, let me first ask, did you do anything special? Did you get like a haircut or go on Ozempic or anything like that to be on Hard Knocks this year?
No, nobody's looking forward to me or any other journalist being on Hard Knocks. That's not the intent of the viewing experience for sure. I'll be avoiding those cameras. They're already out there. They've been setting up for the last week or so. They actually were out at OTs and mini camps, the NFL Films crew, getting background stuff and stuff to use for promos. But yeah, they're setting up and installing cameras in meeting rooms and all the things that Mike McDonald just absolutely loves, I'm sure. And they'll start rolling on. Well, they've been rolling actually on filming players reporting this week. So, yep, it's on August 4th, the first episode, September 1st, the last. This is the first time, it bears repeating, it's the first time in 25 years since the very first Hard Knocks that a defending Super Bowl champion's been featured, the Ravens in 2001, the very first one. And in the last couple of years that they changed the rule that it was not to be a team that didn't make the playoffs the previous years. Mm-hmm. For years and decades, Hard Knocks teams were teams that didn't make the playoffs the previous years. So, yeah, they're featuring the champs this year.
Well, let's talk about the champs. I moved here after the second Super Bowl. I don't want to, you know which one I'm not. Well, the third Super Bowl, but in the back-to-back Super Bowls, I moved right here right after that. So I've not ever covered a training camp where they were world champs, defending world champs. What's different about it? I know we had a completely different roster and a different head coach than the last championship, but what is different about training camp when you are covering a team defending its crown?
Tons more attention nationally, even locally. There'll be way more fans. It'll be back to the days that the berm was completely packed, the grass berm every day from goal line to goal line. Hasn't been that way in the last few years. Still plenty of people, but not that many. But it'll be packed. It'll be a big event, and every day of a public, it'll be a big deal. What's unique to this one compared to the last time they were defending champs is they have 49 of 53 guys coming back. 86% of their snaps last season are back.
Wow.
And that's unusual in the free agency salary cap era. Guys usually get paid, get new deals. They do what Kenneth Walker did, Kobe Bryant did, and get overvalued contracts. Boy, Mafe to the Bengals. But those three, and Tariq Woolen, Tariq Young, more of a secondary special teams player to the Raiders. Those are the five players that are gone. And Tariq Young wasn't a regular. So really only four guys off the regular 53 that played are gone. And that's, to me, is the most remarkable thing that differentiates this returning champs training camp to the last one. Why not? A team that is as good as they were last year, the defense was especially that was as good as it was last year, bring it all back and don't change a whole lot because it worked pretty well last year. And that's really hard to do in this league. And as I said, free agency and salary caps, and the Seahawks pulled it off.
People want to be Hawks. I mean, the players want to be Hawks right now. It's interesting. I wasn't even going to ask you about this, but I will now that we're here. There's a clip that people are kind of making fun of John Harbaugh's introductory welcome to Giants camp, his first Giants camp, and he kind of sounds nervous and it kind of sounds cliche. And so a lot of people are kind of criticizing it, like that's not motivating whatsoever. And I was thinking about this on the drive in. I'm like, man, he is starting to build for the first time in 15, 20 years? Because he was with the Ravens for so long. He's starting to build a new culture, change culture from scratch. And then I started thinking about how amazing Mike Macdonald did this, how smooth it was, how excellent it was for him to have won over people to his philosophy so quickly. And now here he sits on top of the football mountain. And that's something that he doesn't have to worry about building. Maintaining, sure, but maintaining versus building something from scratch. Remarkable that Mike Macdonald has his culture established. It's as good as anyone's in football, obviously, and it's something that he doesn't have to concern himself with at training camp anymore.
It's his biggest accomplishment. It's probably the biggest accomplishment in Seattle sports history because he is a first-time head coach. It's not like he's done this before. Mm-hmm. It's not like he's come in and been in charge and putting in his own culture. He was 36 and had never been a head coach at any level, not in high school in Athens, Georgia, not in college at Michigan for the 1 year he coached there, and not in Baltimore where he was an assistant for more than a decade to John Harbaugh. I will say this, everything he does, short of what his dad, West Point graduate dad, taught him, but everything he does in a football sense, culture building, is from John Harbaugh. Now, he has his own personal spin on it, of course, but the tone setting, the professionalism, the players' input to what they do, he learned that from John Harbaugh. He's taken it to another level with walk and talks and things that he talks about off the field with the players and giving the players input on how the team should be and what they want out of the team. He's taken that to another level. That's his own personal touch. But, yeah, the 10-7 season, they didn't make the playoffs. That was the year that the veterans said, this rookie head coach knows what he's doing. What he's doing is turning into win, especially on defense. And when they really just bought into the changing on the fly at the snap and the communication that's needed, all of that worked so wonderfully on defense that the buy-in was instant. And you're right. Don't take that for granted. That's an accomplishment that took a hell of a lot of effort. Yeah. And McDonald's saying he's still tweaking that. He's still in his third season now, changing that in itself to make it even better.
Well, we've got weeks and months and years to discuss that, really. So we better get to the news of the day. Greg Bell with us, our first official conversation with our Seahawks insider as training camp gets ready to begin for the brand new football season on Saturday. He joins us here on Chuck and the Mornings. All right, let's dive in to Nick Eamon-Wari. How surprising was this earlier in the week? And then how much do we know? How much do you know now here on Thursday?
Well, it was surprising because he was running around and doing everything and fully participating in the OTAs and the minicamp. And I asked him at the end of minicamp, how limited have you been since the Super Bowl? He goes, sprained his ankle, the right ankle, lower sprain, 4 days before Super Bowl in the practice at San Jose State, first week of February. And I said, okay, you played in the game 70 of 72 snaps, but then what were you limited on after that? And he said, I did a lot of rehab. He stayed in Seattle while instead of going home to South Carolina, where he's from, lives, went to college, he stayed in Seattle and stayed with the Seahawks training staff for the first couple of months. Then he went back and had continued his regimen of rehab back in the East. But he said it was a lot of he said, all good now is what he said in early June. And now we've come to find out it wasn't all good. He comes back to report for training camp, fails the physical because the ankle is still not perfect at 100%. I'm unclear, and I'm still working on it as of this morning, been hearing that he may have had the surgery since he reported to camp, as in the last week. And that would say that he may not be on the field for much at all of the preseason. They don't need him to. Let's be honest. It's July going into August. His role is solidified. McDonald knows exactly what he can do and all the roles he can play. And he also was beset by a high ankle sprain, of course, on the 5th play of his career last year and missed the first few games after that. It's the same ankle, by the way. That was a high ankle sprain higher up in the ligaments into the shin. This Super Bowl injury was a lower one, but it begins to think, wait a minute, now you've had 2 injuries who've cost you some time on the same ankle. Is the surgery a combination of leftover from both of those injuries? That could be why he had the surgery. I don't know that yet, but I do know that it has been very recent, enough so that he may not be on the field deep in August, if then. Again, because it's July and August, it's not a gigantic alarm, but it's bigger than it was even 5 days ago.
Crazy. Charbonnet, not as big a surprise, but what do you know differently about Charbonnet and his timetable now?
Well, this was definitely expected. And it's the opposite of Eamon Worry. Eamon Worry is on the PUP list because you can come off the PUP list at any time during training camp. The other factor of the PUP list per NFL rules is if you're on the PUP list to begin training camp, you are eligible to be on the PUP list to begin the regular season. You can't start on the PUP list to begin the season if you weren't on it to begin training camp. So the fact that applies more to Charbonnet. Nobody expected him to be on the field for training camp. He had the reconstructive knee surgery just in February. Of course, he got injured in the divisional playoff game in mid-January. Took a month for the healing, the swelling to go down to even have the surgery. So he's only, 5 months out, just barely over 5 months from that surgery. I still think that the optimistic and best case for the Seahawks is to get him back in October. That would be 8 months on the 8 to 12 months spectrum that is usually recovery from ACLs. He encouraged everyone when I saw him. We all saw him on the field on June the 8th and during minicamp on the side of the field doing high steps and some track guy type of agility drills on grass with a trainer. And you're like, wait a minute, it's only 4 months post ACL surgery. So they have been holding out that if anybody, McDonald keeps saying, and John Schneider have been saying, if anybody's going to come back quickly, it's Charbonnet, his fiendish work ethic. He's definitely got a motivation to come back soon and prove he deserves another contract because this is the last year of his deal, his rookie contract as a second-round pick. They are not ruling out that he could be back earlier in the season than October, but that's the realistic time frame now. If he's on the PUP list to begin the regular season, he will miss the first 4 games minimum. That's the NFL rules. I think the move with him this week is a nod toward that.
Finally, is your guy Spoon going to get the deal done before Saturday?
I think it's within plus or minus a couple days of Saturday. I've been saying that all along. That's John Schneider's MO. No surprise at all that now national guys are starting to report this, but we've been reporting it here locally since February, really before February. This is how they do it. Within the first couple days of training camp, after they reconvene, come back in. Witherspoon will probably report here in the next 24 hours. They're all due to report to veterans by tomorrow, take a physical, and then get down to hammering out the rest of the details. The guaranteed money and when it comes due is the details of this that is yet to be determined fully. I expect it to be $31 million plus, which will eclipse Trent McDuffie of the Rams. The Rams just gave McDuffie that big deal after getting him from Kansas City. That's the way it goes. The timing of this is that the latest guy gets the higher deal and resets the market. And then Christian Gonzalez in New England will have a new contract to base his on and comps for his agent to go to the Patriots with. That's the way this game's played. The guy's guy is not always the very best guy. It's the guy who had the best timing. Witherspoon has both.
Yeah.
So that's why I think he's going to get the money he's going to get.
Yeah, should be the easiest negotiation John's ever done. That should be. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Did you squeeze in the perfect getaway right before football takes you hostage for another few months?
I call it a perfect getaway. I got to see my mom and my twin sister. My mom's 90 in Michigan, and it's cherish every chance you get to see a 90-year-old mother. So, yeah, I did that in Michigan. I went to see West Point classmates, best friends of mine in Western New York on Chautauqua Lake. Had a great time doing that last weekend. That was the last roundup. I do. I feel like I'm in sixth grade, going back to school and dreading it that summer's over.
Really?
That's just. I mean, that's only because I've been doing this a while. I love my job, and I'm very blessed to do it. But there is this feeling of here we go for the next 7 months. But and the players somewhat feel that way too. I mean, they love what they do, but let's face it, they've not had to do football and not had to be doing what on someone else's schedule here the last few months. So. Yeah, here we go. And,
here we go.
It is interesting. It is interesting to have a Super Bowl champion again here in the Pacific Northwest and all that comes with it, the challenge of redoing it. And that'll be the tone and tenor to everything we report and write on here the next 7 months.
Well, I'm glad to have you back in my daily life and my daily routine. So for whatever that is worth, I look forward to it and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow.
No, I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to 7 months of wake-up calls from Ashley. She greets my day. I appreciate that.
All right, we'll talk to you. We'll hear from you at 10.
Yes, you will. Thank you.
Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, again on our radio station. He's got his own show, for goodness sake. 10 o'clock every day, so more on all of those three big stories heading into training camp, Witherspoon, Emanwari, and Charbonnet. But glad we got to get it started here today, a day before we'd planned. We'd planned for Greg to provide us a training camp preview on Friday, but there was just too much going on. So good stuff from him, and we'll follow up with questions about the same topics tomorrow with Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider. Coming up next, it is the ABCs of the M's. We do it every day. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Nice. Unless my sniff would go over the air like that.
Got a little excited.
Yeah, well, I told you I was going to eat some pizza, so I had a piece during the break, and there's some spice to it. So I got you know how your nose runs sometimes.
Yeah, did you heat it up in the microwave?
I did.
Yeah, because I can smell it in here. And it smells so good.
I thought for a second there you were going to say, oh, don't heat anything up in the microwave. Because I've never heated anything up in our microwave.
No, it smells so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some fennel. I think it's the fennel that makes it smell that
Which is
good.
interesting because I don't
You don't
love
like
fennel. Yeah, so
Huh?
interesting.
Not a fennel fanatic.
I mean, I wouldn't call myself a fennel fanatic. No, I wouldn't.
Never want to run down the fennel tunnel.
No, I'd run down the fennel tunnel.
The fennel tunnel. Not sure I'm familiar with that.
No, it's different.
The tunnel, on the other hand, glorious. Good morning. It is Ashley and Chuck with you. It is time for your ABCs of the M's. And lo and behold, we got through the alphabet just yesterday. And so we start from the beginning. That's how it goes. I mean, this thing's just going to keep going forever.
I love that for us.
Right. We're never going to be short of content because the alphabet will never go away.
Yeah, the alphabet just keeps recycling.
Yeah, we can always just go right back to the beginning. Consider how short this bit would have been if we only went through it once.
It would have sucked.
A is for attention, and my attention's now drawn. We had a little bit of an exchange earlier this week. I don't know if you heard it, but at 8 o'clock, I kind of felt like I had an epiphany about this baseball team, and so I shared it at 8 o'clock Tuesday morning about leadership, which is usually something that's not really questioned about this clubhouse. I mean, in the last 5 years, I mean, even going all the way back to Seager, Seager had problems with the front office, and that was an issue. And then the Kendall Graveman trade, and then that was an issue. But like the clubhouse itself has typically been really tight. I think we had some issues with Gene Segura once upon a time, and certainly you're going to have a couple of things here and there. But that clubhouse usually it's typically a close group, and yet the team feeling so disjointed, it does kind of cause you to question even leadership. And so I had a little bit of an epiphany, and I shared it Wednesday about, the typical leaders are Cal, JP, and Luis Castillo. So when those three guys are struggling, how much attention, A is for attention, do they pay to the leadership aspects of their job and their responsibilities to the clubhouse? So I did an entire segment on it, brought it up to Ryan Healy, because those are things. I mean, I think I know a lot about baseball. I really do. I think I know a lot about like trade value, and I can be a good guide for those listening for, trade value and free agency value and knowing the league and telling you what to look for and roster building. I think I'm pretty good at that. What I can't possibly relate to you is how a Major League Baseball clubhouse operates and how important things like this are. So I asked, after having the big giant segment about this, I asked Healy about it, and Healy, we could replay it, but it's very flattering and it would seem self-serving. He said that's probably the best point I've heard about this. And so he kind of verified it. And now I can't stop seeing it, Ashley. Now when I'm watching Cal, because we're just so used to seeing Cal be successful, and even when he was hitting 220, the fact that he would hit 220 but still pop home runs, it didn't really affect his affect. I mean, you are seeing a guy throwing his bat, and when he does come through, he's giddy like a little child, like not giddy, but he kind of doesn't want to celebrate it, but he can't help but celebrate it because those moments have been so few and far between. And you do, and then JP has been demoted from shortstop to third base, and I think most people agree he shouldn't be leading off, and he's hearing that, and I think that he does listen to the criticism, and I think he does read the criticism. And then Luis Castillo has been piggybacked this year, and he really is our sixth best starter, and that's not an insult to Luis Castillo. We just got 5 really good young starters in this organization. And so, Ash, I think that they've had to struggle with their own baseball. Like, I need to get myself on track and probably have had to sacrifice some of those leadership traits and qualities that normally become second nature for those three guys. They're all very good leaders, very much looked up to in that locker room. And maybe that does explain, I can't stop watching it now, why this team sometimes looks disjointed or sloppy or not focused. I don't think that was the case yesterday, by the way, in the game. I've already covered that, but we've seen it a lot through 100 games so far this year. And now I can't stop seeing it. I really think that is a major problem and a major explanation for why such a talented team is a game under 500, 101 games into the season.
Well, and I would think, too, it would
Or
have...
103.
Yeah, it might have something to do with, we say, like when they're down by 2 and Dan makes a decision in the bullpen that maybe they don't agree with and they don't have that fight and that rally in them. Well, if your leaders don't know if they can come through or are worried about if they can come through, are they projecting the confidence that the rest of the team can come through? I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting. I was going to go B for Bizzardo here, but what you said just then triggered something else. Because I'm going to make B as for bullpen. I forgive Bizzardo.
Mm-hmm.
He's been terrific for 2 years, and Sal Stewart beat him.
Yeah.
That's baseball.
Yeah, we all have an off day.
But there's all this talk about adding a reliever. And I think they should. But even if we added Mason Miller, does that change the way he's using the bullpen at this stage? I mean, imagine how frustrated we're going to be if we have Brash back, Mason Miller, and if we're down 1, we're still going to Mike Rucker and Nick Davila.
Yeah.
Because are you going to change your philosophy if we, again, this has to be a reminder every time that we have this. We do not have an overworked bullpen.
Right.
We do not have an overtaxed bullpen. We have the fewest innings pitched from our bullpen in the sport because of how good our starting pitchers are, and they've been even better lately. We also do not have a bad bullpen. It's one of the better ranked bullpens in Major League Baseball. So will it even matter if you get Brash back and add Mason Miller if when we're down 1 or 2 runs, all we do is call upon our worst guy that day?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
Probably not.
If the only time we're going to use the guys that we cherish are when we're up a run or 2, because we don't use them when we're up 3, and we don't use them when we're down 1.
Mm-hmm.
So does it even matter if we add the best bullpen piece in America and Mason Miller if we don't change and adjust the philosophy?
No.
No, you're right.
It doesn't.
That's said
it.
a lot. That's said a lot. Just the, no.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah, I hear you.
I'd like to think it would, but no.
C is for challenges. I think this reflects leadership, too. Why are we so bad at this? Why is Dom Canzone challenging the wrong challenge in his first at-bat? Why is he challenging at all in his first at-bat? There weren't runners on base. We've talked about this since spring training, that the philosophy, and Cal Raleigh agrees with this, and even he's stepping in the muck. The philosophy has to be situational, not because you think you need another pitch to see. I mean, he challenged on a 3-1 pitch, even if it's a bad pitch. You're still 3-2 in the count. You're still in good position to get on base. He's still got to come to you.
Mm-hmm.
And we challenged on that in the first inning. And he thought about challenging twice on 2 pitches that were both strikes.
Right, but didn't even think about challenging on the balls, on the 2 pitches that were inside that were called strikes that were balls.
Oh,
I was so irritated. I was doing the count. I'm like, well, that should be your 4th ball. You should be on base already.
We're terrible at it. The idea of the challenges. Remember when they brought this up and it was supposed to unlock an advantage for you?
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to use it to your... We actually use challenges to our disadvantage.
That's hard to
How
do.
is that even possible?
I don't know. Right.
We are terrible at it. And it doesn't seem like there's a philosophy at all as to when to use it.
And I would have thought by now we would have gotten better because I understand early on you're getting used to it. You're figuring out how you're going to use them.
Every team should have gotten better since the beginning of the year.
But it seems like we've gotten worse.
I agree. Yeah. And not just at being able to detect ball or strike, but when we use them.
Yeah.
Situationally how we use them. Man, that ended up being a rant segment. I don't know if that was the intention.
I don't know, but I feel better.
All right, coming up next, I've told our early morning audience about my failures as just a domestic here in the last few weeks. Wait till you hear this one. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I was already worried that I oversold this, and now you've got this dramatic.
Just typed in Odyssey soundtrack.
Got this dramatic music.
It's a dramatic movie.
People are gonna really expect something special from me now, from us.
Get ready.
All right, let's see what I can do.
You got this.
So,
Were people already listening to that part?
I was planning to go to the Odyssey, and a spaceship came down and landed right there outside of Vaughn's.
Oh, man. Not outside of Vaughn's.
And I was drawn to it rather than go to the movie theater. And believe it or not, while I was being probed in a really uncomfortable fashion by the aliens, in order to relax me, they played the Odyssey for me in surround sound
That was so nice of you.
to try to relax me. It's as if they read my mind.
Well,
They knew where I was going. And they're like, we'll still let you watch your movie, but we are going to probe you in a really uncomfortable fashion to try to get information from you.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah.
But was the movie good?
So anyway, yeah, pretty interesting movie-going experience,
Okay,
to
well,
say
yeah,
the
I
least.
can safely say I've never even known anyone to have. Well, there was one kid. He had to go on this navigator. It was a long flight. And then when he came back, everyone had aged.
Yeah, well, and I would just say this to the aliens, in case they ever do come back from Saturn, I just want you to know, we use popcorn. We don't eat fling when we
good to
watch
know.
movies
Good
here.
to know.
So
Get with the program.
I appreciate the snack, but I did not enjoy it as much as I would our human popcorn.
That's understandable.
Yeah, even soda water would have been nice. I don't know if I ever want to drink ever again.
And that's the way you even said it makes me think it's probably not very good.
Terrible. Had a terrible hangover.
Oh,
Probably why I've
gosh.
been forgetting so much lately.
That makes sense.
All right. Well, hopefully I delivered.
That was one of the best stories I've ever heard.
All right. So here's the real story. So I have not looked forward to going to the movie theater and watching a movie since Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Okay.
Because I stumbled into Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and just like, I'm going to go see this. And I loved it so much that I actually was greatly looking forward to the second one. And I liked it. It wasn't perfect like the first one was, but I did like it. But I have not looked forward to a movie in theaters in years until The Odyssey. And it was introduced to me in grade school. It was like the first book that I really thought was, even though I didn't understand it at all. There's no fifth or sixth grader that can read that book. But there were monsters and there was mythology and there was this journey and everything. So it was, it captured my attention.
Okay.
And I've been interested in I even write now. I write dystopian fiction, and it probably stems from Mr. Baker introducing me to that book in the sixth grade. And it sort of is the foundation for a lot of things. I mean, a lot of people give Wizard of Oz the credit for really being the start of fantasy. Like everything starts with a journey and then you pick up friends along the way. I mean, that's Lord of the Rings. That's
Right.
pretty much every fantasy that's been. But the Wizard of Oz certainly got influenced by the Odyssey. No question about that. And so it really was the birthplace for science fiction and I think and fantasy books and everything else. So I've always had affection. And then I always wondered if they would ever turn it into a movie, and they have. So long story short, I had scripted it out because I don't like going to movies when the movie is packed.
Right.
So I'm like, all right, when should I go? I set an alarm during my nap on a Tuesday to go to the earliest movie possible at the Woodinville AMC. So 2:00 start. So I
Okay.
set an alarm so that I could get up, and then I walked in a hooded sweatshirt because I wasn't sure what the temperature would be in the in the
It's
theater.
always cold in there.
So I had shorts on, but I had a hooded sweatshirt on.
And it was 90.
And it was 94 degrees. And I haven't walked in 94 degrees in a while, and I can't believe how difficult it is. So I walked in the theater, and do you know there were like 2 seats available on a Tuesday afternoon?
Wow.
Tuesday afternoon. I went intentionally to the time that I thought there would be the fewest people there. I want pretty much a row to myself when I go to the movies. I want to pick the worst time possible for people to get there so that because I have a weird schedule. I can do that. I can change it up where I didn't think people that worked normal
Don't
jobs.
people have jobs?
Yeah. The place was packed on a Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. There were like 2 seats available. And I'm like, I'll come back another time because I don't want to have to ask people to get up when I have to pee. And I don't want to get up when other people have to pee. So I turned it down. I didn't even go to watch the movie. And now I don't know, Ashley, when it will be clear. Will the Odyssey ever be not packed? Is there going to be a time where I can go and have a row to myself?
I think you can. I would just give it like a week or two because it
Give
just
it a
came
week or
out
two.
right last
That's true.
weekend. So it was probably people who couldn't get into the weekend shows, and they're like, I got to be the first of the people I know to see it, so they had to go. They probably took off work to go see it.
So give it a couple weeks.
I'd say yeah, or I mean,
But I got up.
You should be able to go
From my
on
nap.
their website and see how many before you
that's
even
true.
go.
Yeah, I just thought for sure. I didn't
I
even
wouldn't
think
have thought about it. But now you know, so I would go on the website, see how many seats are sold ahead of time, and then just decide, okay, I can go now.
Yeah, I set an alarm. I walked in legitimate heat.
Yeah.
And
Surprised you made it.
Yeah, and not a short period of time in a hooded sweatshirt. And I didn't even get to see my movie, for goodness
And then you
sake.
had to walk back.
Yeah, and I just picked up a 6-pack of
Oh.
on the way back. Now that I'm hooked.
Yeah.
Thanks a
well,
lot, Martians.
Yeah.
And
They're good
so
for nothing.
yeah, exactly. So I made the best of it, but I don't know if I'm ever going to get to see the movie in theater. And then I find out that no, they're like there's like a select theater in town because there's a different way of viewing it that is an exceptional way of viewing it. Have you heard about this?
I have not.
They're like 10 theaters in the country, and there's one here in Seattle where you not only get to see it in the theater, but there's like a special way to see it.
Oh.
And I'm like, well, I'm not going to see it that
Is it
badly.
like upside down?
No, I don't know. I don't know what it does to you. Maybe you get, I don't know. Maybe.
Hope it's not one of those things that like shoots air at you. And
I don't know. But there's apparently a special theater showing it in a special way here in Seattle. I don't need that. I just wanted to see the movie on a big screen, have popcorn, soda, and then go home, walk home in 94-degree weather, and I got denied. So I still haven't seen it.
I'm sorry.
Odyssey Day was a failure. I've had a lot of these lately.
You
A
tried,
lot of
though.
failure.
You keep trying.
I keep trying to live the right way.
Yeah, it's just not working
It's
out
just not
super
working
well.
out. All right, Seahawks training camp. More on that coming up. Our previews continue. And this isn't something that I was even planning to discuss this week, but I think it's hugely important. We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. here on this Thursday. Great to have you with us. My name is Chuck Powell. Yours isn't. Ashley Ryan is here as well.
My name's also not Chuck Powell.
Yeah, don't even try to pretend. We roll into our third hour here on this Thursday. All sorts of things yet to do here on the radio program, including we're going to have brunch today at 8:30. We don't do that every day, but we're going to have it today. I'm going to have leftover pizza, I think, for brunch today.
Sounds great.
Halfway
how are
down
those pieces
the road.
coming along?
I told you I'd regret it within 30 minutes.
And
I regret it.
Okay.
And yet I still have 2 more pieces to go. I mean, I could give them away, but I don't know if people in the office will eat pizza that was brought from home in a Ziploc bag from somebody.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably have to be in the box.
Yeah.
I mean, I could probably spit on it, and as long as I had it in the box, they'd eat it.
Correct.
But seeing it from a home-brought Ziploc bag might throw them off a little bit.
Yes.
So, and you can't even eat cheese. You
Right.
trust me. You trust me with your life.
I do. I'd eat your pizza.
Right, but you can't eat cheese, so I can't let those go to waste. I mean, that's pizza in the year 2026.
Mm-hmm.
That pizza cost me $3,000. I have to eat all of it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Can't let it go.
That's about $500 a slice.
It's $40. $40.
Oh.
That's how much a pizza costs.
really?
Now. Yeah, at one of these like fancy places.
Oh, man.
$40. Like 32,
Yeah, no,
and then you leave a little
better
bit of a
eat it all.
tip.
You better eat it all.
You got to eat it all.
Yes, you do.
Can you imagine? My dad was asked to buy a pizza for $40, what he would do.
He would not buy that pizza.
Well,
I
there's a
can tell you
problem.
much.
There's a problem right here. What? I think you gave us that family of 9's bill. Yeah. Why?
This says this pizza's $40. We
We
only
ju-
had one.
We just had one medium pizza here. $40. There's something wrong here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you'll fix it, or I'll call the cops. I got something in the car that'll take care of this.
Yes.
If you don't.
Oh, my
yeah,
gosh.
That's Bob.
That's Bob.
All right, let's start this hour off by letting you know that new is your keyword for the cash contest. $1,000 could be yours. Enter the word new at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in cash. Brought to you by BellevueRareCoins.com. Own gold. Now is the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins for convenient locations. BellevueRareCoins.com. All right, we've got baseball to discuss. We already have discussed it quite a bit this morning, but also a lot of football news. Here we sit 2 days shy of training camp. Our coverage will begin Monday morning at 6 o'clock. Appreciate Ian on his show yesterday. He plugged that quite a bit for us yesterday.
He's a good guy.
He's a good one. We'll keep him.
Yeah, one of the good Canadians.
Yeah. So 6 o'clock on Monday. Hugh Millen going to be joining us as well for most of the week. So excited about that as well. So training camp coverage begins on Monday morning, 6 o'clock, right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. And as often as they'll host us, we will be out there delivering the content to you. And then we ended up having all sorts of juicy stories here at the end of the week. Not all of them great. Nick Eamon-Wari, a surprise surgery, a surprise on the PUP list earlier this week. And then yesterday we learned why the ankle that had been sore, I don't know if it was necessarily injured, but sore. The soreness was not going away.
Mm-hmm.
And the Seahawks decided to get on top of that and had a surgery. So he's going to start the season, start training camp on the PUP list, physically unable to perform. And there is a chance, it sounds like when you have a surgical procedure, there's a chance it doesn't respond as well as you want it to. And so maybe you're up against the clock getting him ready for week number 1. But I kind of think that's why they did this. I think that there was, all right, he's been dealing with this really since the end of last year. It's not getting better on its own. It's still sore. We don't want to find out midway through the season the inevitable. Like, if he's going to need surgery eventually, let's do it now. Let's get it cleaned up. And it was just arthroscopic surgery. It's not like they took a tendon from his butt and put it in his ankle.
I hope not.
Yeah. So Arthur, just to clear it out, clean it up, and so he's not bothered by it anymore. And I think it's the ideal time. I know what people say when they hear this. Why didn't you do this back in February? As soon as the Super Bowl was over, we should have done
That's
this.
a valid question.
They don't want to cut on somebody. They don't have to cut on somebody. So if with an off-season, and an off-season program, you're supposed to give more rest, and maybe it heals on its own, and you don't have to cut on somebody. But when it lingers all the way through the summer or the spring program, then I think it's the right decision. Get it done. I think he'll be ready for week number 1. And even if he has to miss a game or 2, I want, when Nick Eamon-Wari takes the field, for that ankle to be 100%. And
Yes,
this is the
please.
best way to get there.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we learned yesterday. Those are my thoughts on Nick Eamon-Wari. Zach Charbonnet, no surprise there. He'll also start on the PUP list. And some of that talk from Mike McDonald, I think it was more complimentary to Zach Charbonnet's work ethic and healing recuperative powers. I think it was him giving a tip of the cap to Zach Charbonnet's doing everything it takes. He looks great in his recovery. Wouldn't surprise me if he's not ready by opening day. Well, he's not going to be ready by opening day. That's just not going to happen. But he probably will be ready sooner than normal people would that weren't working as hard as him. So he'll start on the physically unable to perform list. That's no surprise to anybody. And it does sound like he is on a path to be back before the normal amount of time.
Yeah, and I think that that's just obviously a bonus to everybody because nobody realistically expected him to be ready for week 1. If he's ready by week 3 and that's ahead of schedule, like, yay for us.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and I even if it's week 8.
Right, I just don't want him rushed back.
Yeah, let's not rush him back. Let's get it right. Let's kick the tires on this Jadarian Price character, and let's see if we can't piece it together until Zach can contribute 100%. And then, of course, the other big story item is Devin Witherspoon contract negotiations going for an extension. He's under contract. I mean, even if they don't come up with a deal, he'll play this year on his contract. Obviously, though, we have a wonderful relationship between player and organization, and we don't want to bring any harm to that with some sort of extended contract negotiation where Devin Witherspoon has to hear from John Schneider's lips, you're not as good as what you're asking for. We don't want that. I
don't think that'll happen.
I don't think it will either. I think that on paper, this should be the easiest easiest big-time contract extension in the history of John Schneider's career. You just got to follow, the pattern. And it's time for Devin Witherspoon to become the highest paid cornerback in the National Football League. It's time to make sure that it's not just the annual salary, but the signing bonus is huge. The guaranteed money is huge. So let's just make sure Devin Witherspoon feels rewarded. And let's make sure on Devin's side that you understand we're not going to go from $31 million to $50 million.
Right.
You're not that guy. Nobody is.
Right.
Okay.
It's not an insult to you.
Yeah, we're
just not crazy.
We're not, hey, agent, we're not going to just blow this out of the water. We're going to do it the way everybody does it. We like him. He likes us. This should be the easiest negotiation. I would think if the 4 of them, Mike, John, Devin, agent, sat down at dinner the day before training camp, tomorrow, and they just went out and got beers at Dino's and then just brought pens and papers and laptops and tried to figure out a contract. I would think by the time John ordered his tater tots, by the time they got to the table, the deal should be over. By the time it takes Dino's to whip up a batch of tater tots, the deal should get done. That's how easy this should be. So I don't want this lingering into the training camp.
No, and I don't think it will. And I don't think it'll be, I think it'll be done unceremoniously, kind of like with the JSN and with Derek Hall. It was just all of a sudden an insiders leaked out that the contract deal is being done. And then, 5 hours later, you hear from the Seahawks, we've agreed to a deal.
How much better are those tater tots going to taste when you got all the business taken care of?
Oh my gosh, they're going to be the best tater tots you ever had. The problem is now you're going to have to do deals every time you order tater tots to make them taste better. And they're good already.
Yeah, I mean, you're sitting there like trying to negotiate while you're eating. That's not fun. I hate that.
Me too.
So get the business done, and that'll be the best batch of tater tots you've ever tasted.
Yeah.
From Dino's.
Which is crazy because I don't know how their tater tots get much better.
Well, they are when you just became worth $31 million a year.
That'd be the best tater tot of my life.
All right, and then they can start just selling the spoon tots from that day forward.
Spoon tots.
See, I'm a businessman.
You
I'm an idea guy.
You are.
All right, well, let's get into something else, something that's not the headlines. And Greg's going to talk more about all those headlines at 10 o'clock with you today. But I heard something on the drive-in here today, and it was John Harbaugh, who has been with the Baltimore Ravens for 1,000 years and had built an outstanding culture of winning there. And yes, they did win one championship, so he built a championship culture. Lately, they weren't having as much success in the playoffs, and then most recently, didn't even get to the playoffs. So John Harbaugh out. Talk about unceremoniously. Out as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, and then everybody who had a head coaching vacancy, they were outside John Harbaugh's door, not the other way around, trying to get him to come to their organization. The Giants look at the Baltimore Ravens organization and its culture and couldn't be more envious. So they go out, they get John Harbaugh, they secure him, and yet he now has to start all over building a culture at a place void of it. I mean, John Harbaugh already had a great culture in Baltimore. Sure, he put his own spin and taste and flavor on it, but they'd already won a championship with Brian Billick, and the Ravens organization with Ozzie Newsome was already a great organization. So he now has to go to a place, really for the first time in his head coaching career, and take a bad culture and turn it into a great culture, which would be the goal. But there are a lot of people, a lot of critics out there that said he got off to a really bad start with this speech.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? I'm a little nervous, man. I'm nervous. Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. It's good to say kick off. I'm standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Certainly.
It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, in this seat, getting to work. Getting started, our beginning, because this is where it all begins, together.
All right, so, again, I've never been in a professional sports locker room, been a part of a team like that. This was aired on LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn's show that we drive into and sometimes endure. And that's two former players who've been the best player on their teams during their collegiate careers anyway. And both of them said that would do nothing for me. As a professional football player, that speech would do nothing to get me excited. And you see that. You hear it. What it sounds like to me was John Harbaugh did not want to prepare a speech, thought that he could get in there and just talk about Giants culture, and he could wing it. And then when he started, I think his own excitement for being a Giant, he tried to relay, and it came off a little corny.
Yep.
And so I think he, about 6 seconds into it, regretted that he didn't have a speech prepared, that he didn't work on a speech. And so it ended up not sounding very motivational. I'll say that. And so, I mean, there wasn't really a plan beyond these players are going to get off on me being excited to be a Giant, and they should be just as excited. He didn't really tap into anything there. So I do think that it felt short, and my guess is, like I built up with, that it has everything to do with him actually having a little bit of nerves. I've never had to build a culture before. I've gone in front of a team to start a season 18 times without notes, without a script, without a prepared speech. And I have roused the troops. But I think he got into that moment and was like, oh, this is different. This is new. These are all new faces. It's a new organization. I got to build this thing from the ground up. And maybe I should have prepared for something.
He definitely should have prepared something. I mean, the players looked like they couldn't have given two you-know-whats about what he was saying. They weren't even slightly motivated. And it came across almost like he couldn't believe he was lucky enough to be the head coach of the Giants, which should not be the case. You are John Harbaugh. They are lucky to have you. And you shouldn't walk in being like, aloof and I'm lucky, you're lucky I'm here. But you should walk in
like Will Stein from Kentucky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you should walk in knowing that they are lucky to have you and you're going to make a difference here and you're about to, impart your wisdom. It shouldn't be like, it almost seemed like he was like, oh, this moment's so big for me.
Yeah. I think what he was trying to create in young people, and young people today don't really appreciate history like people John Harbaugh's age and my age. We were taught to respect and appreciate history, and we're taught about its history. And I think that was him trying to get across to them the message of, you got to understand, this is like a blue blood culture of the National Football League, and we've got this opportunity to build this and grow this back to where it belongs. And this is exciting.
That would have been better.
Be a little anxious, a little nervous about it. And it just didn't come off. Yeah. And so it got me thinking about how amazing a job Mike Macdonald did in building his culture. So for 2 years to have seamlessly, with apparently the most complicated defense in the business right now, no experience at the job as a head coach. And he came in and got everybody on the same page within the first training camp that he ever conducted. And I don't know what his speech was like, but he got them on the same page, and they've been nothing but on the same page, getting better week to week to week to week to week to week until they won a championship at the end of their second year together. And this year, he gets to show up at camp not worried about building culture. He only has to worry about maintaining culture, which is a hell of a lot easier than building a culture, especially from a bad culture like John Harbaugh is having to do with the Giants going forward. So what a relief that has to be for Mike to already have proven to everyone in the room, trust me, we've got something special here. He doesn't have to spend any time convincing anyone in that room of that. I talked to Greg Bell about this at 7:05, and this is his response.
It's his biggest accomplishment. It's probably the biggest accomplishment in Seattle sports history because he is a first-time head coach. It's not like he's done this before. It's not like he's come in and been in charge and putting in his own culture. He was 36 and had never been a head coach at any level. Not in high school in Athens, Georgia, not in college at Michigan for the 1 year he coached there, and not in Baltimore where he was an assistant for more than a decade to John Harbaugh. I will say this, everything he does, short of what his dad, West Point graduate dad, taught him, but everything he does in a football sense, culture building, is from John Harbaugh. Now, he has his own personal spin on it, of course, but the tone setting, the professionalism, the players' input to what they do, he learned that from John Harbaugh. He's taken it to another level with walk and talks and things that he talks about off the field with the players and giving the players input on how the team should be and what they want out of the team. He's taken that to another level. That's his own personal touch. But, yeah, the 10-7 season, they didn't make the playoffs. That was the year that the veterans said, this rookie head coach knows what he's doing. What he's doing is turning into win, especially on defense. And when they really just bought into the changing on the fly at the snap and the communication that's needed, all of that worked so wonderfully on defense that the buy-in was instant. And you're right. Don't take that for granted. That's an accomplishment that took a hell of a lot of effort.
Yeah.
And McDonald's saying he's still tweaking that. He's still in his third season now, changing that in itself to make it even better.
And that will never stop. You always have to tweak it. You always have to evolve. We talked to Coach Holmgren about that. Even when you are considered one of the best offensive minds in the history of football, if you're not constantly evolving and tweaking that offense and that game plan, then you're going to fall behind because the others are going to catch on to what you're doing. Well, when it comes to culture, it's even more difficult because you don't get to the end of a game and you see the amount of culture that you've created on a scoreboard. You can see how many points you scored, how many yards you have. There's a stat that kind of can support that. This is more of an intangible, well, certainly an intangible quality, but it might be the most important quality in today's game when you're bringing that many grown alpha males together into a room and then getting them to operate as one heartbeat, as one functioning unit. And for Mike Macdonald to have done what he's done over the last 2 years, and now he is already in the position of, I'm just here to make sure it doesn't get away from us, constantly thinking about how to tweak it, how to make it a little bit better, and certainly to avoid it getting a little bit worse at any time. Got to stay ahead of that. I got to keep all the plates spinning on all of the sticks. And for him to have gotten to this point in 2 short years, I mean, as great a job as John Schneider has done in building this team and drafting and free agents and trading, and he's done better job in the last few years than anyone in the sport.
Yeah.
Mike Macdonald has been the key to this. He has been Family Feud, #1 answer. Like, who's been the most important factor in the Seahawks having won a championship 2 years into a brand new head coaching era? #1 answer, 57% of people surveyed, Mike Macdonald is the guy. And that culture aspect, the fact that he has aced that area and has the opportunity now to grow it. Oh, man, that is some exciting stuff for the next 10 years of Seahawks football. Not that it already hasn't been exciting.
Yeah, it really is. And people should be taking note of the way that he's doing things.
All right, but then again, when you're that good and you've got some sort of knack at it, you can take notes. You might not be able to pull it off. You might not have the skills. You might not have the ability to pull it off even if you do take notes. It's like he took notes from all of the mentors that he had and then has his own little special quality of reaching players that I don't know if another person can just study it and duplicate it. It's a great culmination of events that has taken place, and it took the mind of Mike Macdonald to recognize, I want to borrow all the best things from all the best people that I've ever worked with, and then I want to add my own great qualities to it as well, and it's a delicious soup that he's created. All right, coming up next, it is time. Speaking of soup, maybe we'll serve some at brunch. Next, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck in the Morning. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. EverythingTulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're ready to play. We're learning the way to do it right. We're the baseball bunch. We're gonna go far. We learn from the stars. We are the baseball bunch. We're having fun while we're learning to run and hit and throw and catch that ball. You can learn too. We're waiting for you. You got a hunch you'll love the baseball bunch.
From the people that brought you Reckless at Breakfast, we invite you to the Baseball Brunch. Hello, everyone. My name is Johnny Brinch, and we have another exciting show for you here today as we recap the latest Mariners baseball game.
Yes, indeed. Hi, Johnny.
Hey, kids. Oh, man, you're so full of life.
I can't wait to find out what we learned today.
Oh, I dig your spirit. Well, the Mariners took on the Cincinnati Reds. We were all expecting this team to come out of the gates at home against two of the worst teams in Major League Baseball record-wise by at least winning a couple of series. We weren't getting greedy. We weren't looking for sweeps. But can you not take 2 out of 3 from the Giants? Check.
Yeah.
And what about the Cincinnati Reds? Well,
Should be able to.
got off to a 1-0 start, right? All you had to do is win one of the next 2. Well, didn't quite work out that way. They lost game number 2 and then game number 3 yesterday afternoon at T-Mobile. Emerson Hancock was outstanding, still was trailing by a run. And even though Cal did not come through and his frustration continues to build over the poor season that he's having at the plate, Luke Raley did.
Raley to the gap in right center field. Base hit. Rosarena is in to tie. Naylor crosses home. Luke Raley gives the Mariners a 4th inning lead. It's 3-2.
Thank you, Mariners TV. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Luke Raley, for the 2-run single there. 3-2 lead at the end of 4 innings for the Mariners. Hancock puts up a 0 in the 5th. Struggles a little bit to get through the 6th. But, of course, Dan Wilson had saved his best 3 relievers for the last month and a half to pitch in this particular game. So he had the trains stacked on the track. Bizzardo in the 7th, Spire in the 8th, Munoz in the 9th. To protect a 1-run lead. And instead, Bizzardo takes the mound in the 7th, walks a guy, gives up a single to center, does get Ellie De La Cruz to fly out to left field, but Sal Stewart ends up hitting a 3-run homer over the right field wall, and the Mariners cannot recover from that. 5-3 is the final score. I know at this point people are just expecting me to pound right now Dan Wilson on a daily basis until this team starts playing better, more consistent basis. I would just say this. The things that I've been frustrated about with this team, to me, and I watched the game twice yesterday.
Yeah.
Once and a half. I fell asleep in the first one. But I watched 1.5 times. And I did not see the lack of focus, lack of energy, lack of effort. I didn't see anything that looked like that.
Right.
As far as pitching decisions go, I have a problem with what Dan does leading up to yesterday. But, yeah, Hancock should have come out after the 6th. Bizzardo fine in the 7th. He had a bad day. He's entitled to that. And Sal Stewart's a really good hitter. He was in the All-Star game, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
So the result doesn't bother me all that much. Obviously, you're going to lose. Cincinnati's got some talent, and so you lose it 5-3. But if you did want me to sort of nitpick about this, like big picture, yeah, I do have a problem. And I do have a problem with Dan. And I do have a problem once again with we were down 1 the night before and decided not to use any of our big 3 relievers to save them for Wednesday afternoon. We use one of them. He gets roughed up. And now, how much do you wish that Spire would have pitched the 9th inning on Tuesday evening down 1 rather than Rucker? Even more so than before, because we didn't even end up using Spire or Munoz, and decided once again in the 8th inning that a 2-run deficit is just way too much to overcome. Let's focus on the next game. I thought Anders sent out a great tweet about this the other day. It's like the mixed messages. Like, Julio doesn't start 2 nights ago, then you bring him off the bench, and that is an aggressive move toward winning that game.
Yep.
He's not 100%, but let's put Julio in the game. That's an aggressive move toward, let's pull this thing out. And then you put Ferrer in, and it's another aggressive move toward, let's pull this thing out. And then the team responds and scores a run in each of those 2 innings and cuts it from a 3-run deficit to a 2-run deficit and then a 1-run deficit. And then all of a sudden the strategy is, now let's work on tomorrow in the 9th inning. And all of that, I mean, I don't think anything was terribly wrong about what the team did yesterday in that 5-3 loss, but it did stir the echoes of a lot of things that I've had a problem with Dan Wilson all season long. Yesterday, just the same.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you should be trying to win the game you're in. You can't play the game for tomorrow's game. And I understand that at certain aspects, you have to think about, oh, what does our next few days look like? But we talked over and over. You have Thursday off. You have not a game till Friday night. You had a lot of time. You should have used those pitchers on Tuesday night, and maybe it wouldn't have worked out in your favor. But you should have tried to win that game because whether you win Tuesday or you win Wednesday, you still win the series.
We are spending way too much time trying to figure out what's best for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand you do that to a certain degree. We're past 100 games. We can't get in a groove. And whatever this strategy is, it needs to change.
You play to win the game.
Yeah. And it's not like we've got an overburdened bullpen. We don't. Fewest innings in the entire league.
Yep.
And it's not like we have a bad bullpen. We don't. I mean, not a lot of teams have 4 guys that they can rely on. We have 4 guys that we can actively rely on. I know Bizzardo didn't come through yesterday. So it's not like we have a bad bullpen. I think there's something horribly wrong with how we use them.
Yep.
And it's not changing. It's not adjusting. And the philosophy is not on. I could kind of live with it if the philosophy was, nope, you're wrong. This is the way we're doing it. But it's inconsistent from inning to inning, game to game on how we approach it. And that's
with the starters and the bullpen.
That's absurd.
Yeah. Makes no sense.
All right. Do we have time to hear from our featured guest, or should we go to what do we learn today? All right. Let's hear from Emerson Hancock. Let's finish this by hearing from Mamaw. He's the sweetest person I know that's not one of my grandmothers. So here's Mamaw Hancock after the game.
I thought just kind of like body-wise felt really good. I thought it's very hard to stimulate making major league pitches and kind of how your body's feeling out there and slowing things down and controlling kind of how everything's going. So I was pleased with that part of it. I mean, from how everything had felt with just like my hand and like obviously the recovery aspect of it, yeah, it felt pretty good.
How significant for you was coming back in the 5th and 6th the way that you did after the way the 4th went there?
Good. I mean, yeah, that's what you want to do. I mean, just for us as a staff, we want to pitch to the 6th inning, and I think like the way the guys have been throwing the past couple of days, like when you're out there, it's like I want to try to find a way to get those 3 outs in the 6th, and if we needed to go longer, it could have gone whatever it is, but like that's what we want to do as a staff.
After that home run in the 4th, we saw Naylor come out and he say to you?
He just kind of said, hey, like just kind of keep being free, keep moving freely out there, continue to execute. And I think he had saw maybe in one of the innings, maybe just try to get a little placey with it, start trying to control some things. So in that moment, I think he'd noticed, you're moving free, you're just being yourself out there. So pretty big moment for him.
Emerson, I know you've been focused on getting yourself right, but also look at the team. This is kind of a chance to build up some momentum after winning the last series, and you guys kind of keep hovering around 500. And have trouble making that breakthrough. What's that been like from your perspective?
I mean, I think we've all heard about it. It's not the first half that we had probably expected or wanted, but at the end of the day, like we got another opportunity in Texas, and you got another chance to go in there, compete as hard as you can, and then maybe you get on a run from there. Like we don't know, but I think you have the off day tomorrow, guys get to reset, and then you have a really big 4-game series against Texas where, we're ready to go in there and compete, and that's kind of where our mindset is right now.
He's such a great young man.
He really is.
He really is, and I'm so happy for him. I mean, because of all the crappiness that we've had to discuss this season. I mean, what a bright light he's been.
Oh, yeah.
And he's passed the threshold. And that's where we're going to start with what did we learn today, kids? Emerson Hancock's passed the threshold of worrying about. He is a bona fide excellent starter. And I think he's going to be for years to come. Whatever hurdle he had to clear, he's cleared it. The arm slot, maybe he had to find his arm slot. He's found it. Certainly the competitive nature of having to fight just to get into the starting rotation has introduced, I think, a new, entirely positive part of his personality. And I think that he's past the threshold of being somebody to be concerned about. He's here. He's good. And I think he's going to be good for a really long period of time. The other thing we learned, Cal's still not fixed. I mean, you can see it in his mannerisms. He's as angry now as he's been at any point this season. And I'm starting to worry that he's not going to get fixed before the end of the year, frankly. And finally, I didn't have anything wrong with yesterday's game management by itself, but it did highlight for me what's been wrong all season long in regards to game management of the 2026 Seattle Mariners. All right, we'll do a baseball brunch again, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Coming up next, has an entire league just flat out blown it, and is the person that was there to save it once there to save it again? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's the biggest series of the year so far. We're going to preview it at the top of the hour with one of them jerks from Texas. You know how they operate.
Yep.
Probably be pretty uncomfortable. Talking to Sean McFarland of the Dallas Morning News, but we're going to do it at 9 o'clock. It's just that big of a series to this point in the season. Hopefully we'll have a bigger one later this season.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, but we'll talk to Sean McFarland about it, get the pulse of things in the Fort Worth area coming up at 9 o'clock. I do want to mention this, though. The WNBA is getting ready for its All-Star weekend, and it's kind of this. There's just a story going on here of is the WNBA going to blow this? We haven't seen this happen a lot about in sports history, where you finally get your savior for your league and you just ride that popularity and that momentum and see where it takes you. And I'm sure that there was some jealousy, and I'm sure there was some hatred for Magic and Larry when they took over the NBA. But the NBA did not let that get in its way. They had the most momentum ever. Then they handed it off to Michael Jordan. And suddenly a league that many people thought was unwatchable in the 70s was arguably America's favorite thing to watch. Lakers, Celtics, rivalry, summer finals, all of that sort of thing. Well, the WNBA was handed this Caitlin Clark gift, and it's been talked about a lot, how mismanaged it has been. And so they get their gift to try to take them to the next level, and it does. They get the ratings. Everybody got pay raises, significant pay raises. They got their travel enhanced, not just enhanced, but from like traveling like you and I would.
Right, like commuter planes.
Right, to suddenly, traveling like ballers.
Mm-hmm.
And the reward Caitlin Clark got for this was most of the league hated her, spited her, tried to fight her, punished her on the court, stepped on her, yanked on her, all sorts of things, to the point where Caitlin Clark's suffered a lot of injuries, and this year hasn't even really been that good of a player for most of the season. And so there's a chance that the WNBA was finally given the gift they'd been waiting 25 years for, and they could ruin it. I really believe that. They could ruin it.
Yeah.
But guess who's stepping up to save them again? Caitlin Clark. They're getting ready for the All-Star weekend, and all of a sudden she's playing the best basketball that she's played since she became a professional. In her last 3 games, she scored 89 points, almost averaging 30 points per game. She's shooting over 50% from the field. She's shooting very nearly 50% from three-point land, which is what she's known for. She has 28 assists, so she's averaging 30 points and 9 assists per game in the last 3 games. Her team's won all 3 games, and they're averaging over 110 points per game. They've suddenly become the most exciting show in the WNBA. Not the best team, that's Minnesota,
right,
who the Storm just played last night, but the most exciting team in the WNBA, which is exactly what she was going to provide. She might not have ended up being the best player. She might not have ended up being on the best team. She might not have won championship after championship, but there's no doubt the excitement level that she was going to bring was something like they'd never seen before in that league, and they pretty much went out of their way to try to destroy her. And now, of all people, in the midst of this decline that they're suffering, that is stepping up to save them, it's the person that they've tried to ruin.
Yeah.
It's Caitlin Clark that's stepping up, getting ready for WNBA All-Star Weekend, and is suddenly playing the best basketball she's played as a pro. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Do you think they'll appreciate her this time around?
No.
Or will we talk Monday morning about how such ex-player bloodied her nose because they just couldn't stand that the fan cheered for her and not herself?
I don't think that they're going to celebrate her. I think they're going to kind of pretend she doesn't exist now, because they've even had Adam Silver step in and say, "What are you doing?
I know.
You guys are screwing this all up." That's embarrassing. If you want to separate yourself and be your own league and show that, oh, look at all this money we make, look at how successful we are, and you can't even navigate having one massive star, so much so that the NBA commissioner has to call you out for it. That's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. That's all embarrassing. But Caitlin Clark might rise above it. She
might.
certainly hasn't backed down.
No.
She certainly hasn't backed down from the abuse that she's taken on the court, but we'll see. Might be an important weekend. Might be an important weekend for the entire league. We'll see how it all goes down. All right, coming up next, Sean McFarland will preview the biggest series of the season to date for the 2026 Mariners on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Here's a question for you to ponder, and our next guest to ponder. Does other people's food smell better than your own?
Yes, always.
Does it?
Yes.
You already thought about this.
Because I can smell whatever's in there now.
It was
Your pizza earlier.
Same thing. I just heated it back up again.
Oh, it was the same thing.
Yeah. Well,
See, but it smells different this time.
It does?
Yeah, it does. It smells less pizza. Like I think someone else also must have cooked something, so it's like a combo.
I sprayed some Dakar Noir on it.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
You know.
It smells like Dracar Noir pizza. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want it to come off.
You wanted your breath to smell nice after you eat it.
I wanted it to smell
romantic. And when you
romantic.
burp it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted everyone to go, is your breath Dracar Noir?
Wind song. A little squirt of wind
There you
song,
go.
so it'll
Some
stay
cool
on
water
your mind.
cologne.
Yeah. All right. So you already knew that. I'm not breaking any kind of news here.
No, that's the same as like if you cook something and someone else cooks something, chances are you could make it exactly the same. You're going to like theirs better because they just gave it to you. You didn't have to work for it.
I see. All right. Joining us now on the program from the Dallas Morning News. We're getting ready for a big series here this weekend, a 4-game series of the Texas Rangers to try and determine first place. And Sean McFarland covers the Texas Rangers, the enemy. And so we're going to get his thoughts on this upcoming showdown. Hi, Sean. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Did you know that other people's food smells better than your own? Did you know that?
I think that tracks. I mean, look, isn't the same thing as being at a restaurant and seeing the waiter bring someone else's food out and you say, that looks a lot better than what I got. I think it's the same psychological thing, right?
But it is purely psychological.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because in a restaurant, then you instantly think, oh, God, I probably made the wrong choice because you see someone else's go by.
Right,
exactly.
Yeah.
All right. You two already knew this. I just figured it out this morning. All right. Well, let's talk some baseball here, Sean. And I'll tell you this. We had some pretty big expectations up here in the Pacific Northwest. And we've been very frustrated 100-plus games into the season. And so as we enter this 4-game series against the Texas Rangers, I'd say anger, frustration have dominated our thoughts here in Seattle this season. How are the Rangers and Ranger fans approaching it? Have you been just as frustrated in Dallas? Not you personally, but have Ranger fans been just as frustrated that they don't have a bigger lead and a down year in the American League West? Or is it a little different because maybe your expectations weren't as high as ours here in Seattle?
I think frustration is the perfect word for it. I think with this team is 51 through 102 games, and it feels exactly like that. There's been a lot of missed opportunities. I think if you want to look through the rose-colored glasses, I think you look at what they've done given injuries to key contributors like Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford, and having to navigate those bumps in the road. But I think for the most part, you came into this season with what you thought would be a great rotation, what you thought would be a healthier, better lineup, and a new manager that you thought could maybe really pull some strings here. And I think to be in first place, I don't think there is as much excitement around the fan base right now, despite the fact that through 102 games, just a week out from the deadline, they are in first place. Like, that should be something you should be happy about, but I don't think that is the mutual feeling down here.
What has not worked for the Texas Rangers that you thought might?
I think the biggest thing is, I think coming into the season, you looked at this trio of Jake Berger, Josh Young, and Jock Peters and said, man, if those guys can bounce back and have the seasons we hope or think they can have, this could be a really good offense. The good thing is those guys have bounced back. The bad news is you haven't gotten really anything out of Corey Seager. Wyatt Langford has missed a ton of games, but he's been great when he is healthy. So I think it's limited what this offense can do. And I think because of that, last year, this rotation was the best in baseball. It was incredibly dominant. It is the only reason why last year's team was even remotely competitive at times. I think there was the expectation that there would be some regression. More than they expected. It's effectively a league average rotation. So you couple that with an offense that I think is better than last year, but also I think just ultimately average. I think it really limits the upside of what this team could have been. And that doesn't include the fact that the bullpen is almost exclusively rookies at this point, and it's really shorthanded, and the rotation is too. But the biggest thing is like there's been some regression and injuries, and it's kind of been a nasty combination.
What has surprised you most about the Mariners having not pulled away in this division?
Yeah, I think it just felt like they might have been primed to do it, right?
That's the way we feel. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so, right? I mean, you look at in Houston coming off of last year, they haven't kicked into gear. I think the Rangers, again, I think the Rangers, much like the Mariners, probably thought they could have ran away with this division at any point, but they haven't. And I think that kind of sets up a really interesting weekend between these two teams, but also a really fascinating kind of next month is like, I don't know, does anyone in this division feel great about it being theirs right now? I don't really think so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Houston's still there. Like I thought for sure that we could at least write off Houston the start they got off to, but then you open up your daily standings and they're 2 games back, for goodness sake, Sean.
Yeah.
Go away.
Yeah. Isn't that what Mariners fans and Rangers fans have been saying for 10 years now? Would you leave us alone?
Yeah.
What are you still doing here?
Sean McFarland is with us, Texas Rangers reporter for the Dallas Morning News. You can follow Sean at McFarland_Sean, and we're talking about the big series this weekend. And I said this a little bit earlier in the show. I mean, the only way that this weekend has real significance is if one team sweeps the other. That could be momentous, and it's changing. If it's 3-1, the team that goes 1-3 can easily bounce back, could be right back in first place a week later, for goodness sake. And so I don't say this is make or break weekend for either team. The series, the division's not going to be won this weekend, but what do you feel is at stake over the course of the next 4 days between these two combatants?
Well, for the Rangers, I think what's at stake is understanding their direction come the deadline. Right. I mean, we talked with some of the front office folks on Monday, and the idea was, hey, we have to play winning baseball. We have to be above 500. We have to maintain our lead in the division as we head into the deadline. That's what I needed to see. And, 4 or 5 days later, and they're 500, barely in first place, not playing winning baseball. So I think from a Rangers perspective, I think this series might show you what this team is, right? I think the guys know that this is a really critical series to where this team goes this year and potentially in the future. So how do they respond to that? Do they go out there and put up a fight and say to ownership in the front office that this is a winning team you should support, or do they get swept? Do they lose the series? Is that enough to tell the front office, like, hey, this is not a playoff team, even if they are theoretically, a game and a half out of first place. So I think from the Rangers, this is going to be a series that might be the best thing right now that can tell people what exactly this team is.
Interesting. All right, so next 4 days, Miller versus Gore, Wu versus Eovaldi, Gilbert versus DeGrom, Kirby versus Rocker. That's some pretty good pitching matchups. Which of those 4 is the gem to Sean McFarland? Miller versus Gore, Wu versus Eovaldi, Gilbert versus DeGrom, Kirby versus Rocker.
I think I'm going to go... I'm going to go the one with DeGrom. I think it's just so fun watching that guy pitch, especially in big games like this. And I think a weekend game, you have the crowd there. That's going to be an important game. I just think anytime he's on the mound, that's kind of the star one to watch. But, I think they all have really interesting subplots. From a Rangers standpoint, it's like, Rocker has been so up and down, but he's coming off a great start. Can he carry that momentum? Gore has these flashes of brilliance, and then these other times where he looks, really lost out there. And Eovaldi has not quite been himself this year, but he responds in big games like this. So I just think, the 4 guys going out there from the Rangers side, it kind of makes for interesting theater, I think.
Sean McFarland from the Dallas Morning News covers the Rangers, joining us here to preview the big series this week. And starts tomorrow, 4-game series all the way through Monday. Rangers versus Mariners, half game separating them. So first place on the line this weekend, no matter how paltry that sounds within the American League West this year. What kind of environment should we expect? I mean, you got football starting next week, I would imagine. In Texas, people are already fired up for Cowboys football, and that's going to get started, training camps anyway, this weekend. So is this going to be sort of a playoff feel, or have the Rangers fans not quite bought into that yet with this club?
Yeah, it's a good question. I was kind of surprised this week. They just had the White Sox in town, and they drew pretty good crowds for midweek games against the White Sox, who have been good this season, and there I think is a pretty decent amount of Chicago area transplants in Dallas. That might have helped, but it was a pretty good crowd, pretty rambunctious crowd. Look, I will say this: it is 105 degrees out here in Dallas right now, and Globe Life Field is air conditioned. It's got a roof. And I think it's a great place to be if you want to get out of the heat for a few hours. And I think that might actually help them draw some fans, is like, hey, it's hot as hell to be outside. Let's go sit indoors and watch some good baseball for a few hours. I think that might actually be working in their favor at this moment.
I don't know if you're going to be hired on the Texas Rangers PR team when your slogan for this weekend is "Come for the air conditioning, stay for the first place battle."
Hey, whatever gets people there to watch some good baseball, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think the fans will recognize that this is a big weekend, and I think when Evaldi or DeGrom are pitching, they show up and show out for those matchups.
Well, you've watched your team play every pitch, I'm sure, this year, and you've watched the Rangers. You've kept in track of the Mariners from afar. I'm sure watched a handful of games. So go ahead and handicap this weekend. What is your expectation? Who wins the weekend? And then who wins the division? Who ultimately is going to take this thing? And we'll keep Houston in this conversation for you.
I think both teams split the series, and I think we know just as much about these two teams as we do now come Monday night. I really think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be a split series, and from a Rangers perspective, I don't know if it's going to help them advance their thought process as the deadline is concerned, and we really kind of remain status quo. Look, I'm still going to go the Mariners for the division. I really am. I think this Rangers team has a ton of spunk. I think Skip Schumacher's done a really good job managing what he has. I just think they've had to rely on so many players that are probably have been thrust into larger roles than they should be in, and they've played really well. I just don't know if you can rely on that kind of setup during a stretch playoff run. And that's kind of my biggest concern with this team. And the deadline can change that one way or another. But I just have concerns about the long-term viability about this bullpen and some of the guys who've had to step up because of injuries.
Well, if nothing else, enjoy the air conditioning. Maybe have a snow cone, to battle the heat. And we'll see how this goes down. We're definitely looking forward to it here in Seattle. So should be a fun 4 days, Sean. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Sean McFarland joining us here on the radio program. And if you want to follow Sean, you can do so at McFarland with a D at the end _Sean. And he's got it the way my brother spells his name, SHAWN. And of course, he's getting ready for air conditioning, snow cones, and a split this weekend against the Seattle Mariners. I really think that's probably what's going to happen, too. I think we're going to build up all this hype about a 4-game series, and we're still in July, for goodness sake. And at the end of it, it's just going to pretty much just come out in the wash. They're not playing very good baseball. We're not playing good baseball. And this is going to be probably a low-scoring series because there's a lot of good pitching on display over the course of the next 4 days. And I would imagine when we come back on the air on Monday, One team's up 2-1, and we'll be previewing the split game. That's how this thing will turn out. Even if it goes 3-1 Rangers, you're still just 2.5 games out with 2 months to play at this point. If it goes 3-1 Mariners, then you're only a game and a half up on the Texas Rangers with 2 months to play. Nobody's getting out Gatorade. Nobody is getting out champagne. There will be no celebration after this is over. I will say a sweep one way or the other could feel significant, especially right before the trading deadline. But that comment by Sean, who covers the Rangers every day, really tells you everything you need to know about this divisional race. He's sitting here getting ready. They're in first place with a 4-game series against the team that's in second place in the division. And he's saying he's not sure they're not going to sell at the trading deadline.
Which is crazy to me.
Meanwhile, we are all buy. There is no notion to sell here in Seattle by Jerry or Justin. It is all about buying. We had Jim Bowden on earlier this week, and he's like, they should be buying. They should run away with this division. Even if they don't make a trade at the deadline, Jim Bowden said the Mariners should run away with the division. This is what we're talking. This is what we've been talking about in the mornings. This team, the Rangers beat writer recognizes it.
Yeah.
The national guys recognize it.
Yeah.
We should have already built an 8-10 game lead in this division.
And I think that's why everyone's so mad.
Yeah. And we should still run away with it in the second half, despite that we don't have the lead in the division this point. So the talent disparity, the roster structure disparity is just so dramatically in favor of us that should be encouraging. Now, I'll admit, 100 games, not being able to find your groove feels like it's just fractured. You know, I don't know how it gels. I don't know how it comes together. I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith that they're going to have their normal second half run. You might have to battle it to the end. You might have to win this division because the Rangers and the Astros both cooperated. You finished 2 games over 500 and won it by a half a game. Maybe that's the way that this story has to play out, but it shouldn't. And when you have even the Rangers beat writer and every national host in America saying the Mariners should win this thing going away, that's why I keep coming back to this, not to pick on a scab. But I don't have a problem with the roster construction. I don't have a problem what they did in the front office to lead us to this point. We're underachieving right now. And yeah, it has a lot to do with the players not playing well.
Right.
But that falls far more squarely on the shoulders of Dan Wilson not getting the most out of the talent given him than it does to the people that gave him the talent.
Well, yeah, because he's supposed to be at least, Logan said it, that he loves it. He loves playing for Dan. He wants him there forever. He gets him all fired up. I just want to see it.
Yeah, where's the fire?
I just want to see it.
Where is that all fired up? I see it when you pitch, Logan.
Yeah.
I see it when everybody pitches. But the 9 roster guys don't play that way on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
Where is that fire? Yeah, you're right. He should be responsible for firing people up. And that's not pep speeches, and that'll go in one ear and out the other if you give too many of those.
Right.
It's more of just holding people accountable, not worrying about being everybody's friend.
It's not rah, rah, rah.
Yeah, not being a nice guy, not even being a good guy, but being a fair, direct guy who's asking you to play like a professional, every single person on the roster, to try to get the most out of them. I said this all the time about Pete Carroll. He would play he was like Prince. He would play every single instrument in the room. He knew how to play every kind of instrument.
Yep.
He could play a sitar as well as he could play the drums. You know, he's Jack White out there. Not everybody's a master musician like Pete Carroll was. And maybe that actually worked to his detriment over time, that he didn't have more grounded rules. But if you think that you can manage Cal Raleigh and Logan Gilbert the same way you manage Randy Arozarena and Josh Naylor, you're out of your ever-living mind.
Yeah, that they're very different. Very different.
So to me, it's why I squarely put it on him. I do. If we're not going to hold him responsible for getting the most out of his players, then what is a manager held responsible for in today's day and age?
Well, and there's a lot.
Because there are a lot fewer decisions that a manager has to make today. There are hardly any X's and O's decisions that they make anymore today. So, I mean, I wasn't even planning on talking about that. But when Sean McFarland covers the Texas Rangers says, this team's not convinced that they can win. When we got 2 months to go and they have the lead, it shows you how much respect is being given to the Mariners and how good they should be. And yet we can't play well for 3 straight nights in a row.
Right.
We're incapable of it. And to me, that does fall on Dan Wilson. All right, coming up next, we'll talk Seahawks at training camp. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck in the Morning. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
Well, since the beginning of when Chuck and Buck in the Morning got together and started covering training camp for you, mornings here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, that's been a staple of our training camp coverage. We did it almost every day, some different camp battle conversation, and that was the open to it. And we're certainly going to do it again next week. Start on Monday with our training camp coverage, 6 o'clock. We get things going. It'll be myself and Hugh Millen from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. So excited to have QB1 with us for a lot of the first week of training camp. So we'll be picking his brain down there in Renton. And so this year we'll have that same feature. We're going to bring that back. We're going to have 2 men enter. We're going to have the camp battle feature. And yet, I think we only got one.
Oh, is that it?
And I think it might be the biggest one from a fantasy football standpoint in the entire National Football League. I asked Dave Richard from CBS Sports just yesterday at 9 o'clock, which you can go listen to on the podcast if you missed it. And I said, where does this rank the running back battle for the Seahawks on the list of things that you will be most closely monitoring throughout training camp? He didn't say number one, but he goes, oh, it's pretty high. It's pretty high up on that list because nobody knows how it's really going to shake out at this point. So, plus what Greg told us at 7:05 today, I didn't even realize this, 86% of the snaps that were taken last year are all back on this roster, which seems impossible for a Super Bowl champion because, of course, the vultures come to try to get the scraps from a Super Bowl champion. They try to steal away your goods once they know you got the riches on the block. They try to steal things away from you. And so 86% of last year's snaps are back on the roster this year. So when you have that much return, I'm not sure where the other camp battles even are. I mean, defensive line, you're just looking for rotational pieces, right? Like being a starter, not necessarily what you're even, you don't even have to be a starter necessarily. You're just trying to establish your front four and then have plenty of rotational pieces there. I think Ty Okada's got the free safety job locked down. I think Josh Job's got the right cornerback spot locked down. I think wide receiver wise, I mean, we might use fewer than 3 receiver sets for the first time in a long time, but I still think Cooper Kupp has his role, Rashid Shaheed has his role, and JSN, of course, is wide receiver 1 at all times. And I think our offensive line is set, barring injury, to all of this stuff. So really, the one camp battle, and we'll probably end up discussing it every single day in some form, is who's going to get the carries at running back with Zach Charbonnet out of the lineup for a few weeks. That is going to be a monster conversation throughout the next month.
Yeah, and that it is really the only thing on everyone's mind, right? Because George Halani keeps getting brought up, and then, of course, you've got Jadarian Price, and you've got these other Emmanuel Wilson and other options, but even when that's established, or then it's going to be what happens when Zach Charbonnet comes back. And I mean, the running back competition is going to be at least the first half of the season one of the main topics.
Oh yeah, probably all the way to the end of the season. I mean, you spent a first-round draft pick on a running back, so Jadarian Price. The expectation is by the end of the season that he's developed into a major piece of this offense. Maybe it won't start that way. But how big of a piece is he from game one, especially with Charbonnet on the sidelines? And if Jadarian Price can prove, you're not going to want to take me out of the lineup, then that's going to complicate the return of Zach Charbonnet. He might go back to the role that he filled a year ago, which I think would be fine with everybody, right? If Jadarian Price steps in here and just says, no, I'm the guy.
Yeah.
Then Charbonnet comes back into the role that he played a year ago, and I think that's choice A, right there. I do believe George Halani's going to be given an opportunity as the veteran. I think that there probably will be. I've said this before. Don't be surprised if George Halani's not our starting running back on opening day. Starting running back. He gets introduced coming out of the tunnel. Yeah. He's on the field when the first drive of the season begins. But by the end of the game, by the end of that very first game, my guess is, at this stage, without camp having even begun, that Jadarian Price will have 12 carries and Halani will have 8.
Right, he'll just edge him out, yeah.
Yeah, that from day one, Halani might start, but Price is still going to be the guy that gets more carries than George Halani. Now, that might change if Price doesn't hit the ground running and Zach Charbonnet does come back. Charbonnet probably will become your RB1. But I think ideally you want Price to be that guy. Here's the other thing about this camp battle that's going to be intriguing, because there's going to be a lot of different ways that we're going to slice this thing up over the course of the next 5 weeks. And that is, man, you want to talk about the opportunity of golden opportunities for the guy invited to camp who maybe we haven't even heard of, the roster invitee that plays running back, because Charbonnet's not the only one that's injured. McIntosh still isn't healthy.
No, that's right.
So you've got Price, you've got Halani, you've got Emmanuel Wilson, and you've got Jacardian Wright. Those are the guys that we know. There will be a couple of guys that are going to be at this camp, and maybe it's even Wright that is going to get an opportunity like they would have never gotten anywhere else because of the injuries, because of the uncertainty, because of the lack of experience. And so there are going to be some guys that are going to get a look. They're going to get some carries, and they've got a tremendous opportunity to impress and maybe work their way up the depth chart. We signed Emmanuel Wilson to a 1-year deal. That doesn't mean Emmanuel Wilson's going to break camp with the team. There's going to be opportunities here for guys off the radar to impress Mike McDonald, to impress Brian Fleury, and work their way into a few carries this preseason and maybe a roster spot once the time comes to make those decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a fascinating thing to think about the possibilities of someone coming in that we're not even thinking of yet. But I think, logic, and we'd assume that it would be Halani and Price at the end of camp going into the season. But boy, are we going to have fun with the whole thing leading up to it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, it starts on Monday. Camp battle will be maybe not a daily feature, but we'll discuss it a lot. But I'm really wondering if it's a mistake not just to talk running backs every time we do come camp battle.
I would think that's what we do.
I mean, I'll pick Hugh's brain. Like, do you want to discuss backup left corner as a camp battle? And I have a feeling the decision's probably going to be made. No, let's just talk running backs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. But I love what Dave Richards said. Yeah, it's up there. It's one of, from a fantasy perspective, like one of the things that you would most closely monitor. Who's going to get the carries for the Seahawks, at least until Charbonnet comes back. But frankly, I'm hoping somebody, Jadarian Price, kind of puts Charbonnet, once he does come back, into the backup 1B role.
Yeah.
Once he does return. I don't want him to be 1A.
I mean, it worked for us last year, so why, if it ain't broke, if you can do the same thing, just have Charbonnet go back to his role, why not?
One last thing next, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. final segment of the radio program here on this Thursday. Don't miss Friday's episode. It'll start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. One more day of Sports Talk Radio normalcy before our life turns into training camp. You know, Dave Pearson tells me how to dress. Probably comments.
Can't wait for that for you.
Probably comments on my facial hair. Like, hey, could you not try to look nice?
Yeah, why do you look like such a scrub?
Yeah, exactly. So I'll get a lot of that. I'll get reminded again of I'm a year older, but professional athletes stay the same age. Get another little dose of that coming up on Monday. I'll get to spend some time with Hugh Millen. And we're always joking, you know, depantsing each other at the most inappropriate times. Like, oh, gosh, he got me good last year.
You guys do that all the
Yeah,
time.
a lot of hijinks. So I'll get a whole week of that next week. That ramp scallion.
I bet you can't wait.
Yeah, well, no. That part of it embarrasses me because I never wear good underwear.
Oh, you should start doing that. See, now you know ahead of time.
All right, one last thing. What do you got back there?
So yesterday I heard somebody on the radio, and I don't even know who it was, but they were talking about, I was on my way in, and they were talking about the Minnesota Vikings and how they're probably going to be pretty good this year because they've finally got a good quarterback for Justin Jefferson. And I thought to myself, Kyler Murray and they were talking about Kyler Murray, of course. They finally have a good quarterback. And I thought, Kyler Murray is not a better quarterback than Sam Darnold was. Last year, obviously, Kyler Murray was injured, but let's go back and look at 2024 and see how they compared. Kyler Murray was 11th in passing yards. Decent. Sam Darnold was 5th. Kyler Murray was 16th with his passer rating. Sam Darnold was 6th. Kyler Murray was 13th in touchdowns thrown. Sam Darnold was 5th. I mean, it's just and I know it wasn't probably this person's intention, but it is just the
It was
continued.
Evan Cohen, wasn't it?
What?
It was Evan Cohen. Wasn't
It was on that show, but I can't remember if it was him or if they had a guest on.
No, it was him.
It was him. Okay, but it's the
he's
continued
the guy that's
disrespect.
but it's him consistently. He's defending his own because he said last year that Jalen Milroe would end up being the starter for the Seahawks.
Oh, got it.
So he's protecting his own idiocy.
I didn't think it was him that said it.
Oh, maybe it wasn't. Then.
I don't think it was. I think it was a guest they had on, and they were talking about, and it was just baffling to me because it's the continued.
Yeah.
Everybody overlooking Sam Darnold. I mean, you could say, okay, now that the J.J. McCarthy experiment didn't work, they've got someone that can come in and step up. That makes sense. But to say they finally have a good quarterback is absurd.
Here's all you need to know about that. Justin Jefferson still to this day calls Sam Darnold his guy.
Yeah.
Okay? That's my guy. They were only together 1 year.
Yeah.
That's my guy. And yet Justin Jefferson wants to leave Minnesota. So what does that tell you?
Yeah. It tells you that Sam Darnold was pretty good.
Tells you that Justin Jefferson really likes Sam Darnold. They should have fought to keep Sam Darnold. They didn't fight to keep Sam Darnold because they overdrafted J.J. McCarthy, and the quarterback whisperer, Kevin O'Connell, has screwed this up 3 times in the last 3 years, and they're expecting Kyler Murray to save his reputation?
Weird.
Don't bank on it.
Yeah.
Don't count on it.
I'm not going to, that's for sure.
All right, I'm going to close. My one last thing's going to be in regards to this Portland Trailblazers thing. You know, it really is. I mean, this thing could end up being really bad. I honestly believe Blazers fans need to prepare themselves for losing their franchise. I think they're leaving. I've felt that for quite some time. But it really stinks because it will have nothing to do with the fan base. And the fan base has gone through, I mean, they've had some really bad teams and they had to go through losing Dame and then they got him back, but he's not healthy enough to play. But some other things have been happening with the Trailblazers. They've actually been run pretty well here in the last 2 or 3 years. They actually were a pretty good and pretty entertaining team a year ago. And they should be even better this year with Dame coming back and all those young players with another year of experience and a year of success under their belts to build off of. And they made a couple of moves. The Ja Morant's a heck of a roll of a dice.
I
But
love that one.
certainly it is a talent that they've added to this roster. I mean, there should be a lot to be excited about. Should be the most excited that Blazer fans have been in, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years maybe. And yet they can't enjoy any of it because they should and are worried that their team is going to leave. Stinks. That stinks. And I know that Sonics, I know the Seattle fans, you know what this is like, certainly. But there might come a time where we really do have to answer the question. If they don't expand, are you okay with taking the Portland Trailblazers away from Portland? That's the only way you're going to get the Sonics back.
I'm not okay with it.
You're not all right with it? You'd rather not even have a team?
I would rather not have a team than steal somebody else's team and do to them what was done to us. And I know people are like, oh, that's a lie. If they come, you'll cheer them on. Well, I mean, if we get a team, I'm going to cheer for whatever team. I don't want that, though. I would rather not have a team. If you're going to move the Blazers, move them somewhere else. Don't move them here because it's the closest thing that makes sense.
So you'd be okay if it was Memphis? If the Grizzlies moved here?
No, I don't really want anyone else's team. I don't want anyone else's team. I think that would be like the NBA playing another cruel trick on Seattle to say, okay, we are going to give you a team, but we're only going to do it by doing the same thing we did to you. I just think I don't know. And I see it with the way that Dundon's running this team and, lowballing Calabro and
it feels like he's getting ready to sell.
Trying to, make it as cheap as
sell
possible.
Sell or move. I should say move, not sell.
Yeah, make it as cheap as possible. And then you get rid of all the things that Blazers fans, that tie Blazers fans to the Blazers.
Yes.
And then you say, look, they don't even cheer for us anymore. It's exactly the same way it went down here. And I hate it. I don't like it. And I will say, though, on one point about Calabro, people have been texting in, well, the UW play-by-play basketball spot is open.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he'd do that.
He did say that he would do college.
Yeah.
There
you go. We got an opening for you.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think he's very interested in it.
Yeah. I love that idea.
No, there's some other people very close to us that are also very interested in it that I'm kind of rooting for because that'd be a really good thing for them to happen.
They need play-by-play and a color analyst. They need them both.
Well, they're not going to be the same job.
No, but I'm saying I think somebody, one of our friends could probably do the color analyst role. You don't think so?
No.
No, I do.
Well, it depends on which friend we're talking about.
That's true. We might be talking about two different friends.
Yeah, I don't want to reveal anything more. I don't know if I'm allowed, but no, no, it would be just for the play-by-play job. But anyway, all right, that'll do it for us today. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's good to have you with us here. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Coming up next here on the radio station, you got yourself Greg Bell, you got yourself Jessamine McIntyre. I think Greg's all equipped with all sorts of new Seahawk information here today with the three big storylines that are floating around. So stick around. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light. Choose chill. Turns out we know why Nick Eamon-Worry is on the physically unable to perform list for the Seahawks. He had ankle surgery prior to reporting in the past week to Seahawks training camp. I got the timing of his surgery confirmed to me this morning in a story I wrote for the News Tribune. It's up at thenewstribune.com right now. The timing of that surgery before the end of reporting time for training camp, plus the arthroscopic nature of the surgery, is why the team believes Eamon-Worry will play week 1 against the Patriots in the NFL kickoff game. He's on the physically unable to perform list to begin training camp. He can come off it at any time he passes a physical. The Mariners lost the game in the series of the Reds yesterday, 5-3 after leading 3-2. This is how it happened in the 7th inning.
All-Star stands in.
2 outs, 2 on, 1-run lead for the Mariners.
Swings and drives it high, deep to right field. Back goes Canton. It is gone. Sal Stewart drives one just over the right field fence. A 3-run opposite field. Go-ahead home run for the rookie. 5-3 Reds on the bomb by Sal.
Potpourri of calls there. Gary Hill Jr., a friend of ours at Mariners Radio. Aaron Goldsmith of Mariners TV and the Reds Radio TV call, I should say. Pizzardo giving up a season-high 3 runs on 1 swing. After he was 1 out getting away from it, that turned a 3-2 lead for the M's into a 5-3 loss. 3-3 on the homestand against the bottom-dwelling Giants and Cincinnati. That pretty much fits a team that's still trying to get back to 500, let alone first place in the American League West. Mariners can get back to first place starting tomorrow night. They play a 4-game series through Monday at the first-place Rangers. Seattle is 1/2 game behind Texas to top the AL West. Another really bad night for the Sounders last night, as heard here on 93.3 KJR. They lost 3-1 at Austin. That's 8-2. They've been outscored since the 2 losses since coming back from the World Cup break. In the NHL this morning, 37-year-old Patrick Kane has agreed to a 2-year contract to return to where he became a superstar, the Chicago Blackhawks. He's played the last 4 seasons with the Rangers and the Red Wings. Now on to the show on Thursday. Good morning. Happy Thursday, July the 23rd to you. 2 days left in my summer before Seahawks training camp begins. Good morning, Jessamine McIntyre.
Good morning. Good morning, our friends.
What is going on in downtown Seattle today? It took me 45 minutes to get from Roosevelt to Elliott Bay. It's like 3 miles.
Yeah, it is. It was pretty busy out there. I usually take the roads that get me onto 15th, and that's how I come in, and it was pretty busy.
If you take the Ballard Bridge and get on 15th, or even come across through Fremont and past SPU and get on 15th, if you get there at the wrong time, like when the cruise ships have come in.
Oh, yeah.
And Magnolia, it's just stopped. So, word to the wise, it stopped today on 15th around where the cruise ships come in.
I got in early, and I avoid I-5 at all costs.
Yeah, no I-5
I
today.
do not like to do that.
I-5 South is bad news right now from the University District to downtown. It's like 40 minutes from downtown from the U
Lots of
District.
construction, yes.
Man, I would have been here earlier, but I wrote a story this morning for the News Tribune because I got confirmation exactly when Nick Eamon-Worry's ankle surgery was. Brady Henderson of ESPN.com broke the story yesterday that he had ankle surgery, arthroscopic, and that's why he's on the physically unable to perform list. I'll tell you everything I learned this morning, the timing of it, what the Seahawks think, and the Seahawk who stands to gain the most and the huge opportunity he's got now during training camp that it looks like Eamon Warrior is going to miss the most of. I was at the Yard yesterday after doing the show at Jimmy's on First, went inside and watched the Reds and the Mariners, saw a few interesting things maybe didn't notice on the television broadcast. And I'll tell you, I don't care he went 0 for 4 yesterday and 0 for 5 the night before, batting first where he should be. Cole Young, he is a ball player. I saw something yesterday in the field. It got overlooked because of the 3-run homer Bizzardo gave up. But on the play right before the home run, I saw something that's like, man, that guy can play. And keep him at 1. I know he's 0 for his last night. Keep him at 1. Colt Emerson, by the way, is now 3 for his last 32.
Yeah, we had that conversation yesterday about, would it ruin the confidence, or is it good or not good to do that? Because we've seen a past here where really good players who have come up too early falter. Yes, well,
people still wear Covenant 10 jerseys to Mariner games.
And then, going in the Wayback Machine to Dustin Ackley.
Dustin Ackley before that?
Yeah, so I don't know which is better, to be honest.
The difference, of course, here is they're paying $90 million to Colt Emerson guaranteed up front.
Right, but does that keep him here?
Sure.
Or does it allow them to do whatever they want to do?
I think it keeps him here. I think he's here.
Too.
Brandon Donovan has begun his rehab stint. He's well into that now, and that's what this question is coming about. And when Donovan comes back, Donovan's not a natural third baseman, so it's not a guarantee he goes back to third, but he most likely will go to third base. And what's that mean for Colt Emerson, J.P. Crawford? J.P. Crawford didn't play yesterday, the night after getting pulled from the game. Julio Rodriguez did play yesterday, but he was the designated hitter, did not play in the field a couple nights after the hamstring issue. Relief, though, yesterday at Emerson Hancock, back to his stellar self after, remember that time he tried to grab the ball barehanded in Tampa Bay his last start before the All-Star break? He only lasted 1 2/3 innings in that start. Well, yesterday he was brilliant, but the rules got him again. We'll talk about the rules, the pitching rules the Mariners had. They need to amend these rules if they're going to go to a 6-man rotation and have 3 AAA starters in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about that. It just struck me as I was watching the 6th inning and watching Bizzardo warm up. And Emerson Hancock glanced out to the bullpen, and he goes, you could just see him look like, uh-oh, I got to shove fast because I'm about to come out again. He knew it, even though he'd only given up 2 runs through 6 innings. We'll talk about those rules. What the hell's going on in Portland with the Blazers and Kevin Calabro? By the way, Kevin Calabro, I think, has been on every show but a baking show here in Seattle the last 48 hours.
He's a high commodity.
How about a quote called it suboptimal the Blazers offered to him. A legendary NBA broadcaster said that it was a suboptimal offer from Tom Dundon.
And that was him being very diplomatic with that.
Suboptimal, such a low-key shade move.
I texted him last night and said, I think that might be one of the best quotes I've ever read from you.
So at 11 a.m., we're going to talk to Aaron Fentress. Is a longtime Oregonian writer, used to be a Blazers beat writer, a longtime friend of mine. I've had great times on the Seahawks beat with him. We're going to talk to Aaron at 11 o'clock from Portland to find out what's going on with the Blazers, the arena situation. Aaron tells me, this looks like Tom Dundon, the new Blazers owner, is coming straight out of the Clay Bennett Oklahoma City playbook, doesn't it?
It 100% screams that.
Does.
Yes.
Aaron said, wait a minute. There's a difference here in the arena situations between Portland and Seattle back in the 2000s. We'll talk to Aaron at 11 o'clock about that. 11:30, your talkbacks. You go to the talkback mic, the little red icon on the 933KJR.com website or on the iHeartRadio app, which you can download for free if you haven't already done it. At 933KJR.com, there's a little red talkback button. Jessamine loves talkbacks. She would rather the whole segment.
I want to hear from you.
She'd rather sprinkle them throughout the whole 2 hours.
I would. But I do need some editing time.
Yes. 30 seconds or less, please, and we'll play back your talkbacks. We'll also read back your text on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. We'll do that at 11:30. We do that every day at that time. The first question I have to lead off the show today on the text line, what's your level of concern with Nick Eamon Warrior? Keeping in mind it is January, but that PUP list designation a couple days ago that seemed like a precaution, as Jessamine and I talked about yesterday, a little more significant than that now that we've confirmed he had the ankle surgery. But it is July. I've done this enough to know what happens in July does not make the season. But what's your level of concern with Nick Eamon Warrior having ankle surgery? Is arthroscopic. That means a pencil-sized camera into a small incision in the ankle. I'll tell you what I learned about that this morning as well. We'll talk about that. But 49451, what's your level of concern with Nick Eamon-Worry? And we'll talk about who steps up. All right, let me tell you what I learned this morning. I got to confirm from a league source because there were talk that, wait a minute, Nick Eamon-Worry had a youth football camp last weekend. And apparently he was walking around just fine. That's what Corbin Smith, a friend of the station and a fellow beat writer, said that he saw at the Nick Eamon-Worry football camp that he didn't have a boot on. So then I started thinking, okay, what's that mean? Did he have the surgery after last weekend, after he reported to training camp?
Right.
Because that would push back a recovery timeline, wouldn't it, the later you had it? Or did he have it prior to reporting to training camp? Players don't have to report on Friday. The deadline for veterans is to report Friday. You can report whenever you want. And when you do report to training camp, the first thing you do is you take a physical exam because you cannot practice and begin a new league year without a past physical. So Eamon-Worry obviously showed up early because he failed the physical, and that's why the Seahawks put him on the physical and able to perform list. Why did he fail the physical? We now know is he had the surgery. So I asked around, and I found out this morning that that surgery was prior to him reporting to training camp. So prior to within the last week. That's a couple weeks earlier than it could have been, which means he decided, man, this just isn't right, and did it before he got here. And then he got here and said, hey, guys, this is what we're doing. Now, of course, he didn't do this on his own. He'd been talking to the Seahawks the whole time. Point is, because the surgery was middle to early July, if not earlier, prior to him reporting, that and the arthroscopic nature of the surgery, again, non-invasive, relatively non-invasive, a small incision and a microscopic camera, that is why the Seahawks believe he will play September 9th in the NFL opener against the Patriots at Lumen Field. In the meantime, who's this benefit the most? Well, they drafted a guy this year they think can be Nick Eamon-Worry-like in multiple roles in the middle of the defense, from safety on up to linebacker, and that's Bud Clark. The second-round draft pick from TCU, and I saw in OTAs and minicamps during the spring practices that, yes, they are moving him around. He was with the second-team defense, but with the starters when they split the field. When the Seahawks practice, at the end of the practice, one of the portions is they split the field. On one end in the red zone are the starters against the starters. At the other end, distant reserves. I'm talking like third and fourth stringers versus third and fourth stringers. Think Jalen Milroe and the third-string offense against the third-string defense. Bud Clark was with those ones versus ones on the ones end of the field the entire time during camp, as you would expect. But now that role gets elevated. Here's another thing that became clearer once we got the word and confirmed that Eamon-Worry had surgery. Brendan Johnson, the former Oregon Duck for 1 year and Duke Blue Devil before that, cornerback. Eagles waived him after he had a practice squad season and 3 games with the Eagles last year. The Seahawks signed Brendan Johnson on Tuesday. Johnson has experience playing in the box closer to the line of scrimmage as well as back outside in pass coverage. So there's another multiplicity guy as a depth piece behind Clark and others who could play the multiple roles. There's nobody as good at those jobs as Nick Eamon-Worry, of course. But in the meantime, this is a huge opportunity for Bud Clark. I wrote the story about it at thenewstribune.com. It's up now. I posted it about an hour or so ago about the timeline of the surgery for Nick Eamon-Worry prior to him reporting to training camp, a key point because that speeds up his recovery time, and Bud Clark's opportunity. Now, the medical experts say that an arthroscopic surgery, usually for an ankle, usually requires 1 or 2 weeks of immobilization, boot, and then up to 4 weeks or so of rehab. And that a full return to, quote, intense sports is up to 2 months. Well, 2 months from early July would be early September, which is why the Seahawks believe he's going to play week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, McDonald doesn't need to have Nick Eamon-Worry on the field in July or August. He doesn't. He's already proven, Eamon-Worry's already proven himself well entrenched in his defense in multiple roles. So that is not the concern. The concern is, of course, when he does come back, how does he respond? Is the ankle fully healed? The fact that he didn't think the ankle was fully healed is why he had the surgery in the first place. So that's where it stands now. He's on the physically unable to perform list. Again, reiterating the rules on that. A player can come back from the PUP list if he's on the start of it at camp. He can come back anytime during training camp once he passes a physical. If he does not come off the PUP list through the entirety of preseason, he can go on the PUP list to begin the regular season, which would require him to miss a minimum of the first 4 games. Zach Charbonnet went on the PUP list yesterday officially after he reported. Not a surprise there, of course, because he had the reconstructive knee surgery only in February, 5 months ago. Different deal. Same designations of PUP, but different situation. Charbonnet, to me, and to the team, a much more likely candidate to remain on PUP through the start of the regular season, which would mean he missed the first 4 games. Perhaps he comes back by mid-October, which would be 8 months out from his surgery. Not so with Eamon Worry. The transitory nature of that injury list that he can come back at any time is the key there. If he does get better enough that he will be on the field, say, by end of or late August, then he could do that and still be ready for the regular season. But, Jessamine, it is an uptick in the severity of the situation. Not that it's red alarms, because it's only July 23rd, but a different set of conditions now.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone who has gone through arthroscopic surgery myself, and everything is way less invasive than, when I got my knee repaired. And I will say that if he was walking around, and I don't think we know the specific date of the surgery, and I also want people out there to know that he wasn't like willy-nilly going around and just going, I went to a backdoor surgeon. I'm sure he was communicating with the team, but the team isn't going to communicate that with us as well. So we don't know all the details. When he had it, what the outcome was. I think there's HIPAA laws against that for a certain extent, but I'm not overly worried about Nick Emamori, but it is a little more intense than we thought it was now that we know about that surgery.
Right. And we'll talk on Saturday to Mike McDonald. That'll be the first time he talks after practice, after the first practice at camp. And not that he'll provide a ton of clarity, but he'll say they'll think he's ready for week 1, which is what we're all hearing and what I've been told as well. 49451, I've asked you what your level of concern is with Eamon Worry, and if you think Zach Charbonnet's absence is a huge deal, and when you think the Seahawks need him back, of course, sooner than later would sure help, but Jadarian Price, that's why they drafted him in the first round. And I know they're slow playing him publicly and saying, well, let's see, and George Halani's in the mix too, but you don't draft a running back in the first round if you don't think he can contribute immediately.
I think he was a hidden gem, to be honest. You know what this team does. We can go all the way back to the draft, and we're like, oh my gosh, they picked a running back. And I very much thought that they were going to trade out of that first round pick. Obviously, they were picking at 32, but when we saw all the trades happen, I still have my trade book or my draft book out there, and seeing all these things happen right before that 32nd pick, that was the best player on their board, and I think he was hidden by Jordan Love. Sorry. But anyway, he was a little bit hidden.
He was the second string running back behind Love, a top 10 pick.
Exactly.
To Jessamine's point. But the thing that he needs to do during training camp, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit, the pass game. Pass blocking, pass catching. He admits that's something he has to work on. He didn't do much of it at Notre Dame. He was not called on to do a lot of that. He did kickoff returning and early down running. Outside zone is his specialty, which is another reason the Seahawks love him. But the pass game is where running backs in rookie years in the NFL make their mark. You have to pass protect. You have to catch the ball in the backfield. In the spring practices, they really did hammer this catching out of the backfield aspect to Price's game. And with Jeremiah Love as the number 1 back at Notre Dame, he didn't get the opportunity to do that a whole lot. So that's where his learning curve is. And they started it right away in May and June with the practices. That's where his ramp up has to be. That, in fact, is why George Halani stuck as an undrafted rookie from Boise State a few years ago. He's coming back for now his 3rd season, and he excelled in pass blocking and pass catching on 3rd down. That's why he made the team. That's why he's stuck, and that's why he's in the running to be getting first-team reps as well during training camp. Kenny McIntosh would have been an option for that. Mm-hmm. He is now on the PUP list as well. He has 12 months removed from a very serious knee injury that required his own reconstructive knee surgery. The thought was he will be back during training camp at some point. The PUP list, again, a hedge between whether he can come back during any time at camp, or if he can't, he can start the season on the PUP list and miss the first 4 games, as is Charbonnet's situation. So that's where it all stands so far with what the Seahawks have done this week. It's early. I will tell you that. I've covered the NFL for 25 years. It's early. It's July 23rd, and there's a lot of time between now, obviously, and September 9th. And I'll say this, Jessamine, it is overblown they get the rust off and get conditioned and ready for the regular season. A guy like Eamon Worry, once he's ready to play, he'll play.
Yes.
He doesn't need a whole lot of ramp up. Yeah, there's football game speed and there's football conditioning and getting hit and all of that.
Yeah, there's a hitting shape to be in.
But they don't hit in training camp. They really don't. They don't ever bring guys to ground.
They basically can't now.
No, the rules in the CBA are against it. You're right. And they don't play until, in most cases, the starters don't play much at all in the preseason. They don't tackle anybody till the opener.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason why NFL games are very sloppy and poor tackling to begin the season is starters don't play anymore in the preseason, and nobody tackles anyone to ground in training camps.
Yeah, it is interesting to watch it evolve throughout the season. I call it the violence factor, and the violence is not there right at the start.
No, and not out through training camp. When they bring guys to ground, they bring out these high jump pit mats, and they land on those.
Yeah.
Nobody goes to ground. It's just the way the contracts are too rich. The CBA limits too much. They just don't do it. And so my point is, Eamon Worry's not missing a ton as a defensive player whose tackling is a big, big deal. He's not missing a ton by missing some or most of this training camp. So, yeah, they'd love to have him back sooner than later so they can condition him and be ready for the season opener. But I think it's a little overblown when people start talking about missing time during training camp to get ready for the regular season. The NFL doesn't want us to say that because they want people to watch the preseason and whatnot.
Of course they do, but we've seen it time and time again, and the CBA has changed over the years that I've been out here covering this team. And Walter Jones, every single year, you look at an NFL Hall of Famer and everything. Do you really need that training camp?
He was never here. Holmgren let him stay in Alabama pushing trucks.
Exactly, because he's still getting ready. And yeah, I don't have major concern unless there's a contract holdout if guys aren't there.
Speaking of contract, we'll talk about Devin Witherspoon and his situation. All signs seem like pointing again toward him signing here in the next few days. Chuck asked me this morning at 9 o'clock or at 7 o'clock what I thought. I think it's going to happen plus or minus a couple days from the opening of camp on Saturday. Up next, what I saw yesterday going to the yard. When you go to a ball game and are watching it as a fan and you just watch the game, it's different. And you see stuff that you don't see on television. There were a couple things, some concerning, some really positive, even though the Mariners lost yet again. 11 o'clock, Aaron Fentress from Portland of the Oregonian to talk about what the hell's going on with the Blazers in Portland and Kevin Calabro and the arena situation and the new owner. 11:30, we'll read back your talkbacks and text on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back to the rock portion. Greg Bell Show. Jessamine McIntyre with you every 10 a.m. to noon on 93.3 KJR FM, where you have a chance to win bucks. Again, we're giving away more money. 93.3 KJR FM brings you bonus bucks presented by Bellevue Rare Coins for your chance to win $1,000. Listen each weekday every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. for the nationwide keyword. Enter it at our website. I said with a broken voice. Enter it on our website, 933kjr.com. This hour, the word is, ma'am?
I believe.
Oh, I put you on the spot.
Oh, yeah, but I thought I gave them to you, so that
Okay,
is
fun.
my bad.
It's fun.
We
F-U-N.
have, well, just so you know, every hour, literally every hour of our programming, absolutely will deliver you the word for bucks. And this hour's word is fun.
Sorry.
And I like that.
Put Jessamine on the spot.
Let's have some fun.
We'll have another word next hour. Ian Furness will have another word next hour after that, till 3 o'clock when Dick Fain, Dave Softy Mahler, if he's back from whatever vacation he's on.
And you go, if you just go to 933kjr.com, you will find, it will literally prompt you to enter the words. So if you just go to that website right now, it will prompt you. You'll have a little pop-up, enter fun, you're good to go. You are entered for those bucks.
So you're saying anyone can do it?
Anyone
That's
who
not common.
is capable of getting to a computer, or you can do it on your phone, which most people operate from these days anyway.
I misspoke earlier in the show. Remember, I told you the text line is nothing if not an errata paradise. If you say something out of line, they put you in line quickly. It was subprime that Kevin Calabro mentioned as Tom Dundon's offer, which is a dig, of course, for a guy who made his fortune in subprime auto loans. Thanks to Ryan on the text line and others for pointing that out. Subprime was the dig.
That is literally the way he's organized, like running this organization since he got there is going subprime. And it makes me nervous for the Blazers, to be honest.
Why is that? Because the same people who sold Tom Dundon the Blazers are selling the Kozla family the Seahawks. There is nothing about the Kozla family that suggests cheap.
No.
$9.6 billion, and the fact that they are Vinod Kozla, the Seahawks' new owner, is worth $13 billion himself. But Tom Dundon sure is running it on a cheap down in Portland, it seems, and he's trying to shake down the civic governments in Portland and the county down there for improvements of $600 million and more to the Rose Garden, or whatever they call it, the Moda Center now. We're going to talk at 11 o'clock to Aaron Fentress of the Oregonian, longtime friend of mine, about what's going on down in Portland, how it may relate to the Sonics, how maybe it doesn't relate to the Sonics in leaving for Oklahoma City 20-some years ago, and the possibility of them coming back as an expansion team. Kevin Calabro, by the way, will be on our station tomorrow at 9 a.m. with Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan.
Yeah, that'll be great. I love his dulcet tones. He could read a dictionary to me, and I would listen.
KC, man, I put it on Twitter yesterday, but come on. Is it not natural now that he's not going to be the Blazers broadcaster, that he hangs out for a couple years, maybe does some college games, do some freelance, maybe some national network stuff, and be ready for the return of the Sonics?
I mean,
Bring Marcus Johnson back while you're at it.
Yeah, phenomenal.
I mean, come on.
But yeah, so when that was the first thought that I went to, because when I first moved out here, I was working with Kevin, and I got to produce a bunch of ESPN radio broadcasts with him. They were national games and all that. Like he is highly coveted.
Oh, of course.
But he is the one that I just remember this when I started having conversations with him. He was not going to OKC.
No.
And
credit to him.
Stuck his foot in the ground here on Seattle soil.
He's from
said,
Indiana.
Nope.
He's from the Midwest.
Yes,
he and his
is.
brother both. I met his brother, who is the play-by-play guy for the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
Who is fantastic in his own right.
Yes.
And I met him at the National Sports Media Awards ceremony in North Carolina when we were both honored as national sports writer, and he was a state national broadcaster of the year for Indiana. Yeah, they're Midwest guys. And he said, nope, no thanks. I'm not going to the Dust Bowl. I'm staying in the Pacific Northwest. Honor that man. Reward him for staying in the Pacific Northwest and make him. New Sonics owners, wherever you are, Samantha Holloway, Melinda French Gates, One Roof Sports and Entertainment, whoever ends up bringing out the Sonics back to Seattle, get Kevin Calabro, please, por favor. He'll be on 9 o'clock tomorrow with Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan here on 93.3 KJR FM. I was at the yard yesterday after doing the show at Jimmy's on First. Mariners have a 3-2 lead into the sixth. Emerson Hancock, really encouraging start. The one start before the All-Star break, he tried to catch that one hopper in Tampa Bay back to him with his bare hand, and he lasted only an inning and 2/3. And at the time, we said, hey, it's going to really help that he has this extended break from the All-Star break. It did. He allowed only 2 runs through 6 innings. But I was sitting there in the top of the sixth, and I saw that his pitch count was in the high 80s. And you know this team. They are so wedded to the numbers. And then I see Bizzardo warming up in the bullpen beyond left field. So did Hancock. He looked out there, and you could almost see him shudder. Here we go. Because he now then started to plow, and he got through the first 2 outs of the inning, and he's in the high 80s, he's low 90s pitch count. The last out of the sixth, the Reds batter fouled off about 5 or 6 2-strike pitches. And now his pitch count's 95. And you just knew he's out of the game, even though he only allowed 2 runs in 6 innings, 95 pitches. He comes out, he gets out of the inning, perfect inning. Standing ovation from the fans behind the first base Mariners dugout, because they know. The season ticket holders have seen this act many times. They knew he was done, even though he didn't need to be. 95 pitches, because the 96 pitch, his arm would have fallen off. If they're going to stick to these, let me state this. How can you stick to such strict adherence to those pitch counts and length of start rules when you have 6 starters now? That's an extra day of rest for each starter. And in Hancock's case, he hadn't pitched since 3 days before the All-Star break. I mean, if there's ever a time to say, okay, go another inning, get to 105, 110 pitches, that would be this one.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. But they had it set up as they wanted. Remember, the night before, they saved Bizzardo and all the dudes so they could pitch him in this day game because they had a day game after a night game, so they intentionally lost the end of the game by bringing in the triple
They follow their plan. We have seen they follow their plan.
They brought Bizzardo in, and they had it set up for Bizzardo in the 7th, Gabe Spire in the 8th, Munoz to save it in the 9th. They win 3-2. I mean, it was set up that way. That's a typical Mariners arrangement. Mm-hmm. Well, Bizzardo did what he has not done all season. He gave up more than 2 runs. This is the first time all year in 48 appearances that he gave up more than 2 runs, and he'd only given up 2 runs in 2 appearances.
Right, so it makes sense that they would have confidence in him going into that.
Right, and so that makes sense that he should have taken the 7th. He was 1 out away from getting out of the 7th. Then the 3-run homer you heard earlier, 5-3, and with the way the offense is either hit home runs or they don't win. You know, yesterday was the 35th game, Jessamine, listeners, that the Mariners did not hit a home run this season. You know what the record? You know how many games they've won when they've not hit a home run of those 35?
Very few.
8.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and I know that that's not their game plan is to win on home runs, but
I think it is.
Oh, I don't think that's their plan.
I think the way the team's constructed, it is. Dom Canzone, Luke Raley, even your fringe guys, they're not manufacturing runs. Canzone's not bunting and beating out infield singles. He's hitting home runs. He's got 15 of them. I just think it is the feast or famine thing. It's a lot more famine than feast with the way pitching is in the major leagues this year. Anyway, to say that it struck me while sitting there as Bizzardo was coming into the game, we're all over Dan Wilson for his use in the bullpen in this town. But what's he have to work with?
Right.
It's not 2, but 3 AAA relievers. They've got 6 starters. We talked about this. That leaves you with 7 relievers. Nearly half of them, 3 are AAA guys. Because of Brash is on the injured list. Vargas hasn't pitched yet this year. Yeah, I got it. Criswell is on the injured list. But the fact is that they have nearly half their bullpen are AAA arms. So on any given night, if you're trying to win a game, Wilson has 4 options right now. Bizzardo, Spire, and Munoz in that order of priority are their main options. And that's it. I mean, when he's got a game on the line, that's what he's got. So, I mean, yeah, he's mismanaged the bullpen, but he also has nothing given to him by the dudes upstairs.
Well, I think the major criticism is when you take guys out over,
That's
when
the
you
rules.
take right, but that's more of the criticism than
those aren't Dan Wilson's rules. Those aren't Dan Wilson's rules. Dan Wilson's not following his own rules with taking a guy out who you can't start a new inning, all that stuff. Pitch 8 pitches and you're done because you can't start. That's not Dan Wilson's decision. No way that's Dan Wilson's decision. That's Jerry DiPoto. So when people go all over Dan Wilson for bullpen usage. What's a guy to do? He's got all these rules. He's got half his bullpen AAA arms, and you can't pitch dudes on so many back-to-back nights. I still say Farrar should pitch back-to-back nights. He was the closer for the Washington Nationals last year. That's your fourth guy, Farrar, and that's it. He's got Farrar, Bizzardo, Spire, and Munoz, and they only use Munoz in set situations, ninth inning, save situations or the ninth inning. Doesn't matter if the best batters are coming up in the eighth inning. Don't bring Munoz in then because the inning doesn't have a number 9 on it. I mean, that's their rules. And so you have these rules and you have the staffing of the bullpen. And on top of all of that, you have the upper echelon telling you have to have a 6-man rotation. So tripling all of that puts Wilson in the situation he's often in, like 2 nights ago when he goes with the AAA dude to try to keep it at 3-2. I'm not saying Wilson is a savant in any stretch of the bullpen usage, but I'm saying he's got one hand and maybe a couple of fingers of the other hand tied behind his back. Something to consider. I mean, when you sit there and you watch and you're like, I can see what they're thinking here. Bizzardo, then Spire, then Munoz win 3-2. But then you realize there really is no other options beside if Bizzardo gives it up like he did, what's happened? They lose. I mean, it's a tough deal. Yes. This team, the way it's constructed, has no margin. No margin. If you don't hit home runs, you lose, and your bullpen has to preserve because they won't stretch starters. They have to preserve. If the starters don't go 7, they're in trouble because now the bullpen has to give you 3 innings to win the game. With a 6-man rotation, I think it's time to loosen those rules, get starters 100-plus pitches, get in 7 innings. I mean, hell, they're among the league leaders in allowing 3 runs or fewer by a starter. They have the talent. They just have these rules that stifle them. Let's turn this game over to a bullpen that is really, really awful in key leverage situations because half of it are AAA guys. Ugh. Anyway, what I wanted to point out about Cole Young. Before the 3-run homer, there's runners at first, if I remember, first and second. No, there was runner first, excuse me. Line drive single to center field. The runner running from first to second doesn't see the ball going into center field. And Cole Young runs over to second base to cover the bag, realizing that the batter or the runner from first to second did not know where the ball was.
Yeah.
So what'd he do? He got into a crouch as if he's about to receive a throw at second base. The ball is in center field.
Beautiful gamesmanship.
That's such a ball player move. The runner at second, instead of advancing easily to third on a ball that's in center field, right center field, slides. He slid into second base while the ball's in center field.
Which means he's not going to get up and be able to
There were
advance.
2 older Reds fans behind me, behind the third base dugout, who said, what the hell is he doing? I said, that's Cole Young. Cole Young deked him into sliding into second. What did that prevent? That prevented a runner at third with less than 2 outs.
Yep.
Which, guess what the next guy did? He flew out to deep left field. That would have been a run if Cole Young had not deked that guy. And I thought to myself, if they win 3-2, I'm talking tomorrow on the show about how Cole Young won the game with something you'll never find in the box score. But alas, Bizzardo gives up on the next batter the 3-run homer, and the play doesn't end up mattering.
That was not Cole Young's fault, though.
Exactly.
I just love seeing things like that because I'm like, that's gamesmanship, and it's not illegal. It's not banging on a trash can.
That's right. He prevented the runner from advancing to third, on which a fly ball or a wild pitch would score him. And sure enough, there's a deep fly ball the next batter. And I thought to myself, that's Cole Young. He's 22 years old. Keep him batting first. Keep him playing every day like he has been the entire season. The only guy you can count on every day, day in and day out. And keep him because he does stuff like that.
And he's such a good person, like a good guy. I am in the clubhouse quite a bit. I go down to the dugouts and report for us when it comes to home Mariner games. And I talk to him quite frequently. He is exactly what you'd want as a person, as a player. He's chill. He's young. Like he's only 22, and I don't know how you learn that at such a young age to be like that. That's veteran status kind of gamesmanship.
Good job, Mom and Dad, as well.
Yes.
In Zanesville, Ohio. Or no, excuse me, he's in Pittsburgh. It's Colt Emerson, who's in Zanesville, Ohio. He grew up in Pittsburgh. I'm not mistaken, it was North Allegheny High School, right outside of downtown Pittsburgh.
Just like
Another good Western Pennsylvania guy.
cool, chill, awesome, and you just don't see any stress getting to him. And I hope as we keep talking about him being one of the best players on this team, if not our shining star right now at this point of the season, I hope that pressure doesn't come.
He's the MVP of the team. But that's not saying much when the team's under 500, I know, underperforming as they are. But Cole Young is really good at the nuances of the game, moving runners over, hitting the ball when it's pitched outside to the opposite field, with especially 2 strikes, all of it. Really, really, really like Cole Young. It's fun to watch him in person when you're at the yard. If you do go to a Mariner game, go check that out. By the way, almost 39,000 more people came to the game yesterday on a weekday afternoon in July.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome.
So there again lies the problem. If you're a true hardcore Mariner fan that wants them to win, the business model's working. So they're below 500 and averaging 36,000 people a game.
It's
more than
huge.
last year.
It's huge. Like I said, I went on Tuesday night and I was like, there's lines everywhere.
Yeah.
I looked around the stadium and I'm like, this thing is packed. And you're talking about yesterday, a Wednesday matinee game.
It was 94 degrees.
Yeah.
Up next, recapping the week so far with the Seahawks. A lot's gone on, and they haven't even started camp yet. We'll talk about that. Aaron Fentress at 11 o'clock from Portland on what the hell's going on with the Blazers down there and their new owner. That's next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell and Justin McIntyre with you on 93.3 KJR FM. Aaron Fincher is going to join us from Portland coming up at the top of the hour to talk about what the heck is going on with new owner Tom Dundon, the Blazers, the arena situation. Kevin Calabro saying no thanks from a subprime, his word, not ours, subprime offer from the owner to remain broadcaster. They've cleaned house in the broadcasting team.
They've cleaned house with everything.
60, 70 layoffs in the front office.
Are they sending those guys on like commercial flights? It's just
that may be next.
It would not shock me.
The Blazers on Southwest Airlines to Oklahoma City through Austin.
Line up early.
That might be next. Oh, the Southwest now, you don't even line up anymore. They do the old
I think they changed
signed
that.
ticket there.
Yeah.
Everything's gone away the way it used to be. Soon they'll be charging for bags. The Seahawks had a very busy week. Speaking of air travel, there are a lot of veteran players who are en route to Seattle right now. Those have not reported will have to do so by tomorrow at this time, or tomorrow morning, the deadline for veterans to report. No sign that anyone won't report, including Devin Witherspoon. He's going to get a new contract. He spent all the preseason and minicamp OTAs right there, fully engaged and on the field. So it's not like he's doing some stance. Remember, he technically has 2 years remaining on what could be his deal. He got a 1 year pickup of his 5th year option beyond this year.
Right.
He's entering the final year of his rookie deal. They could put him on the franchise tag for another year after that, but they won't because he's a centerpiece. They loved him. They love him, and McDonald wants to keep him as a centerpiece and team leader. They're going to pay him. They're going to pay him $31 million a year plus. He's going to be higher paid than Trent McDuffie. It's in this case, he's both good and good timing. The way the NFL works, it's not always that the top guy at a position is the very best player. Top guy in earnings at a position, top contract is always the best player. It's when his contract comes due and it's time for him to re-up. And then they do the comps for other guys at his position. And this just so happens that Witherspoon has been as good and the timing is right after McDuffie's deal. Now, it'll be the same thing after Witherspoon signs in the first couple days of training camp here within the next week or so. Then Christian Gonzalez in New England will get the same situation. And then it'll be the same. His agents will judge Witherspoon's and McDuffie's contract.
It's always dominoes.
Yeah, and so that's the way that goes. But it'll be $31 million plus for sure for the Seahawks cornerback, Pro Bowl, 3-time Pro Bowl cornerback, Devin Witherspoon. That's not all that's going on, though. We've talked about the PUP list situation. Now we know why Nick Eamon-Worry is on it. If you missed the top of the show, us detailing, I found out, confirmed this morning, I wrote at thenewstribune.com, that the surgery was earlier this month before he reported to Seahawks training camp within the last week. He was one of the veterans who reported early, and in doing so failed a physical and was put on the physically unable to perform list for an arthroscopic ankle surgery. And the fact that he had it in July, earlier in July, 2 months plus before the season begins, and the fact that it was a scope, not relatively non-invasive, just a small incision, that has the Seahawks believing that he will play September 9th in the very first game of the NFL season at Lumen Field against the Patriots. In the meantime, Bud Clark stands to have a lot of reps with the ones in that hybrid safety closer to the box role that Eamon-Worry loves to do. I don't know that he's going to be the Sam linebacker that Eamon-Worry is when they go to 5 and 6 defensive backs on the field. I'm not saying he's ready for that as a rookie. Remember, it was unnatural how quickly Eamon-Worry glommed on to and excelled in every role that McDonald gave him. He even had it on the defensive line against the Minnesota Vikings at the end, late in last season. I'm not saying Bud Clark's ready for that. Let's see what Bud Clark can do. But I'm saying he's going to now, Clark, the second-round pick from TCU, is going to get some one-rep opportunities in the extra sub-packages that is so much a part of Mike McDonald's defense 60, 70% of the time last year. Zach Charbonnet went on in the PUP list officially yesterday. Not a surprise, not nearly what the Eamon-Worry situation is. Charbonnet had the surgery in mid-February. 8 to 12 months for reconstructive knee surgery. ACL tears are the norm. That would put him in the early end in mid-October. PUP list, if you're on the PUP list to begin training camp, you can be on the PUP list. Only guys on the PUP list to begin training camp can be on the PUP list to begin the season, which would mean he'd miss the first 4 games as a minimum. Kenny McIntosh also on the PUP list. There may be others. If you go on the PUP list, you can come back at any time. They may put others on the PUP list to start training camp as the rest of the veterans report between now and tomorrow. But some news, and it also speaks, the national uproar about Eamon Worry also speaks, Jessamine, to Super Bowl champions getting more attention.
Well, of course. And I feel like this is kind of the most understated I've seen the Seahawks. I mean, I've only experienced one Super Bowl win with them, but I feel like when it comes to Super Bowl champions, the Rams are getting a lot more attention than the Seahawks are as we head into this season. I don't think they're being as highly vaunted, and I think that's exactly what Mike McDonald wants.
Exactly. And
we just let us fly under these clouds over here.
Exactly.
Yes.
Up next, we'll go to Portland, find out what's going on with the Blazers, the new ownership, the arena situation, Kevin Clapper, all of it, with longtime Oregonian writer Aaron Fentress. He'll join us next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
My friend Aaron Fentress coming up from the Oregonian in Portland after headlines brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light Choose Chill. Nick Eamian worry ankle surgery prior to reporting to training camp this past week. I learned that this morning, wrote at thenewstribune.com of the timing of the surgery. Brady Henderson of ESPN.com breaking the news yesterday that Eamon Worry had arthroscopic surgery on his ankle this month. The timing of the surgery, the arthroscopic nature means the Seahawks think he's going to be playing week 1 against the Patriots on September 9th. Mariners lost the game in a series of the Reds yesterday, leading 3-2, then losing 5-3 as Eduardo Bizzardo gave up a 3-run homer. Season-high runs allowed by Bizzardo on one pitch in the 7th inning, turning a loss into a loss. Mariners are half game back from Texas. They're heading to Arlington to play the Rangers in a 4-game series that begins tomorrow night through Monday. Then, doesn't get any easier, they go to the Dodgers, play Los Angeles next week.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, that's not great. Another bad night, really bad night for the Sounders. They lost in Austin with 2 late goals by Austin. That's now 8 goals against and only 2 scored in 2 games since returning from the World Cup break. And this morning in the NHL's 37-year-old Patrick Kane agreed to a 2-year contract to return to where he became an NHL superstar. The former number 1 overall pick back to the Chicago Blackhawks. Patrick Kane to the Blackhawks. He's played the last 4 years for the New York Rangers and the Detroit Red Wings. To the Beacon Plumbing Hotline we go. Aaron Fentress, the Oregonian, longtime Oregonian writer, former Blazers beat writer, a Ducks beat writer, Oregon Ducks beat writer now, columnist, longtime friend of mine, joins us from Portland. Hello, sir. Good to talk to you again.
What is up, Greg? I got 2 quick beats.
Here we go. Here we go.
The first one.
Here we go.
The first one. How did someone not consult me before giving you a radio show? Because I would have just poured cold water. But I can't figure out if I'm more perturbed about that or the fact that you have a radio show and it's the first time you had me on. I thought we were dogs, man. What's up?
Yeah, that's true. I will take ownership of the second one. It's a long time overdue. Now I'll call you. Now I'll call you all the time. We'll put you on a retainer. We'll get you a sponsor, and you'll be on the show.
Now we're talking. There we go. There we go. How you been, man?
Man, I've been good. How's you still coaching?
No, I gave up the semi-pro world. I did that for like 22 seasons. My last season was just a couple years ago. My players got old, and people always cry about the younger generation, but it's true. The younger generation, they don't want to be coached. They're lazy. They don't want to practice. So I can't figure out if that's them or just me getting older and me becoming more of a curmudgeon. But I retired.
How old we're getting, Aaron? My son, 23, refereed some of those semi-pro games in that same league, and he refereed a game up here at Foster High School outside Seattle with that Oregon team. That's really good. I met the sponsor of it and the whole thing. But anyway, what the hell's going on in Portland?
Nice.
What is going on with Portland? Tom Dundon. I mean, can an owner do less to ingratiate himself? He's not exactly making friends down there. What's going on with the Blazers, man? Let's first start with how many more people is he going to fire? I mean, you get rid of Kevin Calabro, you're doing something.
Not only did they get rid of Calabro, well, they did. Okay, which is worse, just saying we're not going to bring you back or offering him pennies on the dollar, ignoring his legacy Right. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's pretty bizarre down here. And I covered the Blazers for 5 years, and I moved back to the Ducks, which at first I was kind of pissed about, but given everything that's happened in the last year, with Chauncey getting arrested, with the chaos now with this new owner, I'm kind of glad I'm off that beat. And every once in a while, I choose Joe Freeman about what he has to deal with. But no, it's just been crazy, and it wouldn't be as bad if there wasn't this cloud hanging over the Moda Center, this idea that could he move the team. And he's doing just all these crazy things where it's clear he just does not care about the connection that the franchise has to the fans. And that, to me, resonated more than ever when he started ripping away the very conduits between the franchise and the fans. You lay off Casey Hodal, who's been writing for the website for 18 years. And now you're getting rid of the entire broadcast team so far, except for I think Brooke Olsendan will be safe. I don't know what's going on with Lamar Hurd, but it's just wild. And I've talked to friends about this and colleagues, and it's just bizarre to me how it seems like the richer you are, the less you care about humanity. It's like he's just some of the people he laid off, even before this round, had been there for they lived and breathed the Blazers. Like that was their life. They were so committed and loyal to the functionality of that franchise. And he just comes in and looks at a payroll sheet and just starts lopping off names without a care in the world. It's just really a negative thing to do, especially in this city where I think people are more maybe, sensitive to that type of thing than other places.
I brought up on Twitter X that this is right out of the Clay Bennett Oklahoma City playbook that happened here in Seattle that we're all still having nightmares about that got the Sonics out of here. And you say, well, wait a minute. There's not exactly the same because of the arena situation in Portland being different than Seattle. Can you explain that? Okay, so, they wanted a completely new arena, right?
Talking about Seattle.
Almost zero public.
Correct.
In Seattle. And there was only almost zero public support, correct?
Correct. They got, David Stern and Bennett got chased out of Olympia with the legislators saying no way. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas here, it's a remodel, one, and most of the money's in place. Right? Like, is the price tag $600 million, and you got the state and county have already pitched in $400 plus, and so the city, which owns the arena, is on the hook for $120. So it's like it's much closer to the finish line of the team not leaving than it was ever in Seattle. So that's why I feel like it's definitely different. That said, a lot of people are fearful that Dundon is, running the same playbook. I've been of the mind since they put the team up for sale, and I'm still of the mind that the Blazers are not going anywhere. I do not. I just don't. There's too many other things. Like, one, where are they going to go? Is the NBA really going to allow it? Is the city? And my thing too. The city. I think the city is partially. I think they're posturing. Some of the city councils, I think, are just posturing. They're playing that game where you're going to stick it to the billionaire, right? There was some rally and they had signs, no bailout for billionaires. Like, this isn't a bailout for billionaires. What are you talking about? The city owns the arena. You're going to have to do something with it anyway. It's 30 years old. It's going to cost you $120 million, and the state and the county are going to pay the rest to make it a top end facility, and you're crying about that. So I think eventually the city council is going to get it together and they're going to approve the money. I just think a lot of this is just theater, and it'll all work out.
What exactly?
What do I know?
Well, you covered the Blazers. You lived there. I think you know a little bit. What do they need to do? They need to add more suites, some courtside suites. What are the revenue generators that the Rose Garden / Moda Center lacks that the money's going to get spent on?
Yeah, all of the above. So before I started covering the Blazers, I'd only been to a couple of other NBA arenas. I never really thought about the age of the Moda Center, and I think for its age, it actually does hold up pretty well. I think it's great. Like, it's not dilapidated. Like, I think it speaks to how well it was put together 30 years ago. Because I think you look at it, you're like, this was kind of ahead of its time 30 years ago. But after covering the Blazers, now we didn't travel a ton because they were so bad. I had the privilege of covering the worst 4-year stretch for the Blazers since their very first years of existence, and saw some of the most amazingly blatant tanking in the history of tanking. Tanking where, like, guys who are supposedly wrapped in bandages and damn near dead so they can't play, I see hanging out in the locker room chilling like nothing's wrong with them because nothing's wrong with them. That's how bad it was, right? But anyway, I did travel enough to go to about 18 or 19 other arenas. And when you do that and you look around, you're like, I get it now. I get it now. The modus, it's just old. The seats are old. The concourses aren't wide enough. There's complaints about how the different kitchen areas are built. They're not, they're not worker friendly. Getting the parking, getting trucks in and out, those kind of things. And then the suites aren't great. And then they need to do, I think even more important than the arena is around the arena. It is completely dead. There's nothing to do. It is, you go to the game and you leave. Whereas you go to other cities, it's just lit up. There's restaurants.
there's bars, there's activity. It's just lively. You don't get that at all because the Rose Quarter is an absolute zero. So there's a lot that needs to be done to spruce that area up. And I think it would be, economically sound for the city to participate in doing that because I think they'll get some benefits from it.
Dundon will probably want a cut of any new bars or restaurants right next to the arena, though, right? The city won't get to keep that himself. Aaron Fentress from the Oregonian joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline from Portland about all the craziness going on with the new ownership and the Blazers. You covered the Seahawks. That's how we got to know each other. You covered them under the Paul Allen regime and the transition to Jody Allen following Paul Allen's death. If you're from a Seahawks perspective, now that you're in Portland and see how Tom Dundon's running the Blazers, would you be concerned that the Allen estate and Jody Allen and Burt Cold picked Tom Dundon and now have picked Seahawks owners? Do you think there's any correlation there?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, Jody, her responsibility based on the estate was to, maximize the value of both franchises.
Right.
And I had a conversation, I can't remember what his name was, like 3 or 4 years ago about, what was going on with the Blazers and the sale because everyone was freaking out. But he just sell it anyway, just sell it. And the person said to me, like, look, the two assets you're going to hold on to for the longest, because you don't have to sell everything right away, right? Are the Seahawks and the Blazers because they're going to appreciate. And the light bulb went off. I was like, okay, that makes complete sense. So when Phil Knight came in with the offer, this was 4 years ago, he came in with $2.2 billion, and everyone was like, oh man, they should take it. They should take it because he'll build it up and he'll keep it in Oregon no matter what, and he'll make it amazing, right? Like he does for the University of Oregon. But Jody Allen was like, nah, I'm good because she knew that was a low ball. Less than a year later, the Suns go for almost $4 billion. Now, Suns are more valuable. Still, that was almost double. And now she just got 4.3 for them, right? So she was proven correct and holding on. Same thing with the Seahawks. So that was her responsibility. That said, they claim that when they met with Dundon and that Dundon made it clear that it was not his goal to move the team. And he's never said, I'm going to move the team. So it's like, do you believe that, or do you believe that his actions would indicate he might? But then you have to have a place to move, and then what are really the financial implications of doing that? And then you have the fact that I still believe the city's going to come through, so everything's going to work out, because a lot of the things that were agreed upon financially were done before Dundon took over. Like the Blazers under Allen were already talking to the city of Portland and the county and the state about remodeling Moda. In fact, the Blazers had already started the process by redoing the scoreboards. So the inside, the one over the middle, and then the big ones, the big stat boards, those were redone already. So that process was already in place and rolling along. So I kind of believe that some of this stuff is just political posturing from both sides and negotiations and all this kind of nonsense. And at the end of the day, it's gonna all work out.
Aaron Fentress joining us.
Long-winded answer. No. Sorry, long-winded answer, but I think I got to your point eventually.
No, that's why we have you on. No problem. I got to ask you about the Ducks, and I got to ask you about covering major college sports in the Big Ten from the West Coast and NIL and transfer portal, and the Ducks are right in the middle of high bidding on all this stuff. What is it like from your perspective? I teach at the University of Washington, Intercollegiate Athletic Leadership Program. I see it from the athletic department hiring perspective of how it's changed college sports, but just from a perspective of roster building, of coaching, what's Dan Lanning doing? What is Altman doing? What is different about college sports from where you see it? The pitfalls, just what the hell's going on in college sports is really what I'm trying to say, because Oregon's right in the middle of it, being in Eugene, Oregon in the Big Ten.
Yeah, this is totally a get off my lawn moment for me. I can't stand it. And I'm not saying I can't stand the fact that guys are getting paid. I think it's great. I mean, clearly the money's available, right? And so, yeah, they should get paid. It's just that the system and the way it's structured, it just flies against my sensibilities in terms of competition and what it means. So, like, we covered the Seahawks together, right? So the NFL, one of the greatest things ever in the history of sports, I think, was how Pete Rozelle back in the day set forth a system that would ensure competitive balance, right? With the draft being weighted, and then later the cap came. So that's why Green Bay can compete with Dallas.
Right.
otherwise, in the college football world, Green Bay has no chance to compete with Dallas because Jerry Jones would have a $5 billion payroll and buy up every player. And so what's happening now, like I give Oregon credit and Lanning some credit, but I've had this debate with people when people are like, oh, Lanning's so amazing. He's such an amazing recruiter. I'm like, I'm not saying he's not a good recruiter, but dude, it's easy to recruit when I'm plopping $400,000 in your bank account. Right. And Oregon is in a position now where not only can it compete for all the big time 4- and 5-star kids out of high school, but they can just raid other people's rosters.
Right.
And that, so like Dylan Finneman, he just got drafted by my Bears. I was very happy about that. I was hoping they'd get him. He was an all-conference safety at Purdue in the Big Ten Conference. The Ducks are like, we need a safety. I kind of like that guy. And so they offer him a boatload of money. Purdue can't match that. And he just moseys on over to a conference rival. And so that just creates a weird competitive imbalance where it's just, I can't respect it, right? So Oregon's going to be good, and they're going to continue to be good, but it's just to me, it's far more impressive, the Bellotti era, Chip Kelly, Mark Helfrich, where they recruited high school kids like Marcus Mariota and LaMichael James, et cetera, and developed them into winning, into going to national championship games, as opposed to just going out and just buying all the players that you can possibly buy. So it drives me nuts. It's difficult for me. I mean, it's not difficult to cover because that's part of my job, but I don't like it. And it's not what I look forward to dealing with. Let's put it that way.
Since you cover the Ducks, let me ask you on the spot question. Brandon Johnson, I know he was Duke for 3 years and he only one season in Eugene with the Ducks, but what can you tell Seahawk fans about the new cornerback they just signed this week?
I've been on vacation. They signed a cornerback?
They signed Brandon Johnson off. Basically, he was the Eagles practice squad last year. And the rookie year, he played 3 years for the Eagles. He played for Oregon for one season after starting his career at Duke.
I didn't cover him. What year was that?
That would have been 2 years ago, I think. Yeah.
This is my first year back.
Yeah, that's back.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Never mind. Speaking of Green Bay, my producer / co-host Jessamine McIntyre has a question for you about Green Bay.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to do with Green Bay, but having sideline reported for 14 seasons in a row, I have experienced some bad trips, and I heard that you guys had quite a doozy together in Green Bay.
I specifically made a demand.
Which is why we're bringing it up.
Green Bay.
And also, to be fair, he didn't ask the question. I did.
Wow, I got bamboozled. Okay, what's your question?
How was it?
Tell us about the drive.
What happened?
In the snow in Green Bay? Man, the Seahawks played the playoff game twice. We had to go there twice in the snow.
That's right. So
and
for
the
that
first time, didn't we have to go ahead?
I'm just setting the context. For those that don't know, most times you can't fly. Now it's changed. You can't fly jets into Green Bay, but for the longest time, you couldn't even fly jets into Green Bay. And nobody really flies into Green Bay. It's usually Chicago, Milwaukee.
I do Milwaukee,
Appleton.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I fly to Chicago and just take the nonstop and then drive the 3 hours to Green Bay. But that drive can be fun in January. And that's the context for when Aaron Fentress and I drove from, I believe it was Chicago, or maybe I picked you up in Milwaukee, and we drove up for
Milwaukee, yeah.
2 playoff games in snowstorms. Not from Ohio. I could drive in the snow. Aaron didn't really believe that.
Oh, so were you white knuckling?
He was crying. I needed to give him a pacifier.
I was crying like a little baby. We were gonna die.
We lived.
No doubt in my mind. When we were driving back that night. First, we had to walk through the parking lot, and it was like 3 feet of snow.
Oh, that was the other thing. We went to a dinner across the parking lot at a steakhouse with Ann Killian and a bunch of other people. I think it was Ann Killian and a bunch of other people. I can't remember who was all there from out of town. And he wanted me to drive him from the press box 300 yards to the steakhouse.
Okay, but listen. I didn't plan accordingly, and I was wearing like dress shoes. And I didn't want to walk in the snow and get my feet all cold and catch frostbite. So yeah, I wanted him to come get me, and he made fun of me. But the biggest thing was driving home that night. We're driving home, and Greg drives like there's no care in the world, and I'm freaking out. And we see all these cars on the side of the road. I know I saw some people eating some people to survive that night. I know I saw that.
You were in a fever dream.
I think I saw, it was like, there was a movie, Alive, the plane crash. Yeah, that too. So anyway, we made it back. But then the second time, if you remember, we were leaving Lambeau. What year was that? That was just a couple years ago. No, man. Oh, my God. That was 2019. That was that long ago. Dang. Do you remember? So we got behind a plow.
Yeah, the plow. Masvidal Pereira was in the car with us, too.
So we were behind the plow, and I was just like, thank God, because the plow was clearing away. And then I kept singing the Mr. Plow song from The Simpsons. And then all of a sudden, the plow made a left turn. And I'm like, where's the plow going, and why aren't we following it? And Greg goes, we got to go this way. I go, no, we got to go where the plow's going. He's like, that's not where we're going. That's not to Milwaukee. To Milwaukee. I go, no, I don't care. Follow the plow. Follow the plow.
Oh, well.
That's what happened.
I mean, and exactly. That's the end of the story. I have a similar experience, but a little bit different when Matt Chazanow and I were trying to get out of El Paso after the 2015 Sun Bowl. All of the flights got canceled. The team plane barely took off, and we were not on the team plane. We were flying commercial, and we got everything's canceled. After that team plane flew off, everything was canceled. And so we're in El Paso, Texas, and Chazanow, who's a road warrior, goes, okay, well, we're just going to rent a car. I got us 3:30 flights out of Phoenix tomorrow. I'm like, okay. So we're just going to go rent a car. We got the last rental car in the airport. There's tornadoes all around Texas during a blizzard. And we drove 10 hours through the night. And I was just watching a weather map. And then we see jackknife tractor trailers all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And they were closing the roads behind us. And if we wanted to pull over, we physically couldn't. So we're like in a Chevy Spark. Our weight is holding us on the ground just being in the car. And we made it, 6:30 in the morning. The next day, we made it to Phoenix, slept for 6 hours, and got on a plane from Phoenix to Seattle. It was quite the intense experience. So I thought you would know you're not alone being scared of snow.
Appreciate it. Well, and I have to give Greg credit. My family thanks him for bringing me home alive.
Exactly. You made it back
it was
safely.
touch and go there for a minute.
I couldn't let you go without bringing that up. But anyway, no, thanks for telling us. There's people in the text line going, why are we having a Ducks reporter on the home of the Huskies? And I know it's sacrilege, but it's a perspective from being a Blazers beat writer, former Seahawks beat writer. It's good to talk to you, man. We'll have you back on soon. Where's your first trip in Oregon? Where are you headed?
I'm actually headed to Chicago next week for Big Ten Media Days.
That's right.
And the Cubs are not in town, which I'm very pissed off about since I'm a Cubs, Bears, Bulls guy. I cannot believe that didn't work out. But you at least have me on when the Ducks play the Huskies.
Oh, okay, we'll do that. For sure.
Don't your Husky fans want to hear the Ducks reporters take on that game?
I'm sure they'll be clamoring for
45-10.
Ooh,
can't wait.
45-10. You heard it here first. Aaron Fentress, 45-10. Thanks, man. It's good to talk to you again. I'll catch up soon.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for doing this. Aaron Fentress from the Oregonian in Portland. He's great. Yeah, he was crying, man. I kept saying, let's stop for a pacifier because he would not shut up. Well, it's 3.5 hours of wailing in the back seat.
If you're not used to it, what, he sat in the back seat?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, you think he sat in the front on the way up and the back on the way back? Once the snow
you were
plow,
his Uber driver?
I was. I just don't mind driving in the snow. Once the plow turned off, I just went like 75 miles an hour across. There was nothing. It was just white. We could have been driving across a field. You couldn't see the road.
Oh, yeah.
But it was flat. It's in mid-central southern Wisconsin.
I remember that. I was in the desert, which apparently gets snow.
Sun Bowl. Those are great trips, man. The Sun Bowl.
Yeah.
Up next, I don't know if we have any talkbacks. We'll read back.
We have a few.
Oh, good. We'll play back talkbacks. We'll read back your text on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Ian Furness is lurking outside the office or the studio window here. We'll talk to him on what his show's coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
is the lack of urgency. I don't know where this comes from, but when you watch the TV broadcast, you see the players all laughing and smiling as if nothing's going on. The Seattle Mariners are a bunch of pretenders, and the rest of the league knows it. It's time to get rid of Dan Wilson and show Jerry Dipoto the door. I'm done with this team.
Hey there, Jessamine. Go Cougs! And Greg, it is your brother from another Ohio mother. If the last 2 days of Midwestern heat and somewhat Midwestern humidity didn't remind you why we live here, thankfully the Sonics aren't back, so the heat can stay in the East. Now, the Mariners are the mediocrity of Major League Baseball, and until they start playing like Major Leaguers, I'll stay clinically depressed.
Well, that was uplifting.
Well, it's two different people that kind of feel the same way about the team right now.
In the last dozen minutes or so, Adam Jude of the Seattle Times, Shannon Dreyer, Mariners reporter, are reporting that the Mariners are firing assistant hitting coach Bobby Magallanes, the number 3 guy, actually. Ed Pepperella, the Mariners hitting coordinator, will join the Major League staff for the remainder of the season. The number 3 guy? Not Kevin Seitzer, not Dan Wilson.
To be honest, I don't know.
Mariners have fired their assistant hitting coach.
I don't know what the problem is. And also, when it comes to firings, you could point at what we see as consumers of the sport, but there could be other reasons as well. We don't know.
Magallanes has worked alongside hitting coach Kevin Seitzer since 2021 in Atlanta. Adam June notes this is their second year together in Seattle. Mariners are last in batting average and slugging percentage. We don't need to tell you what they are in runners in scoring position. The assistant hitting coach is the fall guy so far for the Mariners offense.
But yeah, I go back into the we don't know the reasons because I don't think this is going to really boost the Mariner fan base with, they did something. So if it was for some sort of public, hey, look, we're making moves, I don't think that's the biggest move that you can make. And I'm not calling for any other firings. I just don't think that it was necessarily done with the public in mind.
As the assistant hitting coach.
Mm-hmm.
253. I'm the biggest Cole Young fan out there, but faking a tag is Bush League, not a high IQ or veteran move. Middle infielders are taught at a young age to never do this. That's not entirely true. It's safe and it's unsafe and disrespectful. I think it's ball.
It's ball.
I think it saves a base, and in yesterday's case, if Bizzardo hadn't given up a home run, it would have saved him a run, the tying run. It kept a runner at second base with fewer than 2 outs. That's ball.
I mean, it's a chess game sometimes, and it's not always. And actually, in baseball, it rarely is. But I remember D. Gordon when he was grounding, caught a ground, or it was a line drive, and he dropped it because then he could make the double play. He got flagged for it. Like, it was ruled illegal.
That's supposed to be right. That's illegal by rules.
By rules, right? So, but he still tried to, get that done, and I didn't have any problems with it. I didn't consider it Bush League.
360 says it's Jerry Dipoto's rules and the rest of baseball's rules. Baseball has an analytics problem. It's not just us. Yeah. We've talked about analytics. I agree with that. 425 about the Sonics. Yes. Bring back Kevin and Calabro, that is, and Marcus Johnson to reprise one of their all-time great calls following a terrific play by Detlef Schrempf. Play that funky music, white boy. Yes, they used to say that.
Oh, I forgot about
when
that.
Detlef would. It's exactly right.
And
those two
Detlef
were
is
fun.
just like the most wonderful person.
He really is.
Yeah.
And he's still quite active in the basketball scene here.
He is.
But yeah, Marcus Johnson alongside Kevin Calabro on those broadcasts in the mid-'90s when they went to the finals against the Bulls, that was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
They had to have the best local broadcasters in the NBA and sports almost. That was Get on the magic carpet and ride, baby, ride.
Oh, gosh. The best.
Bring Kevin Calabro back. Make him the new Sonics, the returning Sonics announcer again. How fabulous that would be. It's set up that way now that the Blazers have given him a, quote, subprime offer. And he said it wasn't worth his time, he told Jason Quick. Kevin Calabro did. Remember, Kevin Calabro will be on this station tomorrow at 9 a.m. with Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan in the morning show. Listen to that. It'll be definitely worth listening to.
Oh, they are going to dive deep into that one. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wonder how much fury there will be about the lack of a bigger move when it comes to the job structure with the Mariners, or if people just don't care that guy got fired. We don't really know the intricacies of what his job was.
Correct.
So
there's a reason they fired him, but it comes off as, the perception, of course, comes off as that you're firing a underling, an assistant, for a problem that goes well above him. But yeah, we don't know his actual role.
We also don't know the reason.
Is he telling him to try to hit it to Linwood and to Renton with runners at scoring position instead of just putting the ball in play? I don't know. Is that his fault? At some point, it's up to the guys in the batter's box when there's a runner at second base and 2 out to get the job done. But yeah.
Maybe just his philosophy didn't align with what they want.
It's the old rearranging the deck chairs on the deck of the Titanic, right?
But it's not a Titanic right now.
That's the point.
Yes.
And I know no one wants to hear it, but they're a half game out of first place
right
on July the 23rd. I know it doesn't feel like that. It doesn't seem like that. They went 3-3 against the Giants and the Reds, 2 bottom-rung teams. Yes, and yes. But the division ain't going anywhere. And we've said it since the beginning of the season on this show. They're a 4, 5, 6-game winning streak from being in first place comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
They just aren't getting the 4, 5, or 6-game winning streak going. But yes, all of that is still in play, which speaks to Poto's comments in the local media last week that we just need the best acquisitions we can make are having the guys we already have the seasons they're capable of having.
Mm-hmm.
I looked up yesterday, and I just had to do a triple take that Cal Raleigh on the scoreboard, his average is 164 in late July. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Counting Colt Emerson, the Mariners had 2 guys in their lineup yesterday with batting averages under 200.
Yeah.
Colt Emerson, we mentioned, is 3 for his last 32 now, while batting 9th.
At least they keep him in that 9th spot.
Yeah. We'll see what happens when Brendan Donovan comes back from his rehab stint.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what that infield will look like, because we just don't know.
253 says, why are we having a Ducks reporter on the, quote, home of the Huskies? I mentioned that. Yes, that's sacrilege in some ways. But Aaron, has a really wide perspective of having been a former Seattle beat writer. He used to drive from Portland to Seattle a couple times a week, once or twice during this week for practices and press conferences and locker room, and then for games. And then he would travel to road games, and that's how we got to know each other and traveling together. We became really good friends doing that. And he has also, for 5 seasons, been a traveling beat writer for the paper of record in Portland for the Blazers. So he knows all about that environment, the people he talked about they've fired. I've been with the team since Bill Walton and Jack Ramsey were Blazers. I mean, the thing that's different about the Blazers and almost every other major sports franchise in this country is it's Portland's only team. It is the thing in Portland, the Blazers.
I've gone down for games before.
We all have, yes. I have. It's fat. I don't think there's anything wrong with that arena, but I know how modern economics of pro sports and they maximizing revenues and all that, keeping up with the Joneses. I get it, and that's why they want to modernize it. But
the area is great. There's plenty of hotels around. I just feel like it's a good spot for hoops.
Yeah, and to Aaron's point, the Blazers, I'm sure, want to have revenue-generating bars and restaurants right outside the arena that they can own and have a cut of the profits of. That's the trend in sports. The Patriots did it in Foxborough. Middle of nowhere, Foxborough is now Patriots Center, or whatever they call that place, Patriots Place, with a bunch of restaurants and bars and shopping right attached to the stadium. I've been to that for Army, Navy, and for Seahawks games, and it is a mall, basically, attached to the stadium, and Robert Kraft and the Patriots keep all of that revenue. That's some of what people are fearing about what the new owners of the Seahawks might want a new stadium for, is they need a footprint to have all that stuff attached to it. But so far. No indication of them doing bad. Anyway, that's why we had Aaron Fentress on. Plus, he's one of my good friends, and as you heard him say, why haven't I had him on the show before?
I've done some sideline work with him. Yeah,
That's true.
he's great.
Well, I see the rest of media is picking up on the Washington State switching sidelines story now. We talked about it a couple days ago.
People care about it.
That's good.
I get more shade during the game.
More shade for Jessamine.
And more student section for the opponents.
Another Coug is about to join us on the home of the Huskies. Ian Furness, Maple Valley. Tell us what's on the show next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre. Now Ian Furness, the mayor of Maple Valley, with his Mayor India Pale Ale t-shirt on for what Georgetown Brewery does. Producer Travis Monger preparing for the show with Ian Furness coming up next from 12
Monger,
until 3.
not a monger.
I'm Moger.
I was like, he works at the fish market?
Yeah, he's a monger.
He's a fishmonger. Let's go.
Travis Moger.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, indeed. How are you?
I'm good.
What was the story? I was just pulling in the air into the garage, the garage here down below, where it kind of loses a little bit of cell service or radio service, even though we're on the FM, which, by the way, you can hear everywhere, unlike other stations where I came here at Mariner Game in Renton. You were talking about the travel to Green Bay. Did you guys have trains, planes, and automobiles? You and Fentress?
I've had 4 of those.
Was that the last playoff game there in 2020? I guess.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was.
What happened?
Well, that was the one before, because the last one I had to fly to Minneapolis because of an ice storm.
Oh, you guys were all late almost, right? That's right.
We
I remember
drove
that.
from Minneapolis to Green Bay.
A whole bunch of you, right?
I had a car full of 7 people.
That's what I thought. I remember that now. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we were there so early in the week that it was we didn't beat the cold. I remember just freezing my ass off the entire week doing live show. We did a live show on Saturday, the day before the game January 2020. We were doing live news all morning and then doing stuff later on. And Greg, I was in Minnesota like you for the game
7 below with 25 below wind chill.
It was worse that day, Saturday in Green Bay. And then we had to do live shots for Portland. Too.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're in and out of the car, and it was so cold. And I remember thinking, like, where is everybody?
Yeah.
And you
we
guys
were in Minneapolis.
You guys all came in
late.
late.
We got rerouted.
Yeah.
We were supposed to go into Chicago, and we
Yeah.
got rerouted to Minneapolis because of the storm. And then we drove from Minneapolis 5 hours to Green Bay and got there about an hour before kickoff.
That's right. I remember that. It's wild. That is wild.
Dugar was in there with me, Condota, Brady Henderson.
Yeah.
Matt Cockett, Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News, a columnist was covering the NFC playoffs, was in there with us.
Wow.
7 of us.
You guys must have did you have a van or what'd you have?
I can't have SUV of some kind.
God.
Yeah, we rolled in. But Fentress was in the backseat crying like a little baby. I need to give him a pacifier.
Of course he was. That's Fentress in a nutshell, though.
We brought that up. But so you're a big fan of the Mariners' latest move to try to solve their problems.
I don't even know. Like the third string hitting coach is your scapegoat? What? What?
Fans wanted to move. They made a move.
That is just not what you do. Okay, it's just not what you do.
Isn't there for the hitting part of this? Isn't it
Fishmonger came in to fix something on the rundown?
As a major league, at the major league
if
level,
you were watching on YouTube, you walked by. That's why. Yes.
At the major league level, if there's a runner at 2nd and 2 out, does that have anything to do with the hitting coach? No. Hitting with runners in scoring position, it's the guy in the box.
Well, here's the thing. Whatever he's doing, that's like you're not cutting the head off of the snake. Listen, you can't fire Edgar. He's got a canteen in the ballpark, among other things.
2 of them.
Is there 2 of them now?
Well, there's one above. There's a cantina below, but he has
and a statue.
And
a statue. Okay, you can't and a street.
That the same reason you can't fire Dan Wilson?
Well, he didn't have any of those things. He didn't have a street, a cantina, but Kevin Seitzer.
Yeah.
But I just shake my head sometimes. Hey, you know what? You go take 3 out of 4 from Texas. All is gonna be fine. Honestly, and I'm being dead serious.
I know.
With that.
We've been talking about that. They're a 4 or 5 game winning streak, but me in first place comfortably.
Yes.
By few games.
The problem is Texas is thinking the same thing.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They're thinking the same thing.
What do you got today?
Oh, God. We're going to check in. We'll continue our conversation with Corbin Smith. I think you and him are on the same page with everybody else on what's going on with Eamon Worry, but we'll give an update on that coming up at 12:20. And then 1 o'clock, 1:20, I should say, Eno Saris, our weekly visit with. Haven't talked to him for a couple weeks. We've been off on Thursdays because of soccer. So from the Athletics, going to join us as well. We'll get to that coming up at 1:20, and then 2 o'clock we'll check in. Chris Crawford's going to join us. We'll preview the Texas series. I mean, it's a massive series. The road trip as a whole, but 4 against the team that you're a half game behind in the division. You couldn't have. I'm be honest with you, Greg. I can't wait to get home and watch it. Exciting series. Fun. Let's go.
Can I rain cloud that a second?
No.
Because then when the series is over, they got to go to Dodger Stadium for 3.
I know. I'm not looking at that. I'm not looking at that.
Ian's up next with Travis, with Corbin, with Eno Saris from 12 until 3. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre. Oh, I owe you a keyword, don't I?
Bonus.
Bonus. Go to 933kjr.com. Bonus. And in 10, 15 minutes, you're going to get another one from Ian. It's your chance to win $1,000 thanks to Bellevue Rare Coins. Thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow, 10 until noon. Ian is up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. How do we say his name again? Bobby what? Magianis? Magianis.
That's according to Ryan Roland Smith.
He was a guest on the Upper Deck show.
That's right.
Note to people, don't go on that show. Apparently it's bad. It's a bad omen. You're going to get turfed. I kid. I like the hyphen. Unlike someone who used to be on 10 to 1. I like the hyphen. I like Ryan Roland Smith. I'm just saying maybe his show is a little bit jinxed because the problem for the Mariners was their third string hitting coach, Bobby Magianis. He's fired today. Not Seitzer. Not the guy with the canteen in the street. The third string hitting coach.
You know what I've been saying since May?
What?
Fire Bobby
Magianis. Actually, Monger or Monger. I like the Monger better. You're right. God. We'll get to that. I can't wait for Crawford at 2. It's going to be fun. Mariners lost to the Reds 5-3 yesterday. Edward Bizzardo gave up a 3-run home run to Sal Stewart in the 7th inning. You know what? It was probably Magianis' fault. Bullpen management, 6-man rotation, piggyback. That's the third string hitting coach's fault. Emerson Hancock had a nice day. 6 innings, 2-run ball. Cal Raleigh, RBI single. He's still only 2 for 21, though, since in those 2 hits are the home run and that RBI yesterday, right? That's not good. Let's see. Eamon Wari is on the PUP list. We knew that. Now we find out that he had underwent right ankle surgery earlier this month, confirmed by our own Greg Bell. Sounders they lost to Austin FC 3-1 on the road last night. Where's Jackson? I got to have a conversation. Actually, he showed me the lineup yesterday. I think it's a disservice to say the Sounders lost to Austin FC. The Tacoma Defiance USL team. It'd be like if Coachella Valley, basically you played 90% of Coachella Valley in an NHL game. Or the Tacoma Rainiers played and, well, maybe they'd be all right. But you get my point. They had nobody in the lineup last night. Again, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Don't forget our cash contest. Keyword this hour is preset. Go to 93.3KJR.com and enter the word preset. Sports Radio brings you this bonus bucks presented by Bellevue Rare Coins. Your chance at $1,000. Here we go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Raise your hand if you know the name Bobby Magianis. Is that how we just said it? I don't even know anymore. Magianis?
I think that's what Greg said.
Yeah, well, we heard it from the hyphen on his podcast because we're trying to figure out how to say his name because nobody knew who he was. God. Greg said to me before we went on the air, as he was packing his stuff up here in the studio, Greg Bell, our esteemed 10 to 12 show host, he said, you know, they don't care about public perception and people mocking them, which is what's happening right now all across social media, of course. And I said, maybe they do. Maybe they thought that this was like by offering a sacrificial lamb that this would appease people. People want someone fired. And you know, we've said it oftentimes on this show. Like just firing people to fire people is just it's sometimes I mean, there's always reasons to fire somebody, but so I don't think the baseball team is just firing a guy to fire a guy, but it doesn't make any sense. So I don't think, he says, well, there's 2 schools of thought. They'll get mocked for it, which they are, or maybe this appeases people and they thought, let's just get rid of this guy. He's, I guess, Seitzer's right-hand guy for the last few years, not just here, but elsewhere. It just makes no sense. Like, what was he doing wrong? I know the team can't hit, especially with runners in scoring position. It just is weird. It's very strange. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't know the guy from Adam. I knew of him. I knew they had 3 guys in the kind of the hitting staff, etc. But it feels like, well, are we going to fire Danny Farquhar next because he's a depth pitching coach on the bench? Because the piggyback or the bullpen usage is screwed up? Are we going to fire, Danny Farquhar next? No. Just weird. It's just weird. But you have a huge series coming up against Texas. You were able to, people are just killing them.
Rightfully so.
The people are just crushing them. Wow. Finally, they're able to identify the problem. John Sakanik. Yeah, exactly. It's odd. But they got this series against Texas coming up. And as I mentioned to Greg, you know what? You go take 3 or 4, or God, maybe you sweep it. But if you win that series, you're going to feel a hell of a lot better about your situation, and a lot will be forgotten. Now you got the Dodgers after that, but dare to dream. Go win a couple series against the Dodgers and the Rangers, and you're in really good shape, and the whole perception of this team is different. Instead, I barely got to this. They lost a series to the Cincinnati Reds. They lost a series to the Cincinnati Reds.
Not good.
How? Well, I mean, the how is easy. Your best hitter still can't hit. Your bullpen is very shorthanded. Very, very shorthanded. I know what happened. We all know what happened last year with Pizzardo in the playoffs. But, I mean, listen, you can't complain. They went to a leverage guy, and he gave up the bomb. So, Pizzardo gives up. I think the one thing with that is this. They scored 3 runs. You need to score more. Like, that's just – your offense is still a problem. If Josh Naylor wasn't the second coming of Ricky Henderson stealing bases and running the bases, and I say that like it's crazy. Who knows where this team would be? I think you can live a little bit more with loss yesterday because it wasn't one of the so-called quad 4A minor league relievers that was in that situation. It was Pizzardo. That's a guy you would put in that position. You know, maybe Brash would be in that position if he was healthy, but you put that guy in that position. You would expect, it was the 7th inning, so probably Brash, Spire, Pizzardo, Ferrer. I mean, that's a place you can live with, even if you can live with that. You can live with that. It happens. Guys hit home runs. Guys do stuff. I think that's the guy, Sal Stewart. That was the buddy of Colt Emerson. I think they played like Little League or something together, travel ball together. Good young player. And he hit the ball long way. They lose. Thanks for coming. You can live with that. You can't live with the offense. And maybe that's why they made the move. And let's give credit where credit's due. All joking aside, they know the inner workings. They know what's going on behind the scenes. And if they felt like a decision, and they brought a guy up from AAA or from the minors to replace him, it's not like they just turfed him and moved on. They made a change. Whatever his role was and what he was doing as the literally the number 3 hitting coach, they feel like they've maybe can help themselves in that regard. I don't know. It's just it's an exercise in frustration at times with this baseball team. But go win a couple series, and guess what? All is forgiven.
Watch this be the turning point.
God.
How amazing would that be?
Jesus, Moger, come on. You're right. I mean, let's clip that little thing right there in like a week's time, and you won't even be here. You'll probably be hopefully getting couple days off after soccer and filling in all week. If that happens, I'm giving you full credit, sir. Full credit along the way. Nick Eamon-Warry, speaking of things that make no sense, Nick Eamon-Warry has arthroscopic surgery on his ankle, and we'll talk about that with Corbin Smith coming up here at 12:20. We're also going to get in the defensive line a little bit. That was kind of what we wanted to do, and get into that more today. But we'll obviously talk about Eamon-Warry. I mentioned it the other day to Corbin. I'll still stand by this, even if they all expect him to be back for the start of the season. This isn't a good thing. This is not a nothing burger. This is not a 0 on the scale of 1 to 10, 0 to 10. This is not a 0 in terms of concern level. And it's gone from being in that high green forest fire area up to probably a solid yellow, borderline orange. Ankle injuries, chronic. It happened last year for the first time, basically 11 months ago. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And they took care of it. I think what you do have out there is a hell of a good staff in terms of the medical staff that they have. They've kind of gone through some changes over the last few years, the medical and strength staff, but I think those guys know what the hell they're doing, and they made the decision. I'm sure they probably tried to hold off long enough. They get it done now. It's just odd watching him work during minicamp. And, I mean, I mentioned yesterday he was doing a ton of work with the defensive line, was Nick Eamon-Warry, like doing pass rush drills and kind of getting tutored along the way by DeMarcus Lawrence. There's one practice. I got pictures of it. I'll probably post them on Twitter here, where he was working with D-Law and also with Chenna Nwosu on just some pass rush drills and some hand work and things like that, and looked fine. Now, listen, none of us are looking and say, hey, is he limping? No, none of us were thinking that. He played in the Super Bowl, but we do remember he was hurt the week of the Super Bowl. He was hurt the Wednesday or Thursday before the game. And but but he toughed it out. I think Greg played the sound yesterday. He said, yeah, I was fine for that game. And it's odd that obviously it didn't get better over the last few months. So they're going to go in there and fix it, and hopefully he's ready to go. But I think in the back of your mind, if you're a Seahawks fan, you got to be a little bit concerned. This guy's massively important to what is the best defense in the National Football League. And what he does, his versatility. The game last year that he just went bananas in, what he had like a block kick and all kinds of stuff going on. I mean, the guy he's an absolute stud. He is a game changer in an ultimate team sport. He is one of those guys that makes a difference and can change a game. So you cross your fingers that you see him on the practice field sooner as opposed to later. And when I say sooner, I'm saying not September 8th or whenever their first game is. I'm saying sooner as I'd like to see him in August out there at some point saying, okay, we can kind of take a deep breath now. Don't want to take it all the way up to the finish line, but not good. I mean, not a great situation because of his importance to the football team. So, all right, here's what's coming up today. Corbin Smith's going to join us, like I mentioned. We will check in with him about, we're going to talk D-line. I think that's just a really underrated strength of this football team. And when I say D-line, I'm not just talking about the interior. They're outside linebackers. I'm going to include that group in there as well. We just talked about Chenin and D-Law and everything like that. We'll get into that a little bit. Then we'll check in at 1:20 with Eno Saris from The Athletic, our baseball guy. And then 2 o'clock, Chris Crawford's going to join us. I kind of reached out to him. I want to just preview the Rangers series. The Rangers have had an interesting year as well, kind of up and down. It was really down early. They've been better lately. We'll talk to him about what to expect from Texas, who these guys are, how big a series this is, and we'll ask him about the hitting coach getting turf today, too. All that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
reporter for Emerald City Spectrum. All Seattle sports, all the time. Brought to you by Jim Elliott with Windermere Real Estate, helping home buyers and home sellers in Western Washington. Whether you're buying or selling, contact Jim at 206-769-5466 or at jim@soldbygym.com. Now with Corbin Smith, here's Ian.
All right, Corbin Smith joins us again. We're doing Corbin, having him on all week as we preview training camp, which begins on Saturday. We'll be out there for the first time on Monday doing the radio shows starting at 6 a.m. with Chuck Powell and company. So away we go. Corbin joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Fresh off like the rest of us. Just a stunning development with the local baseball team, Corbin. I don't know if you saw this. They have fired their third-string hitting coach. That will change everything for the baseball team.
I was actually thinking that joke myself. Yeah, that's maybe that will make a difference, but that looks to me like really reaching when it comes to trying to figure out who the fall guy is for your team not reaching their expectations to this point. But I digress.
I don't have to attribute it to anybody because everyone's making the same jokes right now about, well, I guess that was his fault about the piggyback or bullpen management or no leverage guys, 6-man rotation. So, yeah, I mean, the team can't hit, but I mean, we know that, but they got other issues. We'll get to that later on with Eno Saris and Chris Crawford. We're going to talk about defensive line today, and we will get to that here. We wanted to kind of jump into that as we kind of preview different position groups and strengths of this team heading into camp. Before I get to that, Corbin, let's just go with Nick Eamon-Warrior. Since we last spoke, we've been talking about him all week. They put him on the PUP this week. We're all kind of like, oh, that's interesting. He just, he looked fine in June during mini camp and the OTAs before that. You saw him at a camp here a couple weeks ago. How surprised were you, and what have you heard about Nick Eamon-Warrior and the arthroscopic surgery?
Yeah, look, I talked to him on Thursday a week from today. I spoke with him last week at his mini camp or his pro camp that he had for his for youth coming out in Edmonds, and he wasn't wearing a boot. I mean, he didn't look like anything had happened on that front. He looked completely healthy. He'd been in OTAs and mini camp. So my understanding now, we have information that he had surgery. I've been told that happened within the past week. So it was after that camp on Thursday that he had arthroscopic surgery on his ankle. And that all adds up because I was thinking like, there's no way he would have had that surgery in a couple of days before that camp. He would have had something on his foot. He would have had a boot or something.
Yeah.
And so had this cleanup procedure done. There's just been some lingering, it's just kind of an annoying discomfort is how it was worded to me, based on that right ankle that he had the high ankle sprain on early last year. And that was the same ankle that he had the low ankle sprain on the week of the Super Bowl. So I don't know if it was a cumulative effect with all of that, but had a cleanup surgery. The expectation is he's going to be ready for week 1. And probably will be back at practice at some point in some capacity in mid-August is probably the sweet spot based on what I've been told.
Well, so I think that's the thing. I mentioned this in the first segment. My concern, as I told you the other day, I had a little bit of a concern, and not knowing that he's having surgery or anything like that. I just, you see a guy like that put on the PUP kind of out of the blue. I was like, okay, it was a fear of the unknown. Now we know. And now what I do want to see is this. I want to see him, like you said, on the field, not like Labor Day weekend, a week before the game or 4 days before the game. We all know this guy's a stud. He can probably get out there and do whatever. But I want to have that just all taken off the table and see him sometime in August. And you're saying that they're expecting him back at some point during camp in August?
Yeah, I would expect that you're going to see him off the PUP list in mid-August, and they're going to do the slow ramp up that they typically do. The good news is that, look, and I struggle with the word arthroscopic. I've always struggled to say it, so I apologize.
No, I'm with you. Yeah.
That the nature of that surgery, I mean, there's no such thing as a minor surgery in my book anytime that there's an operation done. But if there is such a thing as a minor one, this is it. It's a cleanup surgery. And typically these take 3 to 4 weeks for guys to be back on the field doing stuff. So I anticipate, based on everything I've been told, and, having a doctor that is a mom is a doctor, and being able to get some extra insight on this, I would expect mid-August is probably what we're looking at in terms of him getting back out there practicing. And who knows, with the way that he heals, maybe it'll be a little earlier than that. But they're certainly not going to rush him back either.
He is such a unique player, body type, how they use, the usage of him, and everything else. Everything he is unique. So I know a lot of people are like, well, what does this mean for other guys? And, does this change things for a Bud Clark or anybody like that, DeAnthony Bell, etc.? I don't know if it does. You don't replicate Nick Eamon-Worry, so I wouldn't think it changes too much. Let's go back to a year ago, though, and I'm just thinking like guys getting reps in camp and different things. Who does this help?
Yeah, I think this helps somebody like a DeAnthony Bell because he's one of the other bigger-bodied safeties that you have on your roster. It at least is going to give more opportunities for him to potentially play up there with the first-team defense. And I think we also have to include Rodney Thomas, who they signed in free agency. Now, he's not a guy that is going to be playing edge or playing, linebacker up near the box. He's a much lighter build, but he's somebody that's played some slot. He's played the free safety position. It's going to be guys like that. I just think you're going to see some different usages with their personnel groupings because, again, there isn't another guy on the roster. There probably isn't another guy in the NFL that can do everything that Nick Eamon-Worry does. So
that's
Mike McDonald's not going to just be trying to, mimic that with somebody. He doesn't have anybody on the roster to do that with.
Well, I think that is very much the case, and we'll get more into that as well. Let's talk about the other thing we want to talk about today, and that would be the defensive line. And Corbin, for my sake, my simplistic mind's sake, can we talk about and got a few millions listening. He's probably rolling over going, what are you doing? Hardcore football every Monday this year on 93.3 KJR FM at 2 o'clock. Yes, I love you to death, Hugh. But I want to actually include the outside linebackers when I talk about the defensive line, if I can. Can I kind of lump them all together and we can talk about the guys in the interior? But when we, most of us neophyte football fans, we look and we see this front, and there's these guys, and we see Chenanu Osu and DeMarcus Lawrence and guys like that are on the line of scrimmage. So let me start with those guys first. I would argue that this is not just a position of strength, but I think in some ways it's an underrated strength of this football team that's the defending Super Bowl champions. Last year, we all know they didn't have a ton of guys with big number sacks. They didn't have anybody in double digits with sacks. They did it by committee. But let's start with the guys on the outside. How solid a group is this led by really, frankly, probably Lawrence and Chenanu Osu, who really for the first time goes into camp healthy in a long time.
Yeah, this is I think the edge group is the one that just kind of hovers under the radar because they don't have anybody that's got super splashy statistics. They don't have that 23 sack guy like Myles Garrett brings to the Rams. I mean, they don't have any edges they're going to be putting up numbers like that. But what they do have is they have a bunch of really good football players that all have their own skill sets, their own unique set of skills. DeMarcus Lawrence is that junkyard dog that sets a firm edge, is a really nasty run defender, sets the tone with his physicality. Chenanu Osu, seeing him healthy out there, you get to see the quickness, the burst that he has, the ability to turn speed into power. He can drop back into coverage occasionally under zone blitzes, and you have comfort with him doing that. Derek Hall is really the one from this group that is going to be fascinating because he just got this new contract, and he only had 2 sacks last year. But I've talked about this for the past year. You watched Seahawks games last year. You knew where Derek Hall was. I mean, you could feel him out there. He didn't have the sack numbers, but when you watch games, you're like, he's making an impact. Is not showing up in the box score. I could see him being a guy that goes out and gets 10 sacks this year, easy, if things fall in the line for him. He just had I think he had some misfortune last year more than anything, but he's, to me, still the highest ceiling guy that they've got in that group. He's now the one true young guy they've drafted that's in that group. And Dante Fowler Jr., quite frankly, he was more productive than Boye Mafe was last year while in Dallas with 3 sacks, and he had quite a few more quarterback hits than Boye Mafe. So that feels like that could be a situation where, yeah, you got older, but you got a player that is only 2 years removed from a 10-sack season that gives you that really twitchy, bendy edge that has a much different skill set than everybody else in that group.
Well, and I think it's interesting because you mentioned, and rightfully so, when you mentioned Derek Hall, 2 sacks last season. And that's the same number as Tyrese Knight had last year, by the way. Same as they only lose of the guys that, on the roster right now, guys that had a sack last season, the only sacks they lose, if you want to go like the old college thing, like returning starters, returning numbers, they only lose 2 sacks out of the 47 they had. And they had 47 compared to 27 for the opponents last season. And the only 2 they lose is Boye Mafe. But Derek Hall's 2 sacks are misleading because you have guys that do different things on that D line, right? I mean, Derek Hall, he sets the edge. I think that's why they made the decision, Hall over Mafe, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with the run defense. I think it also just had to do with his mindset and his mentality. I just think Mike McDonald, quite frankly, looked at him as a better scheme fit for what they were doing. And you have to remember that both these guys were drafted by the previous regime with Pete Carroll. So Derek Hall is the one that clearly he has taken the biggest liking to in terms of how he fits in the system. And he had an 8-sack season 2 years ago, so you've had proof that he can get sacks in bunches. But I just know how many times last year, like, he would unprompted say, like, man, like Derek Hall, he's playing great. You can feel him. He just isn't getting the sacks. And you knew the Hall was getting frustrated by that. But I think he is definitely one of those guys. He's already proven it with that 8-sack season. He is a guy that I expect to be much more productive this year in that regard and make that contract look like a bargain once it's all said and done.
Touch back on Fowler for a second, will you? Because DeMarcus Lawrence was somewhat of a revelation last year. I mean, people didn't know what to expect. What's D-Law going to be all about? And he was absolutely sensational. He had 6 sacks for you. He made just seemed like when they needed to have a big play on defense, he was there to make that big play. Chenna was healthy finally. You saw what he can do. He's a little bit older, but Chenna, Hall, Fowler, Lawrence, and then I won't even get into like a Jared Ivey. Like, they're pretty deep at that position. What do you expect from Fowler?
Fowler is going to be the real wild card in this because, again, he only had 3 sacks last year. That's still more than what Boye Mafe had for the Seahawks, but he's only 2 years removed from a 10-sack season in Washington. He's played for Adam Durde in his first stint in Dallas. So you've got that familiarity. He and DeMarcus Lawrence are good friends. So DeMarcus Lawrence played a big role in getting him to Seattle to begin with. I think that is an underrated aspect of this. I could see him being a guy that comes in and only gets you maybe 3 or 4 sacks like he did last year. I could see him also being one of those guys where it just kind of pops in limited action and he gets you 5, 6, 7 sacks because he has that ability where he can rack them up really quickly in bunches at times. And that's kind of been the way that his career has gone, with it being very up and down with a sack production. But he is a much different style player. He is that true upfield, quick. Even at his age, he is still a guy that's got great burst off the line, and he wins with his speed and the finesse game, being able to use his hands to discard blockers, counters. He's just a much different player than anyone else they have in that group, which I think is a nice addition from the complementary standpoint.
Let's talk about the big boys up front. We can go down the Leonard Williams road. We can go down. I love Jaron Reed. I think what Jaron Reed brings is more just the alpha male. He is the dog. He is the guy that keeps order in that locker room. He does a lot of different things. But let me get into with Byron Murphy. And I just think this is a dude. I feel honestly, Corbin, like this might be one of those, like, hey, breakout year, however you want to call it. I think Byron Murphy is going to have that type of season for Seattle. I can't wait to see what he does. I think there's an opportunity for him to take that next step in his game and be just an absolute game wrecker. And I'm curious what you think about Byron Murphy's season holds ahead of him.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people. I've had plenty of readers and listeners on the podcast, and they're like, well, Byron Murphy just had a breakout season. To an extent, he did. He had the 7 sacks and 50 quarterback pressures. So he had a really good season. I don't think that he is at his ceiling or anywhere close to it, though. He is not even 24 years old yet, Ian. He's going to turn 24 in September. I think, and I mentioned this when they drafted him, I saw a lot of John Randall in his game. And I think that is still where he is yet to arrive. He is yet to arrive to that double-digit sack caliber guy. And I don't know if he does that very often or even once in his time in Seattle, just because of the way that Mike McDonald's defense operates. And it always seems like it's by a committee approach. But you have to remember, Mazabuke in Baltimore had 13 sacks in McDonald's system a couple years back. So it's possible. I can see him being a guy that just totally erupts this year as a pass rusher and really takes that mantle as one of the top pass rushing defensive tackles in the league. And the run defense is already elite. To see him be able to do that one drop knee technique at the level he does, that's typically something that takes 4 or 5 years in the league for guys to get. It seemed like he just knew how to do it from day one. So I think he's already a really good player, but I'm with you. I think there's still a whole other level to unlock, and I think it happens this year. And he might be the one that we're talking about getting first-team All-Pro honors after this season's all said and done, instead of Leonard Williams. And that's not saying that Leonard Williams is going to be, regressing or taking a step back. I just think that's the upside that Byron Murphy still has that has yet to be unlocked.
I don't want to underscore or diminish anything with Jaron Reed's game. When I mentioned Jaron Reed, I just say I think that, and I think you'd agree with Jaron Reed is kind of he's the alpha dog in that room, and I think in some ways for that entire defense and really that side of the football, he learned from the best. He's selfless, which I love about him, and I think you need that on a team that really is selfless. I mean, he's talked about it a number of times on this show with me, and I know probably you and others. Like he learned how, it's funny because Pete's not here anymore, but I think you can still say there's a Seahawk way, especially on defense, and he learned that from Michael and Cliff and that group, and he's kind of taken that mantle and taken it to the next level, made it his own. I love what Jaron Reed brings. He's not going to give you, 80% of the snaps in a game, but he's still a dude out there. The guy that I'm curious about, I can't wait to see a healthy year because, oh, by the way, the Patriots know all about him. Some guy named Riley Mills, when he made that tackle, number 98 in the Super Bowl, that's exactly like, who the hell? That's the kid from Notre Dame that on draft day in 2025, on that day 3 of draft day, Corbin, you, me, Rob, we all sat there, and I think you two guys both said, if this dude wasn't hurt, ain't no way he's going in the 5th round.
No, I think he goes in the 2nd, early 3rd round if he's healthy. That's the kind of player he was at Notre Dame, and it was just the timing of that injury and how significant it was. I think there were a lot of teams in the league that probably felt like we just, we're not going to draft somebody that probably needs a red shirt. We're not going to draft them until middle, late day 3, and Seahawks took advantage of that. But that sack, I'm going to be talking about that sack he had in the Super Bowl until I am done in this business. Like, that was one of the best sacks I have ever seen. Not just that, he should have 2 sacks because he tackled the guard too. Like, there are, how it is in press boxes, we're not supposed to be cheering and we're not supposed to be whooping and hollering and they're like, I think everybody in the press box, it didn't matter who you were covering. It didn't matter what network you worked for, whatever. Everybody in there just kind of went, "Whoa!" Like, what did I just see here? And that was an incredible play. But I look at him. He's going to be that one piece that you're hoping is going to be able to take this group to a whole other level, because I think he has that kind of talent, and he's going to be a rotational piece. He isn't going to have to shoulder a role that's too big. But I think he's the guy that, once Jaron Reed eventually, whether he retires or he plays somewhere else in his career, I think he's going to retire in Seattle. But I think Riley Mills is that guy that's next in line, that's got that tenacity. He's got the burst. he's got all you want to be a guy that can be a 5-6 sack guy in the National Football League and also be stingy against the run. I think he is my number one pick for breakout candidate on this roster this year.
I'll wrap it up with this. Corbin Smith, Emerald City Spectrum, joining us. What's the surprise in that group this year, whether it's a surprise veteran release or a surprise guy that sneaks onto the roster that maybe we're talking about? And honestly, Corbin, maybe the answer is nobody that we already know. But, the other guys out there, the J.R. Singletons, Mike Morris going into his 4th year, Brandon Peely, who just feels like he's always here, but then sometimes not, and then he ends up coming back. Bubba Thomas, Devin Eastern's on the pup list right now. Who might those surprises be?
I still am going to say Devin Eastern, and I know he's starting on the pup list, but he's another one we don't really know what his injury is because Mike McDonald didn't disclose anything during minicamp when he was not out there. And obviously we haven't heard anything new on that front either, but I'm still going to throw him out there just because, look, consistency evaded him at times at Minnesota, but when he was good, he had his moments where he looked like he would have been drafted much earlier than the 7th round. There were times the downs were not great. There were some snaps in his college tape. They're like, ooh, that's, gap integrity and things like that would get out of whack a little bit, but his ability to make splash plays as a nose tackle and also play some 3-tech. He's got a unique build. He's got vulture length arms. I mean, the guy has just a different build. I'm still going to throw him out there as a player that, maybe it takes till the second half of the season. But I think at some point we will see Devin Eastern doing something on Sundays for the Seahawks.
And I bring all those guys up. I didn't talk about me. Is it Jared Ivey or a Jamie Sheriff? Are those guys still kind of in the mix as far as rush ends?
Of those two, I would say that Ivey's the one that I still have the most intrigue with because he can play multiple positions. He can play 3-tech. He can play as a stand-up outside. He's more in line with like the Mike Morris palette in terms of where he can play and the style player that he is. And he's still somebody that I'm excited to see what he looks like in his second year with the team.
Is there still a place in this roster for Mike Morris?
That's been one I've been very torn on, and I still don't know if he makes this football team because I think he's got a couple of things that are not working for him. One, he's on the last year of his contract, and sometimes with players who are kind of, on the bubble, that makes it a little easier for teams to move on from them when they're in the last year of their contract. And you got a guy like Jared Ivey who has a lot of, similar traits that you can work with. Jared Ivey, you've got at least 2 years of affordable club control, if not 3 on him. And, those are the kind of things that teams think about when you're looking at the last couple roster spots. And at the same time, Mike Morris was a pretty good special teams player last year, and he made some strides when he got his chance on defense. And we know his link with McDonald back at Michigan. So he's kind of one that I'm torn on right now that truly is a bubble player going into this process.
EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. If you are a sports fan listening right now, that means you're a Seattle or just state of Washington, Northwest sports fan, and that's the place to go is EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. I'm sure you got some stuff coming from your Mariners guy here very soon after the firing of the third-string hitting coach and the series with the Rangers. You got a lot going on up there. Tell people about Emerald City Spectrum, how and why they should subscribe, sir.
Yeah, EmeraldCitySpectrum.com, $6, $60 a year. We've got 2 different types of subscription plans that you can choose from, and you should choose Emerald City Spectrum because we are still doing traditional journalism, the hard-hitting journalism, while mixing in some of the new methods with it. So it's one of those things we're adapting, but we're also giving you, if you're somebody that's tired of the clickbait, you're tired of the short stories, you're tired of seeing AI authors, everybody that works for us is a real human being. So that's a really good starting point.
All right. Good stuff, buddy. I'll talk to you about. Let's talk Hard Knocks tomorrow a little bit. Have some fun with that because I know fans are excited about that. And also, I thought of this the other day when I saw the first pitch being thrown by Sam Darnold because one of the guys out there is somebody I want to talk to you about. That would be the third-string quarterback, Jalen Milroe. So let's do a little bit of that tomorrow, shall we?
Sounds good.
All right. That's Corbin Smith joining us here on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Take a break. Come back. Wrap up Hour 1 next.
Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, wrapping up hour number one. We got a lot to get to in the next couple of hours. Eno Saris will join us at 1:20 today from The Athletic. We haven't talked to Eno for a while, our baseball guy, and he kind of sinks his teeth into a lot of different things, but especially the pitching side. So we'll get to that with him. The Mariners fired their hitting coach that is, I don't know what other way to put it. He's their third-string hitting coach. Wasn't Edgar. Wasn't Slicer. Bobby Magianis? I guess. I guess why? I don't know. Somebody's going to, I don't think, he checks his email real quick. And I should say this. Let me give some attribution here too, because I think it's important for that as I double check my emails. We haven't got a release from the Mariners. I don't believe. I'm just double checking here. Stand by. Yeah, we haven't got anything from the Mariners. So Adam Jude, I believe it was from the Times, had that story. So I want to give full attribution to Adam. Yeah, nothing officially from the Mariners. I don't know if I would hope whoever's on the trip, whether it's Divish or Jude, whoever's there, ask Stan Wilson about it. It's a member of his coaching staff that got fired. I guess he would, in essence, have to sign off on that. You would think, you would believe that would be the case. So hopefully, and what time is it now? Let's see, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock there. He'll probably be speaking in the next half hour, 45 minutes. So let's hopefully he comments on that. I'm curious, why make that change? Seems to be shifting seats on the old Titanic a little bit in a sense, right? But they get to
early
speak
for that, maybe.
I think so. Yeah, you win these series, you're fine. We'll talk to Eno Saris, and then 2 o'clock, Chris Crawford, he and I were just texting back and forth, saying, well, let's just pop on today. Let's talk about the series. Let's get through all the nonsense. The series loss, firing a hitting coach that's not really a guy that anybody knows and seems to be, not all that much of a factor in your staff, you wouldn't think, unless he's undermining something, unless there's something toxic. That's the other thing. I guess in fairness to the Mariners, if there is something toxic going on that we don't know behind the scenes, you let him go, right? You let him go.
Yeah.
And sometimes changes to coaching staffs don't need to happen at the very top. Sometimes they're better. Kraken made a big one this year. Jessica Campbell, I know, mutually agree, whatever. They made a change. And they brought in someone with much more experience at the NHL and AHL levels and player development and things like that. Sometimes those little moves can help you immensely and help you tremendously. So maybe that's one of those moves along the way. So I don't want to speak too far out of turn, but we'll talk to Chris about that. But we'll also just really preview the Texas series. It's a huge series coming up for the Mariners, especially with 4 against the team they're battling for first place with right now, especially also when you look at what happens next week. Because after this series, they go to take on the best team, arguably the best team, best roster for sure in baseball in the Los Angeles Dodgers. So we'll do that as well. All right, coming up, hour number 2, Eno Saris, coming up 120, 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. We now know why Nick Eamon-Wari was placed on the PUP list on Monday. He underwent right ankle surgery earlier this month. Could miss some time at training camp. He's on the PUP. For now, we'll see. Maybe hear more on the weekend when Mike McDonald speaks for the first time when camp opens. Brady Henderson from ESPN.com first to have that, along with our guy Greg Bell and Corbin Smith all have confirmed the arthroscopic procedure. They're expecting him to be ready for week 1. Cross your fingers. Rams fell the Reds 5-3 yesterday. Edward Bizzardo gave up a 3-run home run to Sal Stewart, 7th inning. Emerson Hancock was good. They start a series against the Rangers tonight, 4-game series in Arlington. Before that, though, they have fired assistant hitting coach Bobby Magianis. Say it for me.
Magianis?
Magianis. We think that's it. He's been relieved of his duties. He's like the number 3. If you got a hitting coach depth chart, Seitzer, Edgar, Magianis. No more. Cut. Released. Put on waivers. Fired. It's his fault. Sounders lost to Austin FC 3-1 on the road last night. That's their 4th loss in a row. First time since 23-13. They've lost 4 straight regular season games. They've been outscored 11-2 in that span. They had nobody in the lineup last night. Neither Roldan played. Morris didn't play.
The young kids played well, though.
Yeah. What was you did? You produced the game, right?
Yeah.
What was the thought? What were you hearing from Danny and company?
A messy defense.
Okay.
No focus.
Yeah.
All these teams.
Was Thomas in goal?
What's that?
Was Andrew Thomas in goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
He
I like
wasn't
him.
on him.
I like him. I think he's sensational. Yeah, I like him. I'd rather have him than the guy that plays for New Jersey that played for the U.S. team in the World Cup. To be honest with you. Up next, Sounders head to Philadelphia. They face the Union. You can hear that game right here on 93.3 KJR FM, Saturday at 4 p.m. That's a quick turnaround. Ooh, soccer guys don't like that.
No,
they do not
I'm
like
scared.
that. I wonder if that's why they're holding guys out. Is that part of it? Maybe.
There's just injuries. Okay. Everyone's injured.
Don't forget our cash contest. How could you? Well, I know how you could because I do. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you the bonus box presented by Bellevue Rare Coins. Your chance to win money. Text or email. No, type in. None of the above. Don't text. Please don't
Fax
text.
it in.
Fax it. Send it to our fax machine. 950#. Try that. See if that works for you. No, the word for this hour is dollar. Your chance to win, courtesy of Bellevue Rare Coins. Okay. I'm switching gears. Bear with me for a second. During the break, I saw this thing crossed, and damn you, Condota, all of a sudden making me do some work here in the middle of a show that I had planned out. So a story comes out just now, a little while ago, from Bob Condota from the Seattle Times, staff reporter. This is actually courtesy of Bloomberg News. He just gave it to us, so we don't have to go to Bloomberg instead, since I do have a Times subscription. The first names of potential additional partners to the group led by the Kosla family to buy the Seahawks have leaked via a story from Bloomberg News, according to Condota. There are a number of things involved here, but let me go through it because there's one thing here, and I've been on the I'm good with everything right now. Let's wait and see. I'm not panicked. I'm not worried about, this new ownership group coming in and being, someone that's going to rock the boat. There is always it's like Eamon-Wari. There's always the fear of the unknown. You don't know what, is Eamon-Wari really going to be ready? Is he really going to be on the field in a couple weeks? We don't know. I mean, we're hearing reports that's the case, but until you see him, you don't know. The fear of the unknown with the new ownership group is we knew what to expect from the Allen family, whether it was Paul or Jody. And that was hire good people, let them do their job. When they stop doing their job well, then we make a move. Is really that simple. Invest in the product. And by investing in a salary cap league that, there's other salary. The NHL is a salary cap league. Not every team spends to the cap. Vancouver is going to be well below that this year, for example. But in the NFL, everyone spends money on payroll. That's not usually an issue. You're spending money. You're investing in your players. How you invest it and how wisely you invest it, that's the most important thing. Like, you can make mistakes, but you're still spending the money. The other investments are, strength, conditioning, facilities, travel, nutrition, from a football standpoint, scouting, your scouting staff, all those things. How are you investing in those? By all accounts, that has been never an issue under Paul and then Jody Allen, the Vulcan group, the Allen ownership group. There's one part of this, as I get back to the story here in a second, that does have me a little bit concern might be too strong a word, but it piqued my interest just a wee bit. So among the reported new investors from, according to Bloomberg News, Carlyle Group is a New York-based global investment firm. Apparently, they paid $58 million in 2024 to buy the Seattle Reign in a partnership with the Sounders. So they're involved with that type of group. Okay. I mean, I can't speak at all for the Seattle. I have no idea what the Seattle Reign. I think by and large, Sounders, very successful organization. Hell, on the field they are. I mean, current 4-game losing streak notwithstanding. I would put the Sounders the same category as the Storm. Like their history tells you they're pretty damn good at what they do. They know what they're doing. Yeah. Storm, I didn't get in the headlines. Storm lost again yesterday to Minnesota. But the Storm's, that young core is crazy good. Like, they're going to be good in a couple of years. They're going to be really good in a couple of years. They know what they've done. And every time I go to Climate Pledge Arena, I look up there and I see there's a lot of banners up there that say Seattle Storm. Yeah. And they don't just say Sue and Lauren. So they're fine. And the Sounders, really successful. I mean, MLS Cups, what was it, CONCACAF Championship, all the things they've won. They've done a good job. So if you're involved with those group, okay, pretty good. So that's the Carlyle Group. And Dynasty Equity Partners is a New York-based firm as well that are in talks to join that same group. So kind of like this layered group of different people. Here's the part that kind of got me a little bit, piqued my interest a little bit. And this is where, because I just can't fathom someone spending $9 billion on a franchise that just won a Super Bowl and wanting to come in on the football side and make any kind of massive change. Or any kind of, not just take massive out, any kind of significant change, a change that affects what you see on the field. That just doesn't make any sense, does it? Like, it does make no sense that you would do that. Especially if it's not your world of expertise being football people. These are not football people. These are people that made their money in tech and big business. And that's what they do. They're very smart in that. But the part that jumped out at me is this, and I'm going to read this paragraph from Bob's story, courtesy of the Seattle Times and Bob Condata. Dynasty, based in New York, announced in May that it had partnered with the Carlyle Group to pursue investment opportunities in NFL franchises and was partnering with Pro Football Hall of Fame running back Curtis Martin, who will, quote, assist as a strategic advisor. So if they join the ownership group here in Seattle, it would be their first investment in an NFL franchise. But in that mix, what did I just say? These are tech people, investment people, all that type of stuff. Curtis Martin, obviously NFL running back, Hall of Famer. Is that, I'm going to use a really hard term here. I'm going to use it anyway. Is that the poison pill? I was putting some trust into common sense with the owners, the new ownership group, the Coastal family, that you're not going to come in and try to tell John Schneider what to do. You're not going to come in and mess with the football ops side. But if all of a sudden in this new ownership group you have a guy named Curtis Martin, who's a Pro Football Hall of Famer, who starts to get the itch and is a guy that's wanting to get involved and wants to throw some thoughts in there and some opinions in there, that I think you got to take a step back and say, wait a second. Like, he's not part of the John Schneider inner circle. He's not part of this team's inner circle. That would be cause to keep an eye on. I'll just put it that.
How much managerial experience does he have?
That's a great question.
I just looked and I can't.
I haven't seen. I've never. I don't think he's been involved with an NFL franchise, right? In terms of management,
very minimal.
Yeah,
it looks like he was brought in by the Dolphins to work on conduct code.
Okay, so yeah, it's like
nothing's.
So that's like a player relations thing. Yeah. So I guess that would be the part, because these guys cannot have. They just got to leave the football side alone. I mean, I've said this over and over again. I'm going to say it again. I hope they leave the business side alone. The business side's fine. What Chuck Arnold and his staff do it's fantastic. They're the gold standard. And I say the gold standard. Yes, it's the NFL. It's fairly easy. You're selling corporate suites and corporate partnerships for the Super Bowl champions, and that was even before this year. Before that, for a team that was the most successful of the major sports franchises, all due respect, Storm and Reign and Sounders, they were the most successful franchise over the last 20-plus years in Seattle, and it wasn't close compared to the Mariners, and obviously the Kraken are new, but that they were the ones. Yeah. So, selling corporate advertising for them, and the NFL is the 500-pound gorilla in sports, you would think, fairly easy. They still have to go out there and sell big money, corporate sponsorships, suite sales, all those things that they do. They do it very well. And I'll go all the way down to the PR staff. They are, in my mind, they're the gold standard in this town. And I would say that to Chris Brumwell and the Kraken who I work with. And I think Chris would agree. Like he talks to, and Chris is the VP of communications for the Kraken. He actually has a really good relationship. We kind of connected him with Jeff Garza with the Seahawks last year. They are connected, rightfully so. Chris knows. Seahawks do a great job. Pearson, Garza, Gonzalez, Chris Whitehead, they do a terrific job. I would hope they would leave that side alone too. But having a Curtis Martin all of a sudden potentially involved. So when I hear Softy and Hugh talking about a Monday, like, I'm a little concerned. The fear of the unknown, not knowing what these guys are going to do. Do they want to put their stamp on something? I kind of think all along, well, football-wise, you just have to be the dumbest person on the planet to want to do that with a team that just reached the pinnacle of the success. But we all know you get a guy in there, and in this case, maybe, and I'm putting a lot on Curtis Martin here, maybe the cart before the horse. But hey, Curtis Martin comes in and says, hey, you know what? I think this or I think that to the owners. If he's got the owner's ear because he's part of a group that has a small stake in it, I don't think we need that.
No,
I don't think we need that at all. So we'll see. Just something to keep an eye on. I've had such little concern for ownership of the Seahawks compared to many people, and maybe I'm blindly naive. I'll freely admit that. I might be the guy. Maybe I'm blindly naive, and I have no. Everyone else is kind of worried about. I get it. And we've been burnt by Clayton Bennett. We look at the Mariners ownership and question it. There's people that even question what's going on with the Kraken because they haven't won, all those things. I don't really question this. This one got my attention. This one got my attention. All right. 49451, that is the Tacoma Dodge text line. 49451. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns. We'll even take your complaints today. When I say we, not Trav. No. Our fishmonger will not. I will. On the other hand, I will take those. We'll take some talkbacks as well. All you have to do is go to the iHeartRadio app, the red microphone, and speak into that, and away you go. All right, we'll come back and check in with Eno Saris next.
next fix of grips, food, and beer, while always dreaming up the next big baseball stat. Brought to you by Georgetown Brewing, brewed with Northwest ingredients in Seattle's historic Georgetown neighborhood. Featuring local favorites like Manny's Pale Ale, Bodhisattva IPA, and Georgetown Tavern Beer. Available in the tap room 7 days a week and throughout the region. Look for Georgetown Tavern Beer at T-Mobile Park and ask for yours today. Now with Ian, here's Eno.
Eno Saris joins us from The Athletic. Thanks to Georgetown Brewing. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Thanks for having me on. It's been a while. It's been a couple of weeks. We had World Cup stuff going on, all that. I took last Thursday off. Did you do the show with Chris Crawford last week, maybe?
No, I think maybe took the week off.
Okay, all right. Well, that's I can understand. I wouldn't want to talk to him either. All right, let's. I say that Chris is going to join us at 2:00 today. Georgetown Brewing brings us Eno Saris every week. The tap room right now featuring the local favorites, of course, Bodhisattva IPA, Johnny Utah Pale Ale. The Juniors office still on tap there. The Super Lucy IPA, which is ABV of 8.1, among other great items they have there. Big thanks to them as well for their support of the Mayor Maple Valley Open Golf Tournament a couple weeks ago. Lots to get to today. Real quick, I saw the tweet. Do we have an immaculate inning this today in baseball, or was that yesterday?
We did. Gavin Williams, 9 pitches, 3 outs.
God, how in this scheme of like hitting for the cycle, perfect games, no hitters, and all that, where does an immaculate inning fit in?
I'm looking up cycles right now, but there have been 122 immaculate innings in baseball history. Wow. So that's one of the rare things. There have been 353 cycles. Wow. So that's at least what AI tells me. I have to tell you. The AI summaries often have mistakes in them, but I think this is right that the immaculate inning is rarer than the cycle.
Well, what was the number again? 100 and what?
122.
And you think about it. We're not talking about a game. The amount of opportunities for that to happen with nine plus innings in a game is over the history of baseball. It's like you might have a better chance to win the damn Powerball. I mean, honestly, that's remarkable. Good for Gavin Williams. Do you keep track? I'm going to get to some other stuff. You got a couple of great things up there that you wrote about. I want to get to in a second. Pitcher rankings and the iPad fiasco or controversy that's going on. I do want to ask. I don't know if you keep track of prospects much or what Keith Law does. I just saw that he had Kate Anderson ranked as his, not just his number one pitching prospect, his number one prospect overall. He says he never does that with pitchers. That's significant to us. We keep wondering when and how we're going to see Kate Anderson, but we saw him in the Futures game, I guess it was a week ago Sunday, and what Kate Anderson's doing right now. I'm not sure if you've kept track much of what he's up to.
Yeah, I watched Kate Anderson in the Futures game.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen some Ryan Sloan recently, and I might be wrong, but I still kind of like Ryan Sloan a little better.
Yeah.
So it's great to have that 1-2 combo. But to me, I'm a kind of a stuffist, and I think what Cade has over Sloan is, command, arsenal, that sort of thing. He looks pretty polished out there. But Sloan, I think, maybe has that upper level stuff.
Cade doesn't throw that hard though, right? Like he's 6'2".
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so the stuff plus all, like, is there a place for an elite pitcher in today's baseball that's not throwing upper 90s?
I mean, I think one of the comps that gets thrown around a little bit, maybe just because he's lefty. I don't know if it's a really great comp because, Max Fried came up with that great curveball that was maybe a 70 curveball. But they're talking about Max Fried. And when you look at the best pitchers in the big leagues over the last few years, Max Fried, I mean, he still sits 95, 96. So,
yeah.
I don't know if that's the greatest example, but I mean, that is average right now in the big leagues is 94.5. So I guess the other pitcher that comes to mind is maybe Logan Webb.
Okay.
Has been a top pitcher recently, and he's around 93. But, and then the closest I can get to, 90 is Ranger Suarez. But then again, he's probably a number 2, rather than like an ace.
Right.
So,
Right. I mean, I think that's the kind of thing that's interesting. Ryan Sloan, by the way, Keith Law has ranked 8th in his prospect list. So he's up there as well. And we're waiting to see if maybe we see those guys this year. But if you brought those guys up, then you'd have effectively an 8-man rotation, which they're not going to do. I know they wouldn't be starters.
Embarrassment of riches.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, the pitching's not the problem with this baseball team right now. It's the hitting. I don't know if you saw this. They fired their number 3 hitting coach today. They got 3 hitting coaches. They got Seitzer, Edgar, and they fired a guy today that we hadn't really ever heard of before. So they think they might have fixed things there with firing their number 3 hitting coach, or maybe they found a scapegoat for bullpen usage and other issues they're having right now.
You can't fire Edgar, really. I mean,
no.
Step away,
No.
They wanted to toggle. They wanted to press some button. They wanted to show people that they were doing something.
Edgar has a cantina in the ballpark, the Edgar's Cantina restaurant concession stand. He's got a statue.
Multiple sandwiches named after him.
Sandwiches, drinks, a street. The street next to the ballpark is named after him, Edgar Martinez Way. I think that gives.
I mean, I think about this with Buster Posey in San Francisco.
Yes,
Buster Posey is not doing a good job in San Francisco.
No,
and he's really well regarded, but I think he's the only one who can fire himself because he's a member. He's a member of the ownership group.
Oh God,
that's even wilder.
Well, he's somewhat. I mean, he won a World Series, and was he not an MVP? Was he an MVP in the World Series? Maybe. I mean, what Buster Posey's resume is far better than Dan Wilson's, but we've joked about that here too. It's like when you put those guys in a position, Edgar or Dan Wilson specifically. Somebody said, "Hey, can you fire Dan? Why can you fire Dan Wilson and not Edgar?" I just mentioned it. He's got a street. Edgar does. Dan Wilson doesn't have a street, but. When you hire those types of guys, right? When you hire those types of guys, you put yourself in a really tough position as an organization, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're hoping that when things get bad enough, it becomes obvious to both parties, and there's a bit of a step away sort of deal. But if it was that bad, I think even Edgar would be like, man, maybe I am not teaching them the right thing. But also being the second guy, maybe maybe he's just there to talk baseball with the guys that connect with him.
Yeah.
And maybe, Seitz is really the main guy.
Sarah's joining us from The Athletic, brought to you by George Schumbring. You wrote a story on the crackdown, the iPads in games. And we live in a world now where almost every sport, not almost, I think all sports have some usage of iPads during a game. We've seen it in the NFL for years. You see the quarterback go. It used to be they get the still pictures and here's the shot from the press box up above of the formation, and they develop them real quick. They've got every NFL stadium's got a little place underneath where they used to do that. Now they just put them on an iPad. You see the quarterbacks or even the defensive players looking at the iPad when they come off the field for a series. You see it in hockey of all places, on hockey on a bench. Guys are reaching back. Give me the iPad. What happened on this shift? What happened on this power play? What have you? Baseball, we've seen that use of iPads. I always thought a lot of it was just having to do with, are we looking at replays or what have you? But that's not the case. Back in 2016, as you wrote, iPads were introduced into baseball in the dugouts. What has happened between 2016 and now 2026 that has caused some sort of issue in baseball?
Yeah, so when the iPad was first introduced, it was just for some video. Then they closed the video rooms due to the Astros sign stealing scandal.
Okay.
And when they closed the video rooms, the players collectively bargained and said, hey, we would like to have the video views that we used to have in the video room. We'd like to have those in the dugout just to see how were my hips doing on the last one? Where was that pitch? Am I doing this right thing or am I doing this wrong thing? And so they collectively bargained for basically a part of the iPad. These are all parental controlled iPads. Like the MLB gave them these iPads so they control everything that's on them. The MLB said, all right, you can have a tab on this that has all the video views that you want. They put a tab in there that has ABS views so that people can be like, was that a strike or not? Boom. Everyone's happy. Well, then the coaches said, hey, we have these binders full of information, and we would rather not kill a bunch of trees. So can we upload all this information that's about where we should position our batters, where we should position our fielders, where, what our batters should expect, tendencies from pitchers, all that stuff. And they said, sure, upload that. So then the slippery slope was that teams started doing cool apps that sorted through the PDFs better, basically, right? So you could be like, I just want to see every time Mason Miller has thrown me a slider, and so a hitter can like type his name in, get it all real quick. And they built these custom apps that would like figure stuff out real quick. Or can you show me every pitch that Mason Miller has thrown me when we've played each other in the past in order, right?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine you have that, right, where it's like every pitch that Mason Miller has thrown you in order in the past. And now imagine that you have a generative, it could be AI, it could be machine learning, whatever. You have a generative model that fills in the next 4 pitches. Right. So I want to see all the pitches Mason Miller's ever thrown me. I'll fill in what Mason Miller has thrown in the last over the last 5 pitches. And now the model goes, you're going to see slider, fastball, slider, And so what these models were doing were projecting out the next pitch that a pitcher would throw, the next pitch that a hitter, the next pitcher should throw. And now 6 teams are calling pitches from the dugout. So, what you have is, somebody on the sideline looking at the app. It says slider. They give the sign slider to the pitcher. Now, I don't know that it's that different from football, where there's a guy up in a booth that probably has some generative AI machine learning models that spits out play recommendations, and then he says the play in the headset, and the quarterback gets the play and plays it. But for some reason in baseball, it has, I think it borders on sign stealing. Could you have the video running through a model and it's just like, Pop, I found a tip. The app is like, here's a tip. Here, I broke the signs. I broke their signs. So whatever it is, baseball has tried to stay away from that sort of thing in the game. And I think really there's a slippery slope argument here. Is like, what if the manager looks at the app and the app says, hey, take this pitcher out, put this pitcher in, or use this pinch hitter. And then he does that. It works terribly. And after the game, he has to talk to the media. And the media says, why'd you make that move? And he says, I don't know. The app told me.
Here's I definitely don't want to be coming across. I'm not old man yelling at clouds, but I am wondering, is this AI gone too far then? Is that kind of where we are in terms of like people are using it too much for the human element should be, the human being should be involved? Is it an AI issue? I guess is it too much AI? It sounds like an AI issue in a lot of ways because you're kind of trying to have predictive measures on something going.
No, but you're right. It's about thinking. It's about wanting the players to think. And I think one of the reasons that it is different in baseball is all of these models seem to be on the pitching side, seem to make pitchers better and defense better. And in football, it's like less clear that it's great for defense or great for offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you continually suppress offense, then I think your league office is going to say, "Hey, wait a second, we want offense." So I think that's part of it. And then the other part is, sign stealing. If like PitchCom has like a lot of this is out of the window with PitchCom, but not all of it. There's a lot of signs being given from the dugouts, especially if they're calling pitches from the dugout.
Right.
So, there's a lot of agita in baseball about like, we don't want this game determined by an algorithm breaking signs, and we don't want the Astros all over again.
Would they, Sarah's joining us courtesy of Georgetown Brewing. Do you think that will this new situation? Do you think that would actually, I guess, deter the pitches being called from the dugout for those? What did you say? 6 teams are still doing that. Do you think that might change?
I talked to a couple of teams that are doing this. I have a couple sources involved in this decision, and both said that they will continue to make what they call pitch suggestions.
Yeah.
And that, that they'll just be mostly paper-based. And so a lot of the stuff that is happening can still happen before the game. It just can't, the algorithms have to be basically shut off during the game.
Wow, it's crazy. I mean, fascinating in a lot of ways as well. Sarah's joining us here on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, and I think the more when you first said sign stealing, the first thing is I read the article. I'm like, well, what does it really matter? But it does border on sign stealing using technology as opposed to a trash can. Like that's kind of what it does border on, right?
Well, no, I mean, if you remember what the Astros did, the trash can was the way they relayed it. But what was actually happening was they used an algorithm were breaking signs in real time during the game. And somebody was watching that algorithm. And once the algorithm cracked the other person's signs, they were using the trash can to tell hitters what was going on. So it really is the same thing. Now, we're not doing pitch signs the same way anymore because of PitchCom. And so you can't break those signs. But there are a lot of other signs that are, we just found another story that's hilarious where the Angels, and this is from Bridge Giroli and Sam Blum at The Athletic, the Angels hired a scout named the Baseball Spy.
Yes.
And I say you hire a guy named Cheater McCheaterson, you get what you deserve. But the Baseball Spy was in trouble for using his camera to video record opposing coaches giving signs in the dugout. And in particular, the Rockies were a team that were giving pitch suggestions from the dugout, and they were we're all the way back around to the Astros. Now we're recording guys in the dugout trying to crack their pitch recommendation signs.
God, crazy, man. I mean, I'm fascinated by this, by the way, like on a lot of different levels. But at the same time, I think I almost applaud. In some ways, I kind of applaud what's going on here with Major League Baseball. Kind of getting ahead of it a little bit too. Sarah's joining us. Before I let you go, let me get a quick thought on your rankings of pitchers. We still are in Seattle. We're trying to, and has a good story up there right now. Brian Woo's 21 on your pitching rankings. By the way, some of the metrics you use that for recent things haven't helped Seattle. None of those guys are improving. Logan Gilbert's number 11. Seattle's starting pitching staff. We just feel like it's such a great strength here in this town. Is it truly that? Is it truly that great strength that we think it is?
It is, and I mean, I think it's important for them to get home field advantage in as many ways as they can. So they need to go on a run because they have this huge strikeout change from being at home and being on the road, and that's why Woo fell a little bit in my rankings because he's got like a 27% strikeout rate on the road, and it falls all the way down to 20% at home. Just for context, 23% is league average, so he's well above average on the road, and he's below average at home. And, the Logan Gilbert has the same split, but not as big, and so, I think he's like an ace no matter where he's pitching. But Woo fell a little in my estimation because of that. And I think that makes it really hard sometimes to appraise the Mariners pitching staff fully because of this big strikeout rate park factor that they have. It's probably due to the sun coming in through the concourse, hitting the batter's eye. There's been a lot of research on it. We've talked about it a lot on this show. But, whatever the reason is, that puts a little monkey wrench in there because you're not sure exactly which Brian Woo is the real Brian Woo.
Okay, so I got one more for you. I'm sorry, because I've been arguing about this with my buddy Joe Sheehan, who we have on Tuesdays, and he keeps telling me, and I didn't ask him this week, and Joe's like, it's too small a sample size. We can be concerned, right, about what Woo does on the road? Is that legit? Can I be concerned about that? Can Mariner fans be concerned about Woo on the road this year?
It's not just this year. I mean, his career strikeout rate on the road is 20%. Now, am I concerned about his ERA on the road this year? Maybe not so much.
Yeah.
That's where I agree with Joe. But I think you can be concerned about the fact that his career strikeout rate on the road is under 20%. And, that one of the biggest, forward-looking factors, if you want to pick one thing, one stat to predict the future of a pitcher, it's probably strikeout rate. So
really?
You got 20% from him on the road, 23% is average. Just for this, let's say it was 19%. Guys who are under 20%, their chance of being a top 15 pitcher are 1 in 124. So among 124 guys that strike out fewer than 20% of batters, one of them has ever been in the last 5-6 years has ever been a top 15 pitcher in fantasy. So I know that's fantasy, but it's still it's very similar. It's just you need to strike guys out to be an ace. And so, Brian Woo on the road is more of a 3-4, and at home he's more of a 1-2.
It's interesting you bring fantasy, because as a guy that I did rotisserie baseball for a few years, for many years actually, and obviously we still do fantasy football. I think fantasy baseball, and I know you wrote about it a lot. Fantasy baseball to me is of all the fantasy sports probably the most realistic in a sense of all the fantasy sports. Like because baseball stats are just they're right there, as you just mentioned. Like it's a little bit different. Like football's got formations and usage and different things like that. So I think when you say that, to me at least, it makes sense along the way.
I mean, baseball doesn't have a way to give a guy the ball more.
Right.
I mean, the closest is like, is he first in the lineup? Is he lead off, or is he batting eighth? Like that's the closest we have to like in football or in basketball. Basketball is usage, right? All of a sudden you can just like give the guy the ball a lot more and say like, we traded away our star. Now you just get the ball more, So there's all these there's team factors. The one thing that baseball doesn't have that is almost impossible to include in fantasy is defense, and it's meaningful on the field, especially when you look at a team that's bad defensively, or they're trying to acquire somebody and stick them in, and all of a sudden your defense takes a step backwards. Like it's a big deal. Defense is a big deal, and it's not in fantasy. But otherwise, it's not a bad sport for being close to the real thing.
And just real quick, I want to clarify something. Somebody just texted me something. Brian Woo's splits road bad. His strikeout rate on the road is worse than at home. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Road is a 19% to 20% strikeout rate on the road, and at home it's like 26 to 27.
God,
and league average is 23.
That's amazing. That's an amazing difference. That is an amazing difference.
It's a really big difference. It's bigger than most of the other Mariners pitchers, and it's bigger than you'd expect given the park factor. My recommendation on my podcast on Rates and Barrels was that maybe Woo needs to kind of pitch to the strikeout a little bit more. I know how he pitches. I know he's kind of like, 2-3 fastballs kind of guy, and it's there's some soft contact and this and that. I get it, but I think more breaking balls on the road, just a little bit more of a focus on getting strike free, might be a good idea.
My friend, good stuff. Tell me about the rates. We just talked about a couple of the articles you got there at The Athletic. Tell folks about the Rates and Barrels podcast for our baseball fans out there that want to nerd out with you and your fellow nerds on baseball, which I say that with all due respect, sir.
Today on Rates and Barrels, we had Trevor May on, and we looked at the pitchers who've changed their arsenals the most since the beginning of the season. We found out that the Guardians are going very pro into the sinker, and that we discussed Logan Gilbert, because Logan Gilbert has recently become a fastball slider guy. He's really kind of let the other pitches go, and we talked about what that means for him now and what that means for him in the future.
Great stuff. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Eno. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
All right, there you go. That is Eno Saris from The Athletic joining us here on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. We'll take a break, come back, wrap up hour number 2. We'll have Chris Crawford on at 2 o'clock. We'll preview the upcoming series starting tomorrow in Arlington against the Rangers for the Mariners. That's coming up.
And the 12th Man, brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Mariners start their road trip in Texas tomorrow against the Rangers. We'll preview that series with Chris Crawford coming up here at 2 p.m. today. Let's see. There's a story coming out from the NCAA regarding age-based eligibility rules. Going to look through that. Basically saying they will not approve a blanket waiver for the seniors attempting to secure another year of eligibility through the new 5-and-5 rule. So sounds like, yeah, no more red shirts, 5-and-5. We'll see how that goes. But kind of reiterating what they said before, the NCAA is. I'll go back. Travis, you said that you still do fantasy baseball?
I still do, yeah.
When I did it years ago, I did rotisserie baseball, which fantasy baseball, but the rotisserie part of it, which you can do in football too, is a draft based on a salary cap. And I just remember the draft being massively intense, like how much you're going to spend on as hours, how much you're going to spend on the players. But then every day you're putting a lineup in. Like it's crazy intense, isn't it?
It's intense, but I find it to be almost more fun than fantasy football
because it's every day.
It's every day. You have to be locked in.
Yeah.
If you're not invested in it, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
That's like the whole thing with fantasy baseball.
Like do you carve out time every day? Like, hey, I'm going to spend 10 minutes a day at a certain time to do it because there's early games. There's games at 10 in the morning Pacific time.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you set your lineup. I mean, I'm in a daily lineup league.
Okay.
And rotisserie is where the stats add up over the season, so it's not a head-to-head. You're not going against someone every week.
You're in a day-to-day head-to-head.
It's a grind, but I think it's fun.
Are you good?
Not this season. I won it a couple years back.
Oh, did you?
It's like 12 teams. And
right.
we put in like 250. It's pretty serious.
I did hockey. I guess it would have been 3 years. I can't do it now, but I did it 3 years ago when I could still do it. And it was the same. It was daily head to head basically, and it was hard. Like it was per week, but it was daily. In other words, like it was cumulative for the week, you against somebody else. And I mean, it was hard. Like it was damn hard, like keep up with it. And I watched games every night. It's not like I was invested, but like, oh man, I forgot. I didn't see my goalie wasn't starting or something like that. It's intense. Yeah, it's intense. Yeah. You think about that compared to fantasy football, which is just like, all right, I'll hear hey, Funston's coming on. Hear what he's going to say on Thursday with Ian. We'll get our lineup in, and away you go. And yeah, it's a lot different now. It's a lot different.
Yeah, my son plays fantasy football, and he's 8.
Yeah. Yeah. One of us finished last year in fantasy football. As people on this radio station and a radio show listening know, because my guys got to come in and host a show. I don't know if you knew that. They came in and hosted a show. I guess it was back in May. We're having our meetings coming up soon, and there's a lot of talk like, oh, do we get to do that again? Like, no, hopefully you don't get to do that ever again. I finished last one time in 16 years, and I hope it never, ever happens again.
That didn't seem like much of a punishment for you, though.
See, that's the good part about it. That's the good part. But now the other things that we were supposed to do with my particular job, I couldn't. I'll just say that. Very politically incorrect, like just bad stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
But they had a blast, and they got to do it. And I know they'd like to come in and do it again. I just hope it doesn't happen ever again. Softy makes fun of it all the time. Like, that's the best thing ever. You just got an out. I was still here. I didn't get to go home. I was still here. And they just bashed me for an hour. So I don't think it was that easy for me. It wasn't the greatest day of my life by any means, but it was fun. All right. Fantasy football, by the way, with Funston, 2 o'clock on Thursdays again this year. That'll start here. We'll start doing some preview things in probably the second or so week of training camp. We'll start doing the preview pieces. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back with much more. 93.3 KJR FM. Sports. Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrew Coors Light. Choose chill. We now know why Nick Eamon-Warry was placed on the PUP list on Monday. He underwent right ankle surgery earlier this month. Could miss some time at training camp, according to Brady Henderson of ESPN. Eamon-Warry has participated in the offseason work with teammates. I saw him. He was 5 feet away from me, watching him in June at minicamp. Looked fine. But apparently the ankle bothering him, that surgery took place, should be ready for week 1, according to many, including our own Greg Bell and Corbin Smith. Ems fell the Reds 5-3 yesterday after Edward Brazzardo gave up a 3-run home run to Sal Stewart in the 7th inning. Emerson Hancock pitched 6 innings, a 2-run ball. Not good enough. Why? Well, they couldn't score, and that 3-run home run. Ems did solve their problems today. They fired their 3rd assistant hitting coach. We'll get to that with Chris Crawford here in a second. Sounders lost to Austin FC 3-1 on the road last night. Their 4th loss in the row. First time since 2013 the Sounders have lost 4 straight regular season games. In that span, they've been outscored 11-2. It was tied 1-1 going into the 86th minute. And then Jackson Feltz and Danny Jackson fell apart. We blame them for the loss. Next up, Sounders head to Philadelphia, face the Union, right here, 93.3 KJR FM, Saturday at 4 o'clock. Storm lost yet again last night, actually yesterday afternoon, a matinee affair to the Minnesota Lynx. And a story out of Bloomberg News says there are investors that are joining the Khosla family to purchase the Seahawks. One of those investors has, as part of it, at least as a consultant, NFL Hall of Fame running back Curtis Martin. Does that mean Curtis Martin is going to try to stick his nose in our business here? Let's hope not. Hour number 3. Got to give you the word for the hour. Bank. That's bank. Go to 933kjr.com. Enter the word bank at 933kjr.com. It's our bonus box contest presented by Bellevue Rare Coins for your chance to win $1,000. Listen each weekday, every hour between 6A and 6P. Enter again the word bank for your chance to win cash money. Chris Crawford joins us right now as we get ready for a big road trip for the Mariners, 4 starting tomorrow in Arlington, Texas, against the Rangers, who they're battling for first place, and then a little old team called the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's the next one starting on Tuesday. Kind of a weird schedule. I kept thinking they were playing today. They're not. They're playing tomorrow. That's when they start the series, Friday through Monday, and then off to L.A. after that. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm confused as well by that Friday through Monday, but I like it. I like those Friday through Monday series. I like a little bit of break in the monotony, but I was confused as all hell when I was looking to see if the game was on 1261 or 620 or 8675309 and not seeing anything listed today. But it is kind of fun to have a little bit of break from the normal.
So it wasn't just me then, right? Is what you're telling me? It wasn't just me. Okay, thank you. Yes, I kept just assuming.
It must be ours too, Yeah, like it could just be the two of us. But yeah.
It might have been. I kept thinking to myself, I was like, where the hell are the game notes? Like, why have the game notes not come in yet? No, they start tomorrow, and then the Tuesday through Thursday next week with the Dodgers. Those are all night games too, which is also kind of strange. Like all those Dodger games are all night games. There's no getaway game, I guess, as well along the way. I'm sure because of that, it won't be just on 1261 for those of us that have cable on the old Mariners stream. It'll be on there's probably a Peacock game mixed in there, some other nonsense, Apple or one other crap that we got to figure out these days. All right, before we get to a preview and have you kind of break down the Rangers a little bit for us and what to expect. They lost yesterday to the White Sox, but kind of feels like everyone's losing to a team called the Sox these days, white or red. Okay, we joke about it. You and I were joking about it on our group text, our Mollywop group text. Actually, take a step back. Does Benton need to be on the Mollywop group text or not?
I don't think he has a whole hell of a lot of friends, so probably.
Okay, we'll keep him on it for now. Okay, I'm just checking. I literally, I got to tell our listeners, literally we have a group text, and it was for a while, it was called just Mollywop. And it was you, Nathan, Anders was in it, but you guys were doing a show together at the time, so he kind of got into it for that reason. Plus, he's on this show. Sure. Jessamine, when she still cared about you, me, and this particular radio show, she wasn't on it, and that caused great stress in the workplace. She was She was not happy about that, but she's still not on it. And then I don't know, somewhere along the way, Benton got added to it. I'm just not sure why.
It's a good question. It's probably the same thing that you guys are saying because I'm in the hockey group chat as well. Like, I don't know if I need to be there per se because all I do is send pictures of hockey cards to you guys. But you know, he's got to earn his keep. He's got to keep sending good notes and doing a good job reporting down there. But let's just call him a member, but not a full-time member just yet.
Oh, so he's almost like Washington and Oregon in the Big Ten. You're not getting a full share.
Let's go talk about baseball.
You're kind of a member, but we're really not going to give you all the little goodies along the way. Oh, you know, how about this? SMU in their conference. How about that? Does that make you feel better?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that does make me feel a hell of a lot.
You just kind of bought your way in, is what you did along the way. Hey, you're in the Hockey Boys chat for this reason. You have hockey takes. I got to throw this one at you because I mentioned this to I almost called you Monger again. Greg Bell called Travis Monger. He called him Monger earlier. I go, he's not a fish monger. What are you doing? I mentioned this to Travis earlier. There's a story just came out. I think Kevin Rosenthal had it. Kevin Gossman, I guess, is on the trade block, right, for Toronto. Like he's okay. So he has a list of teams. He's got, much like every NHL player in the history of the game these days. He has a list of no trade teams. There's 8 teams on it. One of those teams is not the Kraken. Sorry, it's the Mariners. Wait, so it's not just the Kraken that people don't want to come to Seattle? He doesn't want to. Is that true? How could that be? I thought it was just a Kraken issue. Apparently, it's a Mariner issue as well.
Yeah, there are actually people who don't want to come into Vancouver Junior. Apparently, that they don't want to be a part of this tiny little island that we're in. It's so much more common, or at least we hear a hell of a lot more about it with the Kraken. But Lord knows there are people who do not want to play in Seattle, Washington.
All right, let's get to the news of the day. All joking aside, the firing of effectively your third string hitting coach. Can you make sense of that for me?
Sure. Yeah, I joked about it, but it's borderline true. It's every assistant hitting coach has something in their contract called the scapegoat clause. When you don't score a lot of runs, they activate that scapegoat clause. Honestly, what it really is here, probably just want to put a different voice in the hitter's head. Just want to have something different here. So, and I forget exactly who they hired from Tacoma to come take his place, but will be a guy who just gives them a little bit of a different voice over these final 2 months. But it really is that scapegoat. It really is that, you know, if you're having a good offensive season, you really don't even know who the hell that assistant hitting coach is. It's very similar, I think, sometimes to a long snapper where you actually maybe don't want to know the name of the long snapper because you don't want to see them screwing up. But that's all this is. It's a little bit of a scapegoat, and it's a chance to get, because you can only have a certain amount of coaches on the staff. So it's a chance to get a little bit of a different voice into the hitter head over these final 60 or so games, but definitely not going to be a needle mover. And if it is, then this guy's going to be a very, very highly sought after commodity if that's the difference that's made over these final 2 months.
Well, I guess I bring it up too, Chris, because listen, the offense hasn't been there, but there's no scenario that you get rid of one of those 3 guys that are in the hitting coach positions. There's 3 of them, and that, of course, I mean, a guy that has a cantina and a street named after him, the Hall of Famer Edgar Martinez, and so Seitzer would be the guy. I guess that would be the thing. I don't know how culpable Kevin Seitzer is. We've seen hitting didn't we go through a stretch of like a hitting coach fired every year for like 4 or 5 years in a row? It felt like with this baseball team, like it happened all the time, right? But I think, from what I understand, Seitzer's pretty highly thought of in baseball, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And I think if the Mariners felt more comfortable with, number one, Edgar taking on a full-time role, which I don't think he wants to, and number 2, if they felt better about the job that Magnantis was doing or some other guys, then maybe you do make that change. Because hitting coaches get, like, even the most respected hitting coaches in baseball get fired quite often. It's just a revolving door of trying to get this new voice in, this something that kind of gets these guys going. So it's a very interchangeable piece. So, yeah, I mean, he is well sought after if the Mariners let him go. And let's be honest, if the season ends that with the type of offensive production they have, he's gone. There's no way you can bring back Seitzer to be your hitting coach based on everything that's happened, even if you acknowledge the mass amount of injuries here. But you probably don't feel real comfortable having anybody else be that voice. So this is a chance to get somebody in who can break down some hitting, talk to some of the younger players, has worked with some of these guys for a bit now, in spring training and also in Tacoma. Just give that different voice, and they probably just don't feel comfortable either having Edgar in the full-time role or having somebody take over for Seitzer outside of the organization.
Chris Crawford joining us right here on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. We're going to actually reconnect real quick with Chris and get a little better connection. And again, I oftentimes it's not our guest phones, so don't be texting me about landline nonsense. We have a weird cloud-based phone system here that's not really a phone, so we'll reset that real quick and get Chris back on because I want to get into the Rangers series, which starts tomorrow. We were talking about Brian Wu, by the way, with our guy Eno Saris just a short time ago. Wu will get the start on Saturday, by the way, for the Mariners against the Texas Rangers. So that's coming up. Chris Crawford back with us. All right, Chris, let's get into the Rangers series. 4 games starting tomorrow. Bryce Miller, Mackenzie Gore is the first matchup on the pitching mound. Brian Wu, Nathan Eovaldi on Saturday. Logan Gilbert, Jacob deGrom on Sunday. And then the Monday matinee affair, George Kirby, Kumar Rocker go as well. That's the final matchup in the series. Just first and foremost, let's talk about the Rangers. They are not going away. It's interesting because I think we felt all along like we'd see one of those two Texas teams hanging around with Seattle all year. Effectively, both are. But what can you tell us about how the Texas Rangers are playing lately?
I mean, I just look at this roster, and it's not just the obvious answer into why they're in first place right now is because this division is a disaster. But I'm honestly surprised they're even a 500 baseball team because they've dealt with a litany of injuries. Corey Seager's dealt with injuries. Jacob deGrom recently dealt with an injury, and just, a lot of guys not performing up to snuff as well. I'm kind of stunned they're even a 500 baseball team. I think you have to give a lot of credit to their coaching staff for the job that they have done. But it's a really average baseball team. But in the year of our Lord 2026, average baseball has a chance to get you into the postseason. And, this is a team that Mariners have really struggled with here. If you look at it, I would say the DeGrom-Gilbert one would be the one pitching matchup that they might win at this point. I would still argue that Gilbert's better than deGrom at this stage in his career. You look at the lineup, and I don't see huge advantages for the Rangers anywhere. You look at this team, and I just don't see anywhere where I would say, boy, the Rangers sure are a hell of a lot better than the Seattle Mariners outside of maybe manager. That might be the one thing where they are considerably better at. So, but they've played more consistent baseball as of late. Now, they did just lose 2 of 3 against the White Sox. I believe they've lost 4 of their last 6, so they're not exactly on fire. But nobody in the AL West is anything close to on fire outside of being walking, talking fires or baseball teams this year. So on paper, it looks like the matchup the Seattle Mariners should do just fine with, but they haven't played well against them. And got a little bit of they've got some good veterans on that team, like Jock Peterson and like deGrom I mentioned. They're going to hang around. They're going to hang around for a while. And because you've played so poorly against the Rangers in the earlier series, it's really important to win this series to get back into that tiebreaker race because there are no more one-game playoffs. You have to have that advantage in order to win that division. And I do feel like it's going to come down to the Mariners and Rangers in a series like this. Baseball guy can tell me it's early all he wants. I don't think you can argue that this isn't the biggest series of the year.
Chris Crawford joining us. What happened against the Reds? How it's one series, but even with the series as the homestand as a whole, to go 3-3 against the Giants and the Reds, how damaging might that be?
It potentially really, and a 3-3 homestand is normally not that big of a deal, but considering they've been so much better at home this year, Ian, so much better. I believe They're like 30-23 or something like that, which is a good record. It puts you on pace to win about 90 games, or 93 games, excuse me, if you're playing at that rate. Like, losing home games to teams that are out of playoff races, the Reds are kind of in it, but not really. The Giants are super far out of it at this point, in part because their division, the West, is really good. Losing the way they did those last two against the Reds, in particular with how good Monday looked. Monday was one of the more complete games, getting that big dumper salami after he gets just that massive amount of disrespect from Tito Francona, and just playing such a complete game, and then just doing nothing offensively those next 2 days, and then a bullpen decision that wasn't bad, but it doesn't work out. Bizzardo giving up that 3-run homer to a guy I think the Mariners should target in Spencer Steer. Man, that's a brutal way to end that series, because it felt like some momentum was finally starting to build. You get a 3-game winning streak. You have played much better baseball than the other teams over the last 27 or so innings. And then you just completely crater offensively those next 2 days. And it's huge. Every game now is massive. We are at that point now where everything matters just so much more, because there's just not a hell of a lot bit like baseball left, Ian. We're at the 1/3 point. We've got 1/3 of the season left, basically, and losing games to bad teams at home is just, I'm not asking them to go undefeated, but I'm also saying that it is unacceptable to lose series to teams that are out of contention at this point.
No Corey Seager as well in this series for Texas. So you've got that going for you. If you're Seattle, he's still out. They think maybe he'll start hitting off a tee maybe this weekend. We'll see. But he's out as well. I had my buddy Eno Saris on earlier, and the great debate I have with your buddy Joe Sheehan every Tuesday, and I brought this up with Eno as well, is the situation with Brian Wu. He'll get the start on Saturday on the road. Brian Wu road, right. Brian Wu home. They're in two completely different pitchers. He brought up, I thought it was interesting what Eno brought up, and maybe, as you know, I'm not quite baseball guy. You know that, right? Like, you know that I'm not baseball guy. But I try. I do try. I do try at times. He was talking about at home. That Wu kind of pitches more to contact, almost trusts the ballpark. His strikeout rate is significantly higher at home than it is on the road. On the road, it's way below league average. At home, it's above league average. What concerns do you have with Brian Wu on the road? Because I think one of the things, as I'm listening to him, I kind of feel like he's saying, yeah, he'll pitch to contact in T-Mobile because he trusts the ballpark, but he won't do that on the road. He starts nibbling around a little bit. How much of a concern is Brian Wu?
So long-term, almost none. Short-term, a decent amount. And part of this is, I think Brian Wu and George Kirby both suffer from stubbornness in that they have their way of going about pitching, and it is something that works most of the time. But we've seen it fail in somewhat spectacular fashions for both at times, because of that ability to pitch to contact, and the opposite on the road, where, and this is something I just started noticing a little bit ago, that he is trying to nibble a little more when he's away from T-Mobile. He is trying more to generate more swing and miss. And that's not a bad thing per se, because ultimately the best thing a pitcher can do is get somebody to swing and miss. But I think there's a little bit of a stubbornness to him that can lead to an incredible amount of long-term success, because he, I know people hate this phrase, trusts the process. But I think sometimes you've got to be able to make adjustments. And I think Brian Wu is still learning how to make those adjustments, and in particular on the road. And I also think this, Ian, like, you watch Brian Wu, sometimes it looks like things just get in his head way too much. Like, there's some bad body language at times for Brian Wu, and I kind of appreciate it that he cares so much.
Yes.
But he's got to do a better job of, like, Luis Castillo, I think, does the best job of anybody, and some people take it as nonchalant. I think it's just he lets things roll. He lets things, if he gives up 2 runs in an inning, if he gives up no runs in an inning and strikes out the side, he gives his prayers up and he goes about his business. That's a more effective way long term to pitch. And I think Brian Wu will get there, but that's my ultimate concern. A little bit of stubbornness and maybe letting things get to him a little bit too much. And you're just way too handsome of a guy to do that, Brian Wu. You should have all of the confidence in the world in your stuff and just letting it go. Just let stuff go. I know it's easier said than done, but it is concerning for me because the pattern on the road now, we have a large enough sample size that this is just not just bad luck. This is bad pitching when he is away from T-Mobile Park.
So I went through the list. Gore and Miller, Evaldi and Wu, DeGrom, Gilbert, Kirby, and Rocker. I read where the Rangers literally set up their rotation out of the break with their first series in Atlanta, then the Chicago series, and then this. They almost set it up for this series. They were looking ahead for this series. I don't know if Seattle did that. I know the Rangers kind of set it up for this series. Who's got in the 4 games, who's got the pitching advantage, or is it basically a push?
I would still say Seattle. Kenzie Gore's been really inconsistent. Nathan Eovaldi even close to the same pitcher as last year. DeGrom's still pretty good, and DeGrom has kind of dominated Seattle at times, which, he's dominated a lot of people. And then I give Kumar Rocker's got a chance to be a solid back-end start or mid-rotation starter someday. I still would take what Seattle's putting out there right now. It's not a massive advantage just because some of these guys just haven't pitched well enough outside of really Gilbert on the road. So I give the Mariners the advantage in the pitching, but it's not as substantial as it probably should be.
Next 7 games, these 4 of the 3 against the Dodgers. I mean, we'll reconvene obviously Monday for Molly Watt Monday, but these next 7 games, biggest stretch of the season, and can it determine anything long term, or is it again still too early, even though we have a third of the season left, as you mentioned?
Boy, it's going to be tough because some of this depends on just how well the series goes. Like if you take 3 of 4 here against the Rangers, which is asking a lot, that Dodger series kind of becomes a icing on the cake type of thing. Like, just don't get swept. And even if you do get swept, hey, at least you took 3 out of 4 and you're going to have time to make it up. If you lose this series and then you got to go play those Dodgers, it could be massive because everything is so tight and there's just not that many games left. There just are not that many. I know you look and see, 60? I think it's exactly 60 games left. And you think, that's so much. Not really. Not really, especially with so many teams so close. So, yeah, this is massive. I mean, this is one of, and it sounds hyperbolic, but I don't think it is, in terms of just getting into your old goal, I think it's one of the biggest weeks that's got Mariners in a long time.
Your phone broke up a little bit, but to summarize, I think you said, we heard you say at the end, this is one of the biggest series they've had in a long time. Correct?
Yeah, this whole week is going to be absolutely massive. They have to hold their own, and you really need to win this series against the Rangers if you want to kind of take away this division championship. You get a chance to kind of go bigger if you can get this series win against the Rangers.
Good stuff, my friend. Part of the Hockey Boys group chat, as always, you should be, and also a big part of our Molly Watt plus Bento group chat. And for now, thanks to Chris, Bento, you're safe. You stay in it for now, even though we will point this out next week. Guess who is the world's biggest Dodgers fan? Yes, our friend, the captain, Mike Benton. He is going to be insufferable next week. Absolutely insufferable.
Yeah, I might have that chat on mute for a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you.
Or we just drop him out of it. All right. I'll talk to you on Monday, buddy. Thank you. Great stuff.
You bet. See you, bud.
That's Chris Crawford. Good stuff with him along the way. We'll take a break, come back. Check your text messages next.
Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, it's the Ancient Mariner, a.k.a. Oh, yeah, Danny Kaye, the ghost of Danny Kaye. Now that we've gotten to the crux of the problem, Bobby Mengalis is gone, we can bring back Veda Pinson.
God. There's like 10 of us that know who Veda Pinson is.
I had to look it up.
There you go. I like the Ancient Mariner. Just curmudgeon. One more of those. Fire away.
Hey there, Ian and Travis, Chris and Burian.
Hey, Chris.
In lieu of a third-string hitting coach that got released today, here are the other coaches that also should have gotten released and their new nicknames. Dan the Dyson Wilson, Edgar Hoover Martinez, and Kevin the Shark Seitzer. It sucks to suck, boys, and now you're all named after vacuums.
All right, let's get to the text. 49451. We brought up the fact they fired their hitting coach, whose name's been pronounced 18 different times here. Their third-string hitting coach 18 different times here on the radio station since noon. Anyway, 206. That's actually insulting to the fans. The firing. 206 also says fire Jerry DiPoto and Dan Wilson. That'll solve the problem. Here's the thing. DiPoto's. I don't know. I've come around on Jerry. I don't know. I think with Jerry DiPoto, and I'll use him more than Justin Hollander. Hollander's the GM, but I mean, Jerry's the architect. They've put together a good roster and a hell of a, and a decent farm system with two of the best prospects pitching-wise in baseball. They haven't been able to get over the hump yet.
And not with a huge budget.
Understand this. If we had the salary cap that is being proposed by Major League Baseball, the Mariners are one of the teams below the basement right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're below the floor. They would have to increase their payroll. They've done. I don't know. I know we all want to blame Dan. I get that, and for various reasons, there's probably a lot of valid reasons that are brought up all the time. Guys got to play better. Like Naylor's been not good. Dick brought up the WAR the other day with Naylor, Rosarena, and Cal, and it's like abysmal combined with those three. I think it's 2 for those 3. Cal can't keep getting a free pass, guys. Like he's got to be good. Randy has been really good offensively. His field play is abysmal at times, and well, let's not say that. His play in the field sometimes is adventurous. It's entertaining.
Spotty.
It's everything but good. But he gives you so much to the plate. Hard to criticize your all-star. He's been fine. Mm-hmm. Starting pitching, by and large, has been good enough. Bullpen is shorthanded. It's the guys that you expect to be better, need to be better hitting the ball. And the Julio thing, I don't get, man. I still don't get the thing where you get hit in the ass with a ball. You can't play for like the first 3 innings, but then you come in later. That's a hard one to sell to fans. I didn't read half the text about that the other day because people were sideways. I'm not going to call a player soft, but that was what a lot of people were saying. So, way we go. 206. Mariners have announced they have fired their 5th-string Dippin' Dots distributor. That should solve all the problems. I wonder if the Bat Boy, says Jason, is worried about losing his job next. He probably is. Like I said earlier, maybe fire the clubhouse guy. That might be the next thing along the way. A lot of people after. Boy, there's a lot of anti-Jerry DiPoto stuff on there today. Nobody even knew who this guy was. Nobody knew who this guy was. And yet now it's caused this firestorm of just outrage at the baseball team because they fired the 3rd string. And I keep calling him the 3rd string, but just the number 3 hitting coach. But people didn't know who he was. Now they're mad. Let's see. It's interesting. I'm just trying to read it. I'll read this one about Curtis Martin, part of the ownership group, or at least involved with one of the potential investors. We don't need new owners coming in and screwing it up. Why the hell is Curtis Martin done except accumulation of garbage yards and no management or talent evaluations? Billionaires often meddle, and it's naive to think these outsiders won't. Again, I saw Curtis Martin's name today, and I'm like, yeah, that's cause for concern. Like, we don't need him meddling around. Not with the best GM that this sport has seen in the last 2 decades. Schneider you don't need him having some guy coming in and helicoptering in that used to play the game but's never been involved in management to tell him what to do. And not to say that that's going to be the case. But those are the things that you worry about as an organization, as a fan base. Like, okay, how's this new ownership going to be? Well, we don't know, but you don't need meddling. Ian, a Seahawks California owner, I smell trouble. Ralph from Bellevue and Crossroads. Yeah, I'm going to hold out hope that this is certainly not Ken Behring Part 2. And I think when we had Pete Von Reichbauer on a couple weeks ago, he did point out that the difference in money is substantial. Not just, and even if you take away the inflation rate, he paid what would be the equivalent today of $200 million. These guys are paying $9 billion. They're totally different people in a totally different class of finances. But doesn't mean they won't make bad decisions. They could. Marcus says, am I the only one that couldn't care less about training camp? Oh, I think the guy coming up here in a minute doesn't. We'll see what he wants to admit. I know Softy doesn't like training camp at all, and he hates the preseason. But I know this. I'm sitting at a table with a bunch of guys last night. We play golf on Wednesdays, little league we're in. And I'm sitting there, and that became a topic of discussion. Seahawks, training camp, how excited guys were, talking about Byron Murphy's name got brought up. Some other guys' names got brought up. I think if you were to poll like the sports fan in this city, I think, Marcus, you are not only in the minority, you're in the like single-digit minority about people caring about training camp. I'm curious to see what the crowds are like this year, Trav, because
I bet they're large.
Well, and I think they will be too, coming off the Super Bowl win. There's no doubt that those of us that are out there every day, we've talked about this a lot. We've talked about it on the air last year. It felt like we saw a little bit of a decline in terms of the actual people in the that were there. Mm-hmm. It used to be you couldn't squeeze a piece of paper between people on the berm, and that hasn't been the case the last couple of years. It's waned a little bit now. Maybe people just realize, God, I'm going out there sweating in the sunshine, watching football practice for 2 hours with the maybe chance I get an autograph. Hopefully, possibly, who knows? And it's just not worth it anymore. Or there was just a little bit of declining interest. We'll see what it looks like this weekend for the first couple of days as well. And we're back there on Monday too. 360. I'm trying to figure out if this is sarcastic or not. So I'll read it and you tell me, Trav. Okay.
Yep.
I've been trying to figure out. This person might be watching on YouTube. I've been trying to figure out who you look like, Ian. I've always thought to myself, wow, he really looks like that one guy I've seen on TV during Seahawks games. So I went and watched a few of the older Seahawks games, and there he was, the guy you look like. And then he said his name, and it was you. Yes, that was me. Can't tell if that's sarcastic or not.
No. Well.
Yeah, I did that for 16 years. Yeah, that was me. Didn't have a beard. I think I had a beard the last year. I'm sorry, I did have a beard. I had a beard the last year or two. I had a beard. But yeah, those days are done. A lot of people talk. Where's Donovan? Says Jim. Everett. He's playing for the Aqua Sox. Waiting for Brendan Donovan to come back. That's like, I don't know, waiting to see a unicorn on a farm. May never happen.
Just don't get hurt in Everett, please.
If it does happen, if you do see him again, it's remarkable. Like seeing a unicorn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We good? I think we're good. We'll check in and see Softy's enthusiasm for training camp coming up next. right, I got a text for you, sir.
Oh, I thought you were going to mention a text that I sent you today.
No. We'll get
I got a
second.
text from Furness that I would like to read on the air.
No, you did not.
Oh, okay. Can't do that.
That'd be somebody that's not named Furness.
Mm-hmm.
So our buddy Marcus texted in, and he said, am I the only guy that doesn't care about training camp? And I said, there might be a guy coming up after me that's not really. You hate the preseason. What's your thoughts
I can't
on training
stand
camp?
the preseason. Training camp, I'm fine with. You know, we just use it as a tool to talk Seahawks. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
As a reason to
preseason.
Start
No,
diving into
you're still
Seahawks.
out on preseason.
I'm going to give you on Monday though my top 87 things I observed from day one.
I thought it was
Seahawks training
I thought it was
camp.
88.
No, it grows. It actually drops down by one every year.
All right.
Every year I get older, I just give one less damn about one thing.
Preseason anything.
Preseason football is a joke. Preseason football is a total joke.
Is there any preseason that's good?
I like spring training.
God, I
don't mind having it on.
I'm the opposite of that.
Well, it's
because by the time you get to the second inning, you don't know any guy.
Yeah, but I'm not watching it for that reason. I'm watching it just for the cosmetics of it, right? The aesthetics. You know, it's the middle of March. The weather's terrible up here.
I gotcha.
You flip on the TV, you see the birds chirping, the sun shining from Peoria, Arizona.
Okay.
People in the stands drinking beers.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
halter
I feel
tops,
you.
the whole thing.
Oh, there it was.
Okay.
There it was.
All right, guys.
There
it was. Let's pan back to the third base line, about 5 rows up over there.
You know what?
All right, just keep the camera right there for whatever. But I mean, for me, it's just more of a signal that summer's on the
Spring
way.
and summer are here.
Spring and summer are on the way. Preseason football is absolutely horrific because of the way people lose their mind over guys that play well.
Oh yeah.
But here's the difference, though. In spring training baseball, if a guy ends up being red hot coming out of nowhere, I could see that potentially translating a little bit to the regular season.
Or
I'm not going to watch a ninth string running back go up against a ninth string linebacker in the fourth quarter and expect that guy to do that when he takes on a number one linebacker in the first game of the year.
Or the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you see a catcher that hits 61 home runs and is awful in the spring, and by the way, is still awful.
Right. Right now he's
still translating to that.
Well, my what I've been saying about Cal Raleigh is that he's a one-trick pony who's not doing his trick.
Yep.
And he needs to put his magician hat back on.
That'd be nice.
Because he's got nothing else to offer.
Hey,
besides bombs.
You know what?
I'm talking offensively. Defensively, fine.
Yeah.
Offensively, nothing.
You missed your calling in life professionally.
Mm-hmm. Which was what?
And maybe there's a way we can get you there.
Mm-hmm.
You needed to be.
I just thought of one of my favorite Bad News Bears lines. What is a booger-eating moron?
That is a great line.
Tanner. Oh, God.
You needed to be a director in television.
Right.
But the cutaway director for either spring training games or the World Cup.
Oh, God.
You would have been the best director ever. You know why I'm saying that.
Yeah, we got a mutual buddy of ours, by the way, who does that stuff, and I'm not going to say who it is, but he has shown me some B-roll tapes of stuff that they find in the stands that they can't put on TV. And this is going back 30 years ago, by the way, to the Kingdom.
So early 90s, I'm safe to talk about something that happened in the early 90s, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Without any, okay.
Talking about me?
No,
or?
me, just me.
Okay, gotcha.
So when I worked at Como Television for the great Bruce King.
Right.
Late, great Bruce King, Bob Rondo, Rick Meter, and I was a sports producer. Back then, there was a thing called the hydroplane races that were a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
We would go
They still have those, by the way.
I know, there's 4 races this year. Big 4. They've really gotten going. We used to have to go out there, and because I'm kind of on the lower rung of sports producers, or actually the lowest rung, we would be out there basically shooting death tape. As the guys go around doing on the qualifying and all this. Well, we also had someone that was on the log boom, shooting video for the same reason.
Ooh.
We had some tape.
I'm sure you did.
We had some tapes from that.
I'm sure you did.
The thing was, especially like in TV news back then, with everything being coded and like little beta tapes, man, we had to be careful with those.
Yeah.
But they're somewhere in the bowels of Como Television, because I know my guy Joe Wren keeps the library there.
Right.
There are some incredible tapes.
Well, now
like
we
Girls
know.
Gone Wild
I was
stuff
just
going
going
on.
to say, now we know how Girls Gone Wild was founded on the log boom at Lake
Hey,
Washington.
did you get the Did you get the Budweiser flipping?
That's how it was founded, man.
We go to our guy. We go to our photo. Hey, Randy?
Yeah.
Did you get the Budweiser flipping? No, but check this out.
Well, I got to tell you, man. When I was a kid, I was a huge fan of Seafair. A buddy of mine, my friend Matt, his grandparents used to live right above the pits, about 4 or 5 houses up.
Oh, nice.
And they had phenomenal views of the entire thing. We'd go there every year, and now I couldn't tell you if we're even doing it anymore.
They
honestly,
like I told you, I got an email the other day. They have 4 races total.
I thought you meant they had 4 races at T-Mobile.
No.
Okay.
There's more of a
on the jumbotron.
Hydroplanes, unlimited hydroplanes are more of a sport at T-Mobile than they are there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
I'm gonna go see if I can find some of those beta tapes.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Ask your wife for some help. Hey, honey, would you mind looking for some VHS or beta videotapes? They might be in the attic.
God.
But if you find them, don't watch them. Just hand them over.
You know who I think shot those? My buddy Schrammick.
See, I wasn't going to mention the guy's name. That's the thing. I mean, he retired, right? So it's not a big deal. We can bury his ass now. But
retired.
I literally, Travis just said on the air, we have a mutual friend whose name I will not mention.
I will.
And then he mentions the guy.
It's fine.
Okay?
He's fine.
Jeez.
He'll send me a text. in a minute.
God.
He's in Montana right now. He's fine.
Yeah, that's where all perverts go.
Well, hey, weren't you just there?
No, but I left. Yes, but I left.
What are you coming up
If you're
today
only there
with?
for 4 days, it doesn't matter.
What are you doing?
What is today? Thursday. Jerry Brewer will join us. Brett Boone will join us. How about the Mariners whacking their assistant hitting coach today?
Their third string hitting coach.
Oh, third string?
Yeah,
So Seitzer, Edgar, and then this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, isn't he listed as the assistant hitting coach or
Well, what's
whatever?
Edgar?
I don't know. He's just an advisor, I
think
guess.
I went down on the depth chart. I figured that he was ahead of below Edgar, but
Well,
yes.
that should be enough to satisfy our thirst for change, I
Yeah.
think.
I
Don't
brought-
you? I mean,
I brought-
Dick and I have been talking for the last month that I think this, is it Magellanus? Is that how you say his name?
We've heard his name 4 different
We
ways.
all know that he's the problem.
I brought that up.
Okay.
I brought that up on the text line, and
Right.
people are losing their mind. That's insulting. Blah, blah, I mean, it's
Well, it's a bit, they don't get sarcasm.
they can't
Right.
they can't do anything right now and get people happy.
Well, I mean, why would they do it with this guy?
I don't know.
Either A, they think that this will be enough to satisfy people,
Yes.
or B,
Sacrificial lamb.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or B, he actually did something. Like company policy or whatever.
hey.
I mean, who knows, man? Insubordination, blah, blah, blah.
They might actually have an HR department.
Whatever. I'm sure they do. Probably have a couple HR departments. All right, so that's coming up. Jerry Brewer's coming up. Brett Boone's coming up. And then Randall Williams had the story today about the new private equity firms investing in the Hawks. He'll be with us as well today.
New GM Curtis Martin. All right, see ya.
Amen. boys and girls, it's back. The $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. Every hour, every weekday through the 7th of August. If you own gold, now's the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations, BellevueRareCoins.com, including Issaquah, Tacoma, Linwood, and Bellevue. Your word to enter the website for a shot at $1,000 is check. Check at 93.3KJR.com right now. All brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Everything you want.
Well, the Mariners have a day off after dropping 2 out of 3 to the Reds. They got a 4-game series with Texas starting tomorrow. That's right, a Friday through Monday series starting tomorrow in Arlington. 51-52, half game out behind the Rangers. Bryce Miller, Brian Wu on the road. Logan Gilbert, George Kirby will pitch this weekend for the Mariners. And how about this? Ken Rosenthal and Will Sammons of The Athletic both reporting the M's are telling people around baseball that they're willing to move Emerson Hancock for a right-handed bat.
Mariners firing assistant hitting coach Bobby Magallanes and promoting minor league hitting coordinator Ed Paparella.
Randall Williams of Bloomberg, who will join us tonight at 6, is reporting the Khosla family is in talks to bring 2 different private equity firms into the new Seahawk ownership group, as well as venture capitalist Mark Stevens. We'll have more on that at 6 p.m. tonight.
Raiders and number 1 overall pick Fernando Mendoza reached an agreement, 4 years, $57.2 million, and Diego Pavia got the Willie Mays Hayes treatment. He got waived before camp even started.
So is Diego Pavia going to sneak into training camp and start sprinting up and down the field and impress the hell out of the Carolina or the Ravens? The Carolina Panthers, by the way, how about this? First day of camp for them. Second-year linebacker Nick Scorton tearing his ACL on day 1 of camp. He's going to be out for the year.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Big Thursday. Brett Boone will join us 4 o'clock today, right, Jackson, with Booney. Jerry Brewer will join at 5 o'clock tonight on the radio show. Lots to talk about with Jerry, by the way, on and off the field and on and off the court with Jerry coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. Randall Williams, who works for Bloomberg, who was with us about a month or so ago, I think, talking Sonics and Seahawk ownership. He's kind of diving into both those stories from a national perspective. Great guy to follow on Twitter, at Avatar Randall. He broke the news today that the Khosla family is looking to raise some money to help out with the asking price for the Seahawks, the price tag, and get a couple of private equity firms and some venture capitalists involved. So we'll talk to him about all that coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. We'll talk about Neil Khosla, who's the son. Is he really the guy that we should kind of be focusing on here long term as maybe the ownership representative and the next face of the ownership group in Seattle? So we'll talk to Randall at 6 p.m. about all of that. But the news came down today, and I really think we should take credit for this story, by the way. I know all 3 of us have been on the air for the last couple of months saying that, look, it's pretty obvious why the Mariner offense is struggling, and that's because their third-string assistant hitting coach, Bobby, how do you say his name again?
I'm assuming it's Magallanes.
Magallanes really has no idea what he's doing. I mean, we all know that he's the reason why that Cal Raleigh's been struggling, the reason why Josh Naylor has been struggling, and he's the reason why the Mariner offense can't hit water if they fall out of the Titanic. So I'm glad to see that they listened to this radio show and finally made the move that we all want them to make. Now, here's the question.
We've been anti Magallanes for months on this show.
I've actually, you know what? I didn't even know who the guy was until about 2 hours ago.
I didn't either.
No clue. How many Mariner fans raised their hand even knew who the guy was? I mean, so look, there's a couple things going on here with this guy. Either A, he did something to get fired, right? Insubordination, whatever. Maybe he violated team policy, company policy. Maybe he stole something. I don't know. Maybe he had a difference of opinion with Edgar and Kevin Seitzer. got into a fight, whatever, and they
Took
whacked
candy
him.
out of Dan Wilson's desk drawer.
Exactly.
I
Maybe
mean-
he stole his cliche book. Who knows what's going on, right?
Can't do that.
Something, right? So, so the guy may have done something to actually deserve to get whacked by the Mariners. However, I will be honest with you. I was talking to a couple of ex-major leaguers that are now coaches around the game that know this guy and said that's not him at all. Like, he's totally respected. People love him. Players love him. Maybe he fell out of, favor with one player with clout, and that guy said, I want to get rid of this guy, get him out of here. He's bugging me. He's like, who's the dude in Step Brothers that wanted to punch Will Ferrell? Rob Riggle. Remember that? He said, you know what? I want to punch you in the face. I hate your face. Maybe there's a player of the Mariners that looked at this guy and just wanted to punch him in the face, and he demanded that he's got to go. I got no idea. What I really hope didn't happen is that the Mariners got together and said, all right, we need a sacrificial lamb. We need a scapegoat here. Because the media's on our ass, the fans are on our ass. We need to show them that we are serious about mixing this thing up and that we're not going to go status quo. So can you go down to the mailroom and find somebody that we can fire? And they came up with this guy and they whacked him. Because typically when you have a sacrificial lamb or a scapegoat, it's somebody that satisfies the thirst for change. This doesn't do that at all right? I mean, nobody's sitting around now as a Mariner fan going, oh, thank God they fired him. And there's no way they could believe that either. I mean, right? There's no way that Jerry and Justin and John would say, you know what? If we fire this guy, then everybody will be pleased and they'll think we're serious about winning. So there's no way that they thought that. There's no way that they're that arrogant. There's no way that they're that stupid that they would just fire this guy and assume that all of us would just say, well, that shows you that they really desperately want to get this thing figured out. So I don't know what to believe, honestly, because the whole thing is just weird. An assistant hitting coach? Really?
Something stinks in suburbia.
For what reason?
I had no idea what was going to come out of your mouth the last 3 minutes, but I swear on all the money in my wallet right now, including all my credit cards.
Oh, okay.
There were two words that were sitting in my head as you were talking.
Yep.
Sacrificial lamb.
Right.
Those were the exact two words. And I think it has nothing to do with a message to the fans. I think it has to do with a message to the players. We need to do something that sends a message to the players, something that doesn't really rock the boat significantly, but will rock the boat within the dugout more than it will rock the boat amongst the fan base.
I have another movie analogy.
Okay.
And I'll try to, I think I know where he's tracking with this. And I'll put it in movie terms, Jackson, so you can understand.
Yeah, it helps.
You ever see the movie Private Parts, the Howard Stern movie?
No.
Did you not see that?
No.
Oh, dude, you're missing out.
Yeah, Jackson.
You are missing out. As a radio guy, you got to go see the Howard Stern movie Private Parts. Well, Robin, Howard's longtime partner, Pig Vomit, played by Paul Giamatti, knows how much Howard adores her, tries to make a point that I'm in charge, not you. She's fired. Robin, get the F out. Remember that? And they fired her just to prove a point. So this guy may have been beloved in the organization. Who knows? Players may have loved the guy. And they may have said, look, we don't care who you are, what you're doing. We're going to get rid of a guy that people like just to prove our point that this is not acceptable.
I think that's
and it's not
exactly
working.
it.
And if that's the case, if they did that, then they're risking losing the clubhouse if they do something like that. They are. Because if this guy was really liked and beloved by people inside the Mariner organization, then they fired him to prove a point. I mean, guys, this whole conversation that we're having right now, the only thing that we are left to do is speculate, obviously, because the Mariners say nothing about this. I mean, if I were them, I would leak it to somebody, maybe why he was fired, maybe a Divish or a Jude or a Daniel Kramer or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But if you're saying to me that they got rid of him as a sacrificial lamb, as a scapegoat to maybe prove to the players that they're willing to make change, well, the players aren't going to buy that either because the players aren't dumb. Right? They're not stupid. There's 26 guys in the clubhouse. Nobody's going to sit around and think, well, they fired Bobby. Thank God for that. And the fans won't buy that. The media won't buy that. So I don't know, Jackson and Dick. I just find the whole thing to be really weird. that there's got to be more to it than what we're talking about, but all we're left to do is speculate because nobody has any idea. But I do appreciate the idea that they are thinking about making change. I think the deadline next Monday, not this Monday, next Monday, the 3rd, is going to be wild. I think it's going to be unbelievably wild because there are so many things potentially on the table right now for this baseball team. How they perform this weekend in Texas, right? I mean, if they get swept and they wake up Tuesday morning and they're 4.5 games out, does that start to change Jerry and Justin's thoughts and their process on how they approach the trade deadline? Are they only keeping Castillo in the rotation, Dick, to keep his trade value up? Did they pull Kirby the other day after how many pitches was it, by the way? Was it 80 or whatever it was? It was not a lot, right? Did they pull him because they're trying to protect him? They don't want to get him banged up because he's the guy that they're thinking about trading at the deadline? Right. I mean, who knows what's going on behind the scenes, man? It just feels like next Monday is going to be nuts.
Yeah, I don't think this week should matter at all because I think the Mariners should look to trade for the present and for the future. And if you're trading for the present and for the future, it shouldn't matter if you're 55 and 51 or if you're 51 and 55 at the end of next week. Right. It shouldn't matter.
Right.
4 or 5 games. Going 6-1 in a week should have no bearing on what you do versus going 1-6 over the course of the week. Because if they go 1-6 over the course of the week, guess what?
Yeah.
The Rangers are going to go 3-3, and you're still only going to be 2.5 games out of first, even if you're terrible this week.
Well, especially if you're talking about trading for guys like Mason Miller who have 3 years left on their deal.
Absolutely.
Right? Guys like that are guys that you trade for over the offseason anyway. So if you can get guys like that, it shouldn't matter. The issue, I guess, now for the Mariners potentially, and look, sometimes the schedule doesn't really matter, but you've got 4 with Texas. You know who they get after that, by the way? 3 with the Dodgers in LA. So this is a big week for them, right?
Yeah.
They got 7 games coming up against 2 pretty good baseball teams. One of them may be the best team in baseball. Other team is right in front of you for the division lead. So if they throw a clunker up here, and I'm not saying they will, heck, the way these guys play, they'll probably go 5-2 for God's sakes, right? But if they throw up a clunker and you get to that day, Friday morning, July 31st, and you're back home with a 3-game series against Minnesota. I mean, heck, after that, you got Minnesota, you got the Tigers, 2 kind of subpar teams, but then it's Tampa, the Yankees, the Astros, Milwaukee, and the Cubs. I mean, their schedule between now and the middle of August is a bitch. It is an absolute bitch.
Maybe it's good for these guys.
Maybe, yeah.
Because these guys, it almost seems like this year they put their pants on every day just assuming we're just going to walk out there and win. We won 90 games last year, went to the ALCS game number 7. We got the same team coming back. Maybe actually playing the Dodgers, maybe playing the first-place Rangers will actually wake their ass up because they have been asleep for most of the last 3.5 months.
Well, I'm looking at their record against over 500 teams. They are 21-25, and against sub-500 teams, they're 30-27.
So it's not much difference at all.
Well, they're 9 games better against teams under 500, but that's the way it should be, right? I mean, you should be floating around 500.
Can you look at last year? Because I bet there was a way bigger gap last year than there is this year.
Last year, they were blah, blah, blah. This is where I really need my elevator music, by the way. Last year, they were, let's see, against over 500 teams, the Mariners were 47-43. 43-29, but they won 90. Right now, they're on pace to win like 80. Right? So it's a much different deal. But that I don't have any problem with that. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
that's what we've
Go
said for
500
years.
against the good teams.
You float around 500, a game or two up, up or down or whatever, and then you annihilate the bad teams on your schedule. So it just feels like we're going to know a lot. We're going to really know a lot about this team, I think, in the next week or so after this Texas and this Dodger series. And maybe you're right. Maybe they need a little bit of a kick in the behind. Maybe they need to have games that actually kind of feel like they matter, to be totally honest with you, and not playing, teams like the Reds and teams like the Giants where they kind of sleepwalk through stuff. But there's also a chance, and I'm starting to see a lot of this talk on social media, that this is just who they are. I mean, they've played, 102 games now, whatever it is. I mean, guys, they got 59 games left to go, and they're terrible defensively. Their number 1 hitter from last year has been an absolute 0. They still really haven't figured out, I think, what they want to do with their pitching staff long term. Right? Their bullpen's been kind of a mess the entire season. At what point do we just say these guys are who they are? And I think the longer that they stay in, well, they're going to stay in the division obviously all year. The longer Texas kind of stays around 500 and the longer the Mariners stay around first place, people like me, I think, are always going to just wonder, do they just have one more week in them? Do they have one more week where they can just find a way to play decent baseball, get into the postseason, and then make a run at this thing? Because I think all of us believe that the American League might even be more wide open now than it was a year ago.
I think we take it beyond this year. And I mentioned numerous times while you were gone that you take out the 17-1 run in September of last year. They're a 500 team for the last 300 games, not for the last, however many they played this year, 101.
Right.
It's been since the beginning of 2025 that they're a 500 baseball team. They got scorching hot for 3 weeks.
Right.
Other than that, they are exactly 500.
Well, and that scorching hot for 3 weeks got them within 8 outs of the World Series.
And it could do it again this year.
Yeah,
I mean, that
totally.
could happen again this year.
I mean, right now you got 5 teams, guys, in the American League that are over 500. 5 of them. You know how many they had last year when the year ended? They had 9.
Wow.
League had 9 teams. Toronto, New York, Boston, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, Seattle, Houston, Texas. They had 9 teams, and now they have 5 teams over 500, and I think a couple of them are barely over 500. Like the Rangers are 500. So take out the Rangers, and there's only 5 teams above 500. And the Red Sox, it took the Red Sox going 15-1.
They had to do what we did last year
to get to 500. The Guardians are only 4 games up, and the Red Sox are only 3 games up. So really, in the end, you've only got 2 teams in the entire American League that look like they would be good no matter what league they played in, and that's Tampa Bay and the Yankees. Tampa Bay is 16 games over. The Yankees are 12 games over. Everybody else is 7 games over or less, and one of them is the Red Sox that just went 15-1, and the other one is the White Sox, who stunk a year ago and somehow, some way are turning it around this season. It's crazy how open this thing is.
Well, every team in the American League that's a playoff team is going to have one of those streaks. Now, it's probably not going to be Boston 15 in a row, but every playoff team at some point goes 10-2 in 12 games. That's just how you do it in 162. Well, the Mariners haven't done that yet.
Right.
So the 10-2 is bound to come at some point because I think we all believe that the Mariners are a playoff caliber team. Whether they're a playoff getting into team is we don't know, but they're a playoff caliber team in this
So you said
in this league.
What was the record you said they had? It was 17-1, whatever it was last season,
17-1 in September.
The Mariners did win 8 in a row this year, by the way, guys. I think we forgot about that. I mean,
May?
They had an
April.
They had an 8-game winning streak from May 25th to June the 2nd.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I mean that's the streak you're talking about, Dick, and it's already happened.
All right, well then we're done.
When they won 8 in a row, that's it. I mean, if you take out the 8-game winning streak, which is stupid to do, they're 43-52. They're 9 games under 500. Without the 8-game winning streak. Now, that's kind of ridiculous to say that. It's like saying, without that 200-yard, I mean, come on, man. Like, it happened.
Right.
You get credit for it. Whether you win 8 in a row or you win 8 of 12, you're still winning 8 games. Who cares where they come and how you get them? But you take out that streak this year and you take out the streak you're talking about last year, and they're not a very good baseball team. It's just consistently, offensively, the Giant series was... Red Series, was absolutely one that kind of epitomizes who these guys are. They score 8 runs in one game, and they score 5 in the next 2. They get shut out against the Giants in the opener of the second half, and they score 10 runs combined in the next 2 games. It's feast or famine for these guys. Feast or famine. We'll get a break. A lot more to get to on a busy Thursday. Brett Boone will be with us and talk about what needs to happen for a assistant hitting coach to get fired at 4 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, boys and girls, we're back on a busy Thursday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Big thanks to the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. Get on down there to the EQC Sportsbook. Watch, wager, and win. Your favorite baseball team is playing. They'll have it for you on the Sportsbook TVs at the EQC. Big fight night coming up in August. Find out more, emeraldqueen.com. So tomorrow on the radio show, 4 o'clock, and I have not been here yet for one of these because of days off and whatever. And we're kind of getting down to it because of all the training camp stuff going on. Huskies start pretty soon. Seahawks will be out there on Monday, by the way, for Seahawks training camp at the VMAC, which I think is kind of a shock to people. Hope you guys all realize that Seahawks training camp, our first show is on Monday. This Monday, all right? Not a week from Monday, this Monday. So maybe one more bracket. Maybe we'll find a time to do one more. We thought best trades in Seattle sports history in honor of the baseball deadline a week from Monday on August the 3rd. So you want to chime in with your best trades ever in Seattle sports history? You can do it at 49451. I mean, a couple for me come to mind. The Russell Wilson trade obviously is up there.
That's the one seed,
right?
I think.
Because how much you saved on the cap and the fact that you got rid of him and you moved on. You got the draft picks and blah, blah, blah. Jamie Moyer for Darren Bragg is the opposite, obviously, of Slocum and Veritek. Got to get the Red Sox back for that one. And then I got to do some investigating, and this may be too far down the rabbit hole. Didn't the Seahawks, Dick, trade Fred Young for a package of picks from the Colts that they eventually turned into the number 3 pick in the draft? And they drafted Cortez Kennedy.
Ooh, I'd have to go back and research that.
Yeah.
Now, that's the question is how far down the rabbit hole do they? I mean, do these trades have to be
one for
just
one,
one
right,
for
exactly,
one?
Right.
What you get for what you trade, or do if you trade for the 10th pick and then you trade that 10th pick for the 15th and the 20th, and you get Sean Alexander out of the 20? I mean, I don't know if we're going to go that deep down there, but I'll check what that trade, what the Seahawks got for that trade.
Well, I'm looking at it right now. So the Seahawks traded, if I have this correct, a first round, they traded Fred Young to Indianapolis, and they got a 1989 first round pick, and then they got the 10th pick overall in the 1990 draft. Then the Seahawks took that pick, number 10 overall, and sent it to the Patriots for the number 3 and number 29 pick. And the number 3 pick they used on Cortez Kennedy. So,
it might make the list.
Yeah, I think that counts.
I mean, that's a hell of a deal.
Yeah, it is.
How about you guys?
Well, I had those two. No question. The Russell Wilson, the Jamie Moyer, those were 1-2 on my list. Marshawn Lynch for a 4th rounder and a conditional late round pick.
Yep.
I mean, that was, you don't win a Super Bowl if you don't have Marshawn Lynch. So that 4th rounder got us a Super Bowl. Matt Hasselbeck for a 3rd round pick, and you move 7 spots down in the 1st round, and you get your franchise quarterback that takes you to your first Super Bowl, and he starts for 5 years, 6 years, at the quarterback position. And then the two interesting ones for me, and these are debatable. Some people say, "Oh, that trade sucked," but in the position that the Mariners were in,
Randy,
with their backs against the wall, Randy wanted out. Griffey wanted out. Now, you could blame the Mariners for Randy wanting out and not giving him a contract, Chuck Armstrong. Now, that's a different situation. But what Woody was able to do in those trades to get for Griffey, Mike Cameron and Brett Tomko. Cameron, an instant defensive replacement for Griffey and pretty good offensively. And then Freddie Garcia, John Halama, and Carlos Guillen. Guillen, well, he didn't make all-star teams for the Mariners. He made 3 all-stars in Detroit and was a really solid shortstop for the Mariners. And Garcia was an all-star pitcher for the Mariners and the ace of our staff.
I would not put Tomko on that list. Tomko did nothing.
Okay, but he was a pitcher for us.
Yeah, he started 12 games.
Okay, well.
So I'm just saying that from a standpoint of the haul that
Griffey
they got.
for Cameron.
No. The Randy deal was way more fruitful. because they got 3 starters.
That's
they
correct.
got Freddie Garcia,
That's
they got
correct.
John Halama, who both were starting pitchers, and they got their starting shortstop in Carlos Guillen. And I totally agree with you that, look, they were never getting Randy back for Randy unless they traded for a prospect, and that guy turned into a Randy Johnson, so that's on my list. How about Jerome Baker and a 4th-round pick for Ernest Jones Jr. 2 years ago or 3 years
That's
ago?
pretty damn good.
Okay.
Baker.
I mean, go back and look at what they gave up for Leonard Williams, too. From the Giants. I mean, 3 years in a row. Was it a 4th and a 5th for Rashid Shaheed, by the way, too, that they gave up?
Yeah.
I mean, I would put Big Cat and Ernest Jones above Shaheed.
Absolutely.
Because I think those guys have been more impactful, but I would put those guys on there. And then, look, I mean, following up on your point about Randy, the Gary Payton, Derek Mason deal for Ray Allen, right? I mean, Gary really kind of started to decline.
Tough situation.
Ray Allen was here for 4 years and played really well, was a great player. They didn't win, obviously. It wasn't his fault.
I do think the number 1 seed is actually quite obvious. Ahead of the 1977 NFL draft.
Oh, the Dorsett, or excuse me, the Largent trade?
The Seahawks
Right.
traded a 7th-round pick for
Right.
Steve, and it wasn't a pick for a pick, Steve Largent for a 7th-round pick in the 77 draft.
Right.
That's, for me, that's the clear number 1 seed.
Absolutely. Hall of Fame wide receiver for a 7th-round draft pick, no doubt. So you guys text us, 49451. You want to chime in on that. What would be the best Seattle trade in Seattle sports history? And we'll throw a few into the Softy, Dick, and Jackson machine, spit them out tomorrow at 4 o'clock and vote on this thing. But let's hope they have that same kind of success, right? Because the Mariners, all of a sudden, guys, they've got two things. And I guess I'm trying to come up with a different word besides thing, but they have 2 areas of excess that they could potentially trade from here on the 3rd. One of them is starting pitching, and the other is minor league prospects, right? Like they've got how many guys in the top 100 now? Like 6 guys, I think it is in the top.
Including the number 1
Correct.
in somebody's.
Kate Anderson, right.
You see that?
Yeah. You don't need all these guys. I'm sorry. I mean, I'd like to have them all. If the roster was perfect, then you could get rid of them all. You want to keep a few of them. I think the pitchers are usually always the ones that you want to hang on to for obvious reasons. But between Celestin and Montez and Arroyo and Sloan and Kate Anderson and Johnny Farmello, I think it is, that's 6 guys in the top 100. Jerry Dipoto, what have we always said about him? He's got some holes in his game. Restocking the minor league system is not one of them. He is unbelievable. This is exactly why I've been barking and bitching and moaning and yelling for years and years on the show to dump them all, because Jerry has a phenomenal habit of replacing these guys. It's almost like he's got a prospect tree in his office, like Mr. Miyagi. What's the what's the small tree in Karate Kid
the
called?
bonsai tree.
Yeah, the bonsai tree. And he comes over and clips it with his scissors. It's like he's got a little tree. It just grows. It just drops eggs and they turn into prospects.
Well, let's see. We
It's
traded Harry. Did we
unbelievable.
trade anybody
Harry
else
Ford
other
for
than Harry
Ferrer.
Ford?
Well, you got a couple guys out the door for Naylor and Suarez last year, but
But they
nobody
weren't
of
top
note.
100
No,
guys,
nobody
yeah.
of note, man. That's the thing, is that this is phenomenal. So you got all these starting pitchers. You've got 8 starting pitchers, if you include Sloan and Anderson. You don't need all 8, obviously. And all 8 of these guys, you could argue, are either right on the doorstep of being major league ready or already in the major leagues. So trade a starting pitcher, potentially, or put one in the bullpen. You know my thoughts on that with Castillo, obviously, whatever. But then the prospects, man. So I think the Mariners are, if there are decent impact players available next Monday, and I haven't looked at what everybody has to work with as far as the bullets they get to fire, but I think the Mariners are pretty well stocked to go to that trade meeting and have a lot of ammunition.
The only problem is I just don't think that there's a lot available. Like, we're talking about Buxton, we're talking about, kind of these mid-level hitters, but we're not talking about, your Suarez, Naylor types that could come in and completely change around this lineup. Like, I think that's the problem here, is the ammunition is so high.
Yeah.
There's just no targets, I think, of sizable potential to say, the Hancock report, right? Like, okay, sure would be nice if there was, the aircraft carrier that we could trade for Hancock. I just don't think that's available because everybody is in it right now.
Well, go get, Casey Schmidt's name has been brought up, right? The left fielder from the Giants. We just saw he's got 20 home runs. We just saw the guy. Put him in left field, stick a Rosarina at DH, and you're done. You've solved 2 problems. Number 1, you've increased your DH production, and you got Randy's ass out of the outfield.
Yeah, I don't want to give, which is great. I don't want to give away Hancock. I mean, I will trade Hancock, but I certainly don't want to give away Hancock because this guy, he's only 27 years of age.
Yep.
He's got a 3.16 ERA now, with the first time he has been offered a starting opportunity, a full-time starting opportunity, and all he's done is go 6-4 with a 3.1 ERA. And I don't think it's a fluke, because he developed that new pitch this year, and it's worked fabulously. And I think Emerson Hancock is a solid 3-4 starter for years to come, and I don't want to give that away.
Well, he's also not a free agent until 2031.
That's right.
So that is another guy to look at. But here's the deal, guys. If you're going to make a deal, you're going to get rid of somebody who's pretty good. It's just there's no way around it.
Unless it's a prospect.
Right.
Then you don't know if they're good.
Which I would do.
Yes.
I would do.
I'd rather do that.
I mean, God, you sound like me. Honestly, it sounds like you guys are starting to come around to my line of thinking here. Hey, just get rid of him. I don't care. Move him. Cole Emerson. I mean, he's signed now. He's not going to trade him now, but I would have traded him for the right guy a year ago. I just think when you've got a chance to win today and you get a established commodity for a commodity that is questionable, not proven, unproven commodity, if you've got a window to get to a World Series, you have to do it. And I would love for the Mariners to say, you know what? We don't care the way we've played this year. This thing we know is still wide open.
Mm-hmm.
We just got done talking about it. There's only 5 teams at 500 or above. Last year there were 9. This thing is more wide open than it was a year ago. Let's freaking go for it. And if it means we have to give up a Arroyo or a Celestin or whoever, to hell with it, man. Go find more, because Jerry Dipoto deserves the benefit of the doubt that he can find more prospects, because I don't know if there's, honestly, I mean, you could argue that Jerry is the best GM in Mariner history, and that's just based on standards, let's be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, him or Gillick, right?
Or Woody. I mean, it's between those 3.
Yeah.
Gillick was only here for, 4 years, whatever, 3-4 years, whatever it was, but it's just like the American League stinks, so the Mariners are in it at 500. Well, nobody's been to a World Series. That guy would have been number 1. So, I mean, the standards aren't very high. But my point is, Dick, is that I don't know if there's ever been a Mariner general manager who has been better at restocking the minor league system consistently with top 100 prospects than Jerry Dipoto. So let's use him, all right? And let's go win a freaking title, or at least a pennant. We're going to break. Fun with Audio next on 93.3 KJR FM.
reacted.
And you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear. Like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy. I would say who is that, but I'm not going to embarrass anybody. But no.
Okay, so now compare that to Ben Johnson. Remember that clip we played a couple months ago when a phone went off and Ben Johnson's like, what the hell's going on? This is ridiculous. Remember that? When he got lost his mind? Come on, man. Have some fun with it. What the heck? You know what I would do if I were John Summerall? To maybe gain some favor with a fan base and the media, I'd go over to that person, I'd grab the phone, see who the missed call was, and call him back.
Call him back.
How funny would that be? Are you kidding me?
Some people are just wound way too tight.
100%.
And you just need to enjoy life a little bit and loosen the F up.
Hallelujah, man. I'm with you. That's why that Ben Johnson thing, I was like, dude, relax. Holy moly.
I think Ben Johnson was trying to have fun, guys.
He just doesn't know
but
how.
He doesn't know how to have fun.
You might be right. We know how to have fun here on the show. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
All right. Ed Orgeron, now the LSU special assistant to recruiting and defense. Is that not a perfect job for him, by the way? Spoke at the Little Rock Touchdown Club in Arkansas last week and talked about his time and exit as the LSU head coach back in 2021.
I'm so grateful of my time for LSU. That was my opportunity. You know, coaches got a shelf. Some coaches got 50 years. Some coaches got 12. Mine was 6. Good. I got to tell you, we had a meeting. Say, Coach, things are not going well. No shit. Ray Charles can see that, brother. And they were good. And Scott Woodward is a friend of mine today. Really, really, a lot of respect for the way they handled me. Say, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
So good. Now, here's the question. Was that Ed Orgeron or was that Petros doing Ed Orgeron?
UCLA O-line coach not to be me today, son, miss my...
I don't know, man. There's a lot of guys in football that get paid a lot of money to walk away. Jimbo Fisher. Has anybody ever checked and seen how much money Jim Mora has made for not coaching versus coaching in his career?
Ooh, wow.
Right? UCLA, the Falcons, the Seahawks. It's unbelievable. I think he may have made more money not coaching than he has coaching. I'm not kidding you, by the way.
I bet Jimbo certainly has.
Oh, you got, what do you got, $100 million?
Yeah,
$80 million, whatever it was?
His buyout was like 70, right? That is crazy. Do you still have Scott Woodward in your little soundboard?
No, I think
the
that's
haves
gone.
versus the have-nots.
Yeah.
That was a classic. Remember that, Jackson?
Expired.
No, that was before me.
I know exactly where that was. That was from the Climbing Rock at UW on a pregame show at Husky Stadium. He talked about the haves and the have-nots, and he said the Cougs are a have-not and we're a have, and Cougar fans did not like that one bit at all. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Well, let's go from the LSU special assistant to the new LSU head coach in Lane Kiffin. Joining his old boss, Nick Saban, on the SEC Network today. Kiffin shared a story about Saban's wife, Miss Terry, pouring holy water on the field at LSU when Lane and Nick coached for Alabama a decade ago.
He'll be there for college game day, so I probably need Miss Terry because I do remember, even though at this point you'd been back to LSU a lot, but I'm walking on the sidelines before the LSU game that they still dislike him there at the time, and the fans are yelling stuff at him. And, she's got this stuff. She's like putting it on the ground. I'm like, well, what are you doing? She's like, there's real voodoo here in the stadium.
So you said, okay.
That's true, yeah.
What was you putting on the ground?
There's real voodoo, and they don't like Nick here, so I got to spread this stuff out to make sure we're going to be okay. Whatever.
Holy water. She took holy water.
Really? On the sidelines.
Oh, that's good. Push the voodoo out.
There's got to be film of this. There's got to be. This has to be on tape.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have any superstitions like that. That's going a little bit kind of out of my, comfort zone. You tell me. I mean, you're the religious guy around here. Jackson's a freaking atheist, right? For the most part. Do I have that right?
For the most part.
Okay. I mean, I'm Jewish, so, whatever. I'm not giving away water.
I don't think there's... You're not...
Only I can say that. Okay.
Wow. I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, man.
This is one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Sorry. Go ahead, Dick.
I don't think angry LSU fans have anything to do with evil spirits.
Right.
I'm not. I do believe in evil spirits, but I don't think angry LSU fans are angry because they have evil spirits in them.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't really paying attention because I'm looking for that Scott Woodward clip you were asking for. I don't know. There's a lot in here, man. I don't know what this stuff is.
Let's check him in the break.
This is Scott Woodward. You are listening to Dave Softy Mahler show on. Let me do it again. That's terrible. I can't even read a line.
That's not it. All right, we got time for one more or no?
No.
All right, we're going to break. Brett Boone going to join us next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Scott Woodward. You are listening to Dave Softy Mahler show on. Let me do it again. God, this is terrible. I can't even read a line. This is Scott Woodward. You are listening to the Dave.
back here again. Time for the $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins every hour, every weekday through the 7th of August. If you own gold, now is the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations: Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, and Issaquah, are on the web, BellevueRareCoins.com. All right, go to the website, 93.3KJR.com. Enter the keyword green right now for a shot at $1,000.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Headlines on Sothy Dick Jackson, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Nobody ever stuck up for me before. Well, Lupus, if you wiped your nose once in a while, people wouldn't give you so much crowd all the time.
What movie? What movie? Come on.
I didn't have my headphones on. I'm sorry.
Damn it. You know what? I want to play it again for you.
All right.
Hang on. Sorry. 3, 2, and 1.
Nobody ever stuck up for me before. Well, Lupus, if you wiped your nose once in a while, people wouldn't give you so much crowd all the time.
Bad News Bears.
Boom. There you go. You've seen Bad News Bears, Jackson.
Lupus
have you
was
not?
the giveaway.
Have you seen Bad News Bears?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about the original. Not politically correct Bad News Bears.
Before I heard the word lupus, I was going Stand By Me.
Oh, God.
But then once I heard lupus, it was a giveaway.
Imagine having the name Lupus. You kidding me? All right, what we got here? Mariners day off. They got a 4-game series with Texas tomorrow. Multiple reports, including from The Athletic, the M's are willing to move Emerson Hancock for a right-handed bat. Bryce Miller and Brian Wu will go Friday, Saturday to start the 4-game series against the Rangers.
First big injury of training camp. It's at the Panthers facility. Last year's second-round pick and leading sack man on the team, linebacker Nick Scourton, had to be carted off with a torn ACL.
Ravens are waiving Diego Pavia. He's done before training camp even starts. And the Raiders officially signing the number 1 draft pick, Fernando Mendoza. Let's get to Brett Boone, talk some baseball right now.
Coming to you live from our Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's time for our weekly conversation with former Mariners All-Star Brett Boone. Brought to you by Venue Kings. Visit VenueKings.com for all your ticket needs. Now with Booney, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, by the way, a little switcheroo here. Mark your calendars, edit your appointments, because we're going to have Booney on at 4 o'clock now moving forward, which is a good thing and a bad thing for Booney. It means, number one, he's got to get off the golf course quicker to join us at 4, but his evening starts earlier,
That's right.
by the way.
Yeah, the cocktail hour starts earlier for Boone.
So, Brett, is this a positive or a negative for you that we're doing 4 o'clock instead of 5 o'clock moving forward here?
You know, I'm just at your disposal, guys. I'm just here whenever you need me. I'll make it work. Seems like the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been making it work a lot.
That's right. That's right.
Very flexible.
4 o'clock works. 4
Okay.
o'clock works. I just pencil in Thursday for whenever Jackson calls. I need to be available for the entire day.
You know what? That is the right attitude, by the way. All of us married guys.
I'm a corporate guy.
Wow.
I'm a company guy.
We all have the exact same attitude, man. Just, honey, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. If we call, you answer, and that's it. Hey, big thanks to Venue Kings. Seahawks tickets are now on sale. The season opener against the Patriots, $2.99, Dick, to get in the door for that Patriot opener at VenueKings.com. All the big games, Niners, Kansas City on Sunday night, Bears Monday night. Use code Softy at checkout at Venue Kings. All right, Brett, lots of stuff to talk about. We start off, though, with, I think, a move that all of us have been begging to see the Mariners make. We all know that Bobby Magallanes, the assistant hitting coach, I don't know what you're laughing at. I said Magallanes, the assistant hitting coach.
I don't know if it's Magallanes, but
that's what I said.
I think it's Magianis.
There you go.
I thought it was Magallanes.
Yes.
You know what? He's not here anymore. The hell with him. Bobby Magallanes gets fired. Why would they fire an assistant hitting coach? If they're trying to make him a scapegoat, nobody's buying that. What would be the reasoning to get rid of this guy?
Well, I mean, I thought about it. I'm like, why would you fire the assistant? Is it an internal thing? Is it a feud that he had with one of the players? Is it he's not on board with the other hitting coaches? I don't know what it could be, and it's kind of strange at this stage of the season. A year ago, these guys were raking. They're third in home runs. They're top 10 in the OPS. Everything was clicking. And all these guys apparently are really good at what they do. Fast forward a year, Did Magianis forget how to help the guys hit? No, it has nothing to do. And I make light of it because there's always going to be a scapegoat. There's always going to be somebody mad. There's, a couple weeks ago, everybody's talking about Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson managed them to one game away from the World Series. All of a sudden, did Dan just say, "Well, I'm not going to do the way I did it last year anymore"?
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden, that's just Nate. That's the nature of this gig. It's life. It's show me what have you done for me lately, and if not, let's get rid of you. I think it's one of those things. I don't know. And I just want to preface with, I am strictly speculating. I have no idea because I'm racking my brain thinking, why would they fire him of all people right now? Okay, it's part of the hitting, and hitting's been the problem this year, so that makes sense. But to go with the assistant, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. So you just start to speculate because I have no behind the scenes info. I haven't talked to Edgar. I haven't talked to anybody about this.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, I don't know. Was it an internal dispute? Was it something between him and the other hitting guys? Like I said, they weren't on the same page. Was it something with certain hitters in the line? I have no idea. So I'm speculating like everybody else, but the hitting's not going well, and it hasn't gone well this season. So, this is the first in a little turnover and a a change.
Dick, you're right.
You know what? I even went as far as this.
It's not Magianis.
It's not Magianis.
Maybe he had a really good rapport with some of the hitters, and they wanted to shake it up.
That's what Dick said. Yeah,
you liked him? Okay, I'll tell you what. You better hit better, or the next guy's going to go, and the next guy's going to go. Sometimes players look at that and think, "Wow, Magianis, he didn't deserve this. This is because of us. We need to turn this around." Similar to when I think Thompson got fired in Philly. Thompson, from what I heard, was well liked, and all of a sudden players are looking around, going, "Wow, we got him fired. We better play better," because it's not a good feeling as a player with guys that are, your coaches that you really get along with and really like. They get fired, and deep down it's because we're not playing good. And that's what it's always going to come down to. And I always say this: players win games, players lose games. Coaches are background players. We assist as much as we can. We help to try to help to put you in the best position to succeed. But when the national anthem is over, it's on the player. Always has been, always will be.
Well, certainly firing a manager would shake up a clubhouse. Firing a hitting coach probably would shake up a clubhouse. So you're saying that potentially firing an assistant hitting coach could still shake up a clubhouse?
Well, it depends. He's been there a few years. Probably has really good relationships with the players, and maybe you had half that lineup that, or more than that. I don't know, because I don't know that relationship. I don't know what it's like in that Mariners clubhouse. Once again, I'm just speculating. It could be like, oh, okay, you like Magianis? Okay, we're gonna fire him. We're gonna bring in somebody else. How do you like that? And they're going, wait a minute, we got our guy who's been with us for a year. He's been in the trenches with us in that cage, grinding it out. We got him fired because of how bad we're playing.
Right.
That's a little bit of a shakeup. And once again, I have no clue if that's the reason. I'm just looking for reasons because I knew you guys were going to ask me about it.
Yeah. Well, look, man, I mean, we got to get Big Dumper going, right? It's freaking July 23rd, and the guy is not clicking. He had the grand slam. Was it Friday, right, that he had the grand slam? I think against the Reds. He's got 6 extra base hits and 135 PAs, Brett, since coming off the IL. His OPS is under 600 since coming off the IL. And I asked you a few weeks ago before I went on vacation, are you concerned? And you said, yeah. I mean, if you were concerned then, you got to be concerned now.
Absolutely. I mean, when it goes this long, first month or so coming off a monster year, an epic year, record-setting year, you understand that there's a little bit of a hangover. You hate for it to happen, but sometimes it does. Second month, oh, come on, he's going to get it going by half. We got to get going here, but there just hasn't been signs of it, and up and down the lineup, everybody, well, maybe with the exception of a Rosarina, the kid Young at second base, he's, I think, exceeding expectations for his age and his service time. But everybody else, I think, if you look up and down that lineup, are really underperforming what we expect from them. You think about the trade deadline coming up, and I'm going, okay, Mariners need to make a move. They're a half game out. They're 2 games out in the wild card. They're right there. This division is so gettable with the talent they have. But it's like, what move would you make? When you think about it, look at the positions of the Mariners. Maybe third base. Maybe you decided to go with the young kid Emerson at short. And now you're grooming him to be the shortstop in the future. Young set there. Naylor's got a long-term deal. Julio, Rosarina, and then who's done well? Canzone's done well. We didn't expect him to be doing this well. He's done well. Him and Rayleigh, that combo, they've given you a lot of slug out of those positions. So I'm just thinking, if you go and you add to this team and bolster this roster, where do you go? Do you go to the bullpen? You've got plenty of starting pitching that people want. You've got valuable pieces to trade, but what would you what would you go after? Right-handed bat, that's obvious. But does a right-handed bat, that splitting time, does that make a difference down the stretch for this team? I don't think so. Do you make a splash and just go out and kind of open the checkbook and give up a real valuable piece in that starting rotation to get somebody and that's a difference maker in the middle of the lineup? Maybe. I don't know. It's going to be interesting this next week.
Well, who would you give up? Who would give you the most value? Obviously, Castillo's the most expendable, but he's also the guy that's going to bring you the least in return. So when you just look at value, who is the best value to trade away?
It depending on the team, depending on what they've got on them, what their internal opinions are of each one of these pitchers. I think Gilbert, Kirby, Wu, Miller. A lot of teams are going to be very interested in all 4 of them. Then it gets down to, okay, Miller has the least amount of service time. He's the most controllable for the longest. It turns into way more than a rental. So he's valuable for that reason. Castillo, still a valuable entity, but the money that's hooked to it and the year that he's having compared to his career, definitely on a downside. So he's not going to be as valuable. You're right. So it's really going to be the other guys that are going to bring you a true difference maker in return. It's just which one, if at all, Seattle's considering making them available.
Well, the idea that I threw out there is putting Castillo in the bullpen and keeping everybody and trading prospects for a bat. So do you believe that Luis Castillo has been featured in the rotation because the Mariners want to keep his trade value high? Do you see any way they decide in the end?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. I think this was strategic and more of out of respect to Castillo.
Okay.
Turning it into a 6-man rotation. I think that's what it is. But I think when push comes to shove, it's you go with your 5 best and you roll. You don't worry about hurting feelings. You don't worry about what he thinks or anybody else thinks. You got to win games. And that's the bottom line, and we don't care about anything else. That's at least my perspective on how you play this game at the big league level and what's the bottom line. Win, baby. That's all that matters. And feelings, that's great. Yeah, if it's early in the season, okay, we'll pat you on the back. And when push comes to shove, you have to win this division, and you have to go to the postseason with this roster. So, I think that's a good idea. Castillo, still, I think could be very valuable. And if you move him into the pen, I think you go with your best 5 in the rotation, and you move Castillo to the pen. I still am looking to make a move out there. Is there something that strikes the Mariners' fancy? Is there somebody out there, a difference maker bat that you can plug in? The most obvious situation would maybe be third. I know Donovan's going on a rehab this weekend, but if you got a difference maker third baseman, would that be something the Mariners would be interested in? Definitely a bat, and I think if they go after a bat, I think it's got to be more than that right-handed off the bench platoon guy.
Yes,
I think you got to have a name guy that you're going, okay, he'll make it different.
No question about it. Like they got in with Suarez and Josh Naylor last year. Booney Jones says, hey, right. Booney, Luis's last performance was good. 7 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs. It's what happened after Castillo came out that got everybody all mad at Dan Wilson. So he goes to Ferrer in the 8th. Ferrer pitches well, and then Seattle scores a run in the 8th to go down 3-2. So they're only within 1 run. And then they bring Rucker in the 9th inning, and he immediately gives up a home run. So people are just mad at Dan. I almost saw it as just more thought that it's a Jerry DiPoto thing, that Jerry DiPoto's pulling the strings and looking for tomorrow, because Dan said after the game, well, we had to look at what we had left tomorrow. So is that a situation like that more reason to believe that Jerry DiPoto is pulling the strings behind Dan Wilson?
I think in that situation, I think you go pregame and you kind of have a kind of a plan mapped out before the game. You think if X happens, we counter with Y. If Y happens, we counter with Z. If we get put into this situation at this time, taking into consideration the rest of the series the next day, like you said, this is what we're going to do. So I don't think it's one of those things where DePoto's up in the booth calling Dan and say, hey, put him in right now. No, I think it's a collective between Dan, the pitching coach, the bench coach. They're talking about it in the game. Like, all right, we talked earlier. If this happened, we might do this. What do you think now? How are you feeling? I still think you have to have that gut feeling, and you got to play the game, and you got to feel the game as a manager, because sometimes that pregame plan that you have, the way the game is shaping up and the way things are going, you have to divert from that plan. I think if you just sit, well, then why don't we just have a computer run the game? You know, I think you got to have some feel. I think you have to make some gut decisions. And I know all the years playing, the managers I found to be the best managers were guys that made big, tough decisions with their guts and not because what the numbers said. And I think you go out on a limb when you do that. You make yourself vulnerable. It's easy to follow the computer and, oh, the computer said to do this or do that. But I think the guys that go out there and manage with their gut in a big situation, that's a risk.
Yeah.
But I think that's the only way you become great.
Brett, do you know anything about Casey Schmidt in San Francisco? You've been following this guy at all?
Casey Schmidt.
Casey Schmidt. Well, he's got.
Yeah.
Got,
having a pretty big year for that. He's kind of been their guy this year.
Yes.
In that lineup.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's hitting third for them for the most part. They're terrible.
Yeah.
He's got 20 bombs. He's played 20 games at third, 30 games in left, and 23 more at DH. All areas the M's could use some help in, by the way. He's not a free agent until 2030, and he's hitting 323 and 100 ABs against left-handers this year. So the history's not great with this guy. He kind of came out of nowhere this year. But if you could grab him right now and give up a couple of prospects and have some control, would that appeal to you?
Absolutely. Because some guys, you never know when it's going to click for him. And he's been the guy since get-go, by the way. Now that you bring him up, I had a tough time remembering. I haven't followed the Giants that much this year.
Right.
But he's been their main guy. You know, when you expect a Devers and an Adames and Chapman to be the guy, and then all of a sudden Casey Schmidt's your guy, and that's all they're talking about. And he's kind of been carrying the load of that offense this year. That's more than just a fluke. I mean, that's just some guys find it at different times. We talk about guys and their worth and having value. Well, you just saw value right there. So yes, the Mariners, that would be a great fit for them. At the same time, don't think he's hidden over there. Most of these teams know about Casey Schmidt and we're going to poke around and try to get him because he does have a lot of value. And you mentioned the under control until 30.
Right.
That's huge. So yeah, I think he'd be a great fit. I know, you know, I would think that the Giants are going to make everybody available over there. You know, I'm hearing Devers and Yankees and who knows, but I think all those guys are going to be available. Interesting. You look at the Angels, you know, Adele, Solar, are they available? Big power guys. And I'm not exactly sure about their contract situation, but guys like that come to mind as some stock to add to a lineup. So it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of right-handed bats out there that the Mariners could use. Are they really going to go all in, or are they going to go and get like a part-time guy that'll play against lefties but not against righty? I think you go at this stage. I think you get a player that if they named him, you'd be, whoa, that's a difference maker right there. We're gonna hit him third tomorrow. I think that would be more exciting and really pump up that clubhouse for a dismal offensive year for these guys' standards and the expectations going in.
Hey, Booney, we had Scott Boras on this week, and I just asked him the simple question of, okay, you don't want a salary cap, so you're going to have to give up something on the player's side. And he shot back, well, we gave up a lot the last time, so we really shouldn't have to give up anything on the player's side. Well, we know that's not the reality. So what do you think the players would be willing to give up in lieu of a salary cap?
I think that word salary cap just resonates with the players union. It's like kryptonite. Like, it's a bad word. You don't say it. And if you bring it up at all, it's an automatic no. We don't even discuss that. So the way it's framed, and I don't think that owners did unless they're planning on there being a work stoppage. I don't think they went in negotiations early with the first two proposals, really in good faith, thinking, oh, they'll listen to this. I mean, it was extreme. It was way over here. And I don't know. I don't think they made any friends by making those first two proposals that we heard about earlier in the year. I think the players are really want we talk about salary cap, we talk about ceiling all the time. I think the players are more concerned right now with the basement, with the bottom. They want that bottom raised up to be higher, to kind of mirror the other major sports leagues. So I think that's first. I think I think if you keep talking salary cap, I think it's a dead issue with the players union. And I just sit here as an ex-player that's not privy to the inside and what's going on truly in negotiations right now. I know when I talk to the few players that are still involved, they say there's no way in hell we're getting a salary cap. Well, that was our stance in 1994.
Right,
we ended up missing the World Series. We ended up, scab baseball became. So I just look at the game and how much revenue is in the game and how well these players are doing and how well, just as well as the players are doing, how well these owners are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's got to be something there that the revenue continues to build. People continue to make a ton of money. Owners continue to make a ton of money. Franchises continue to increase in value as time goes on. And you continue to grow the game. I've been through the last one, and I'll tell you, it hurt our game. And it pissed some fans off. You stop their game when real games start and for an extended period, there's a lot of fans that you will lose, and you'll lose for an extended period of time. And I don't know if baseball, with the amount of money that's in the game right now, if they're ready to actually do that. But everything I'm hearing, it's still pointing to a work stop.
No doubt. Well, no player and no group of players want to be the ones to cave and give into a salary cap. So I'm with you on that. We'll see what happens, Booney. All right, dude. Great stuff, man. And when the Mariners fire the mailman or the assistant chef to make us all feel good about the team, we'll give you a call, all right?
You got it.
All right, buddy.
Thanks,
Brett Boone with us on the show. Mariners did make a move today, if you haven't heard, with their coaching staff. We'll tell you about that. And by the way, as well, I know soccer fans want to hear this. You see Fox released what cities in America watched the World Cup the most.
They did.
Where was Seattle? Were they higher, lower on the list than we thought, where they should be? We'll tell you next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino for sponsoring this little shindig every day. 3 to 7. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock. Jerry Brewer, Jerry, will join us at 5. Randall Williams writes for Bloomberg. He's been on before. Very good at what he does. You follow him on Twitter at Avatar Randall. He was the guy reporting today that the Khosla family is going to include some private equity partners in their investment group to help maybe knock down the bill a little bit, the $9.6 billion. So Randall will join us at 6 p.m. But Fox Sports PR today released the list of the top local markets in the U.S. for the World Cup. Not international, but just in this country. Have you seen this, by the way, Jackson?
No.
Dick, have you seen this?
I have.
Okay, so I want to ask Jackson Feltz. There are 15 cities on this list that Fox Sports put out. First of all, do you think Seattle is on the list of the top 15 markets to watch the World Cup in America?
Yes.
They are. You're correct. They are. Where do you think they ended up?
Let me say
Between 1 and 15, where did Seattle end up on the list?
I'm going to say 11.
You're a son of a bitch liar. You saw it.
No way.
Number
No
11.
way.
Wow,
Number
how about
11.
that?
I was going to say, I'll buy you anything you want out of the vending machine if you can nail it.
I just didn't think, we don't have the size to be a top 10, but I thought we'd for sure be somewhere 11 to 15.
Well, size shouldn't matter.
Yeah,
though, 'cause
size
there's-
doesn't matter.
No,
this is all about share.
This is share.
Rating and share.
Oh,
Right. For example, so Kansas City had a 4.89 rating and a 20 share.
Oh, jeez.
That's
the,
crazy.
The biggest share went to San Francisco at 21 overall, okay? 21% of households watching TV when a World Cup match was on were watching the World Cup. 20% in Kansas City, 21% in San Francisco. Boston had a higher rating, but a lower share of 16, and they finished number 2, followed by Austin, the Bay Area, Dallas, San Diego, Atlanta, St. Louis, Providence, Rhode Island, West Palm Beach, Florida, and then Seattle. Seattle had the lower rating, but a bit of a higher share at 19%. So actually, amongst the share numbers, Seattle was number 4 on the list.
That makes
behind
more sense.
Kansas City, Austin, and then San Francisco.
That
that's not
number
bad.
makes more sense to me.
Yes.
When I saw 11, I was like, really? That's disappointing.
Right.
But the 4 share makes sense with those soccer cities. I mean, you think soccer cities, Kansas City probably comes to mind with Seattle right there. Austin's a big soccer city as well.
Right.
They just kicked our ass yesterday, which was sad.
No, they didn't. It didn't happen.
Okay, sorry.
There was no game.
Oh, there was no game.
Guys, the Sounders
he's
haven't-
doing that
The
thing
Sounders
again.
haven't played since May. I don't know
Exactly.
exactly.
They haven't played since the World Cup ended.
I see.
Those 2 matches
Can we
where
do
they
that
got
with the Mariners
destroyed.
too?
Yeah.
They haven't played a game since last October.
How about we just do it for every bad game?
Yeah.
The Seahawks,
There you go.
Seahawks have only played in 2 Super Bowls. I don't know what you're talking about. But I was kind of with you when I first saw that number. I mean, obviously, there's different ways that they measure this stuff and whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't understand something, and you got to explain it to me like I'm an idiot. How did Kansas City all of a sudden become a hotbed for soccer? When did that happen?
They've always been.
But why? How? Starting with what?
Yeah, I mean, because they had the KC Wizards a long time ago, and that has always been so well attended. They've had a great soccer culture there. Their watch party area in downtown Kansas City. Sorry to Seattle, it's probably the best in the nation.
Well, we don't have one.
They have. Well, I mean, even with the barge thing that we had.
Well, that was cool, but that was here for 2 weeks.
They have an amazing soccer, watch party facility.
I'd like to know more about the history of how Kansas City became a hotbed for soccer. Right? Like, what happened? I mean, was there a game back in the day where somebody said football and they thought they meant football and they brought a soccer ball? I mean, it's just weird, right? That out of all the American markets, that right smack in the middle of the country in the Midwest, football heaven, right? In the Midwest, that Kansas City is the number 1 market. But you brought up a point there, Dick, about the barge and the watch party. I mean, there's some stuff that they did during the World Cup, and I'm hoping we can talk to Peter Tomazawa at some point, maybe this week, that I'd like to see them continue doing. The whole barge thing, keep it going.
Yeah.
And keep it going for every big event that we have in this city. Seahawk games, Big Mariner playoff games. Get someone to sponsor it. Take the thing over. Why not?
No, it was fabulous. Jackson and I went there for one of the games, not one of the U.S. games, but one of the other games. It was very well done. It was very cool. I mean, it couldn't have been better, man. 75-degree night on the water, watching soccer and eating and drinking. It was
Which
great.
is different in the fall. I get that, right? But can we extend this for Seahawks games?
Yeah,
and just
at
make
least
it
the first couple weeks of the months of the season.
Just make it a part of the fabric of the waterfront.
Why can't
from
you
now
have
on?
the TV on the pier just stay there like that? There's nothing else on. Was it 62? I want to say.
Yeah.
There's nothing else on that pier. Keep the giant screen up. I know they do concerts there, but just keep the screen and show all events on it.
So I have not been down to Alaskan except to drive through there to go home since they fixed it up.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really different down there?
Yes.
Like as far as restaurants and
it's
bars?
not even. Well, I mean,
are there
just
more restaurants and bars?
Yeah.
Are there?
There's a few. Yeah, there's a few.
There's places
because you go up towards Pike Place and there's.
I'm talking
all
about
of that.
on the water. Like you got the crab pot, you got the ye old curiosity shop.
Nothing's new on the pier.
So that's why not? I want more
where-
restaurants. I want more bars.
Where are you going to put them?
Yeah, where?
Is there not a ton of space to build new places down there?
No,
I mean, if you build them in the water, I guess.
Exactly. Well, what are you doing now? Where do you think these restaurants sit now? Most of them sit over the water.
Well, there's just there's nowhere space on the piers.
Build a pier. Build more piers. You're telling me that there's no way you can add more bars and restaurants to the waterfront?
I
just
don't
think
know
that
how you would do
That's what you're saying
I'm
to
just
me?
saying cost prohibition of putting a restaurant on a freaking pier out of the blue. Like restaurants don't make a ton of money as it is.
What's in
What's
in the old Red Robin spot? Because Red Robin's gone. Is that right? Are they done? I have no idea.
Red Robin is done.
Okay, so what's there now? Is there a new restaurant there? I thought when they redid the whole thing that there were going to be tons of bars and restaurants, like when you want to go to San Francisco.
Yes.
And they're all over the place. That's my vision for the waterfront.
I think
I should be mayor, by the way.
I think as somebody that spent an entire week on San Francisco's waterfront and spent a lot of time during the World Cup on ours, I think ours is better. I think ours is now better than San Francisco's. I never would have said that before they did the update, but I think it is now.
Not better for establishments. They have way more than we do.
But San Francisco only has where their establishments are. It's a very short part of that waterfront.
Right, but there's tons. There's like 15 restaurants down there.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what we all want? Do we want more places to go hang out, more places to go eat, more places to go drink? And I get that there's parks and, the aquarium and you're walking around the family and you're doing all the experiences and the wheel. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just being unreasonable here, but I thought when they redid it, they're going to just load that place up.
I mean, I just don't think there's the real estate, but we still have. I mean, there's still Fisherman's, there's Elliot's Oyster House. You have the Crab Pot, as you mentioned. They have a Wing Dome, a great State Burger, Ivers, of course, the Ivers Fish Bar. There's a lot of places.
I want
to
more.
eat down
There's
there.
probably 10. There's Anthony's.
Give me one.
Give me
one.
Yeah.
I want one Italian seafood restaurant. Can I have one like San Francisco?
Yeah, that doesn't have a Scobus, I will say that.
Italian seafood restaurant. All right, text the millennials and then Jerry at 5 coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we're back on a busy Thursday. Thanks to Brett Boone for joining us on the radio show. Randall Williams, Bloomberg, will join us at 6 and talk about the Seahawks owners and getting involved with some private equity firms to help lessen the bill of the Seahawks purchase, by the way. That's at 6 o'clock tonight. We got a lot more to get to. Jerry Brewer joining at 5 as well. But right now, Textimonials 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line, brought to you by our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Jackson, what do you got?
The Mariners fired the Dwight Schrute of the coaching staff.
God.
Assistant to the assistant coach. This is laughable.
Tell you the first thing I thought of, and I hope he doesn't take this as an insult, but if this radio station were struggling and their response was to fire Travis Moger, okay? I mean, that's what they just did. Right? Unless Travis Moger was beloved by everybody here, which he was, and that scared the piss out of all of us because a likable guy got shown the door. I mean, your theory may be correct on why they did it, Dick, but I don't know. It just, the whole thing, it just seems nobody's buying this, right? Nobody's buying this. That you're doing this because you really feel like it's going to make a difference.
The Mariners don't get the benefit of any fans' doubt.
That's correct.
Right?
100%.
And so the fans, if you don't make a move, the fans are going to criticize you for not making a move.
Mm-hmm.
If you do fire someone, the Mariners fans are going to criticize you. Oh, well, that's not going to do anything.
Right.
So you're not going to. The only here's
They
a novel
fired Dan
concept.
Wilson?
Oh, Dan Will, that's different.
How about if they fired Kevin Seitzer and Edgar Martinez? If they whacked Edgar, say
They
we don't
would
care.
never whack
We don't
Edgar.
care if he's got a cantina or not. He's done.
And I don't even think firing Kevin Seitzer would move the fans.
no, I
into
agree with
I
you.
think it has
I
to
agree
be
with you.
Dan
Yeah.
or no one's gonna matter.
Well, because they fired hitting coaches before.
That's right.
They've done that
Multiple
before.
times.
By the way, is there such a thing as like Blue Chew for microphones? Do they make anything like that?
Yeah, that's a little limp over there.
This
What
thing
you
keeps
got?
falling over.
Oh.
This freak, it's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
I would take just 4 hours at a time. That's all I need, man.
It's more than that. You got to call your doctor.
Just give me something that keeps this thing upright for 4 hours. All right, what's next?
Ownership hired Dan Wilson without interviewing anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Someone never managed anywhere. Perhaps they are that stupid and think fans will accept this scapegoat.
God, you know what? We talked yesterday about when they walked Canzone to get to Cal Raleigh on Friday night.
Yeah.
What if I would have told you last year when the M's were up 2 games to none against Toronto that 8-9 months later we're getting a text like that and having conversations like this? What happened to the good vibes? We're crying. We're going to the World Series.
Well, you don't have Suarez anymore. He was good vibes only, right?
Right, but
Maybe
remember,
they'll get him back.
we asked Larry Stone on the air, are they going? He says, I think they are. Then they lost, obviously. But, man, they were 2 games away from the World Series. And now, not even a year later, we're getting texts from people. We're talking about whacking Dan Wilson on the air. It's unbelievable, man.
Well, the thing with Raleigh, too, like, if you had a chart of the percentage chance that Cal Raleigh hits X, right?
Right.
It would start very low, like 0 percentile would be almost no chance of that happening. It would go up to 50 percentile and then back down again, right? Cal Raleigh literally is having a 0 percentile season. Like, it could not be any worse. Like, the chances of that happening are like 1 in 1,000.
You're actually wrong. He's having a negative season. They are
-4.
technically better off without him as a hitter. That's what the numbers say. The numbers say they are
-4.
better off without Cal Raleigh. Good defender, right? But they're better off without him as a hitter. That is insane that we're saying that. What's next?
The Beast Mode and Ernest Jones trades must be in the bracket. Without those 2 trades, there are no Lombardis in the trophy case.
Yeah, you know, you could argue that the Seahawks don't win the Super Bowl. That they do win the Super Bowl without Russell Wilson in 2013 because of their defense. I don't think you can argue that they win it without Marshawn Lynch, right? I mean, he was more valuable to the offense than Russell Wilson was. Can we agree on that?
That season, yes.
By the way, the Seahawks also did give up a 2nd and a 5th rounder for Leonard Williams. And then they traded Jerome Baker, remember Jerome Baker? And a 4th rounder for Ernest Jones Jr.
Jerome Baker, the missed tackle maker.
Terrell Dodson. Hey, that's pretty good. Not bad. See, I can identify comedy. That was a good line.
Appreciate
All right, what's next?
I agree the Steve Largent and the Fred Young trades were the best value for a Hall of Fame player, but the Russell trade had great value and started a domino effect that won us a Super Bowl.
Well, when did they trade Wilson? What year was it that they moved him? 22. So they win the championship 3 years later. Let's say instead of trading Russell Wilson, Jody Allen says, no, we're not trading him. Here's a brand new 5-year contract. Where are they at right now?
Dead.
Okay.
They're the Giants.
Right? I mean, that's the benefit of that deal, is that they avoided catastrophe. They got off the plane before it flew into a side of a canyon. Right? That's the benefit to that deal. So sometimes the deals that you don't make, not giving Russell Wilson a contract and trading him and avoiding catastrophe, I agree with the guy.
Well, and that's why my rule of thumb is get rid of stars as they start to decline. And that's exactly what they did with Russell Wilson.
We're doing the bracket in honor of the trade deadline, obviously, but if Devin Witherspoon happens to sign his new contract tomorrow morning, he's part of that Russell Wilson deal.
Right, that's correct.
There you go.
Is Cal Raleigh starting to decline?
Yes.
He'll be 30 in November.
He is.
You want to trade him now?
Because
you want to trade him this
we already signed
offseason?
him.
Yeah, but he's not making much. Making $15 million.
What are you
going
to get for Cal Raleigh?
I'm just asking you if somebody
Yes,
wants
I'd
to
trade Cal Raleigh, but what are you going to get for Cal Raleigh?
I just wanted to get you to admit
Of
you'd trade
course.
Cal Raleigh.
Who wouldn't trade Cal Raleigh if you could get something for him?
No faith in Cal Raleigh turning it around whatsoever.
I told you what my
He goes
faith
from
level was.
60 home runs to wanting to dump the guy 8 months later. What has happened to Mariner baseball?
You asked me what I thought Cal Raleigh would do, and I thought he would bounce back. But every trade, you have to investigate what you're going to get from him. Almost everyone in baseball is worth trading.
Would you trade Cal Raleigh, Jackson?
No.
Okay, we'll get a break. 49451. Chime in on that. We might do a little you make the
I'd
call
trade
later
Sam
on.
Darnold for 4 first-round picks, remember?
I know you would, and you're wrong. Jerry Brewer will join next. Would you trade Jerry Brewer? Next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, it's time for the $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins every hour, every weekday through the 7th of August. If you own gold, now's the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations, including Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, and Issaquah. BellevueRareCoins.com. Get to the website, 5 o'clock p.m. Word at 93.3KJR.com as credit for a shot at $1,000.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Headlines on Sothy Dick Jackson with us Thursday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
I'm going to F Jerry.
Mariners starting a 4-game series tomorrow against Texas, 51-52, a half game out as of right now. Behind the Rangers, Bryce Miller, Brian Wu on the road. He has not been good on the road, an ERA well over 6 on Saturday. Logan Gilbert on Sunday, and then George Kirby will go on Monday. Ken Rosenthal, by the way, reporting the M's are willing to move Emerson Hancock for a right-handed bat.
Mariners firing assistant hitting coach Bobby Magallanes.
Not Magallanes.
Not Magallanes.
Magallanes.
And have promoted minor league hitting coordinator Ed Paparella.
You said anus. NFL Ravens waiving rookie quarterback Diego Pavia from Vanderbilt, man. He must have pissed somebody off. Raiders officially signing number 1 draft pick Fernando Mendoza.
What about Diego Pavia's attitude could possibly piss anybody?
No, he's a good-looking dude, Slick dresser, respectful, all that.
The Texans running back Joe Mixon, who missed all of last season with a foot injury, told former teammates that he's not going to play football again, and a retirement announcement is imminent.
I'm sorry, when I think of Joe Mixon, I think of one thing. You know what that is?
No.
When he dropped his girlfriend like a rock and punched her right in the face.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That was one of the most horrific things I have ever seen, by the way. I just cannot get that out of my mind every time you say Joe Mixon. Baseball scoreboard, Diamondbacks hammering the Cardinals 10-2 in the 9th inning. Royals Tigers no score in the 5th from Detroit. Braves took out the Padres 6-5, and the Blue Jays beat the Rays 3-1 today in Toronto. Let's get to Jerry Brewer right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with award-winning columnist Jerry Brewer. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet jacks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call at 425-255-0500. Now with Jerry Brewer, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, big thanks to our friends at Northwest Handling Systems. Thank you to Eric, for stepping up and taking care of this, meeting Jerry Brewer's gigantic financial demands, man. It was rough. The negotiations with Jerry and his financial representatives went to the last second, but we finally got it done.
Good thing Eric's a billionaire.
Eric has got the deep pockets to pay Jerry Brewer what he deserves, and he's with us right now on the radio show. Jerry, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. I hear that Dick Fane is going to trade me.
That's the word.
You're the only one I wasn't going to trade.
You and Cal Raleigh's done with you.
I said no to Brewer. I said yes to Cal Raleigh.
Well, how much faith do you have in Cal Raleigh turning it around? I mean, we're kind of getting down to it, man. It's as the kids say, it's nut cutting time. July 23rd. The deadline is a week from Monday. What's going on with a big dumper, dude?
Yeah, I mean, define turning it around, right? Like, he's hitting 165 or whatever right now. He only has 10 homers.
Yes.
Safe to say that his streak of years hitting 30 home runs is over. Could he hit, 20 is too much between now and then, but could he hit 15 home runs and get to 25 for the rest of the year? I mean, that would be pretty aggressive. But do I think his power can come back and he can be sort of like he was the previous 3 years before last year?
Right.
And maybe hit around like 220, 230 the rest of the year and, give you some power? I could see that. I think he's still too good of a player just to be terrible all year, even with all of the circumstances and all the things he's had to go through. I think he's got a hot streak in him, and they desperately need this thing to happen like right now. You're going to Texas, you're going in the warm weather. The ball will be flying a little more, I guess. It's got to happen right now because they're right there on that brink, guys. That the way that they're playing, like they picked a bad time to go on the road and have to play 2 critical series.
Oh, no question about it. We were kind of joking around with trading people in the last segment. And my point is that almost every player is tradable in sports. I mean, there are literally a handful of guys, in my opinion, that are such huge superstars that you wouldn't trade them for anything. And I don't think the Mariners even have one of those players except maybe Julio.
Yeah, maybe not, right? Like, I know there was some talk, I think it was Ian earlier in the year, really, really early in the year, when he thought that he was making the case that Cal was essentially the most indispensable star in Seattle sports.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was an interesting debate, and I think he made his case really well, but I was always kind of like, Cal is a really good player. He is a glue star, but he's not that dude who's going to hold down the city. And I think I remember saying that last year when he was on a roll that this was his career year. The rest of the years, you're going to where did his 60 home run year come from? He's not a perennial MVP candidate, but I do think he is a winning baseball player. And it's too bad to see him go through everything he's gone through this year, especially at a time when they really need him. He's not a guy that you would sit there and say, it would be a travesty if he doesn't play his entire career in Seattle. But I would also say, just like we were outrageous in our takes on Cal Raleigh when he was at the absolute top of his game, I think now that he's at the absolute bottom of his game, we shouldn't be too outrageous with our takes either.
Right.
We know who he is. Even take this bad season and just average his whole damn career. And the average is what Cal Raleigh is. And the average of what he is still really important to this team playing winning baseball, especially with what he does with that pitching staff and his power.
Yeah, well, if he comes out and struggles again next April and May, I think people are going to think we got a real problem on our hands. But I'm with you. He almost deserves a mulligan in some ways. He deserves the benefit of the doubt for one real bad year, and then we'll see what happens next year. But Jerry Brewer's with us. And, Jerry, we don't talk a lot of WNBA on this show. I feel like your voice in a lot of these issues is an important one. You had the situation with Sandy Brundello and Angel Reese, the protected species comment. You had Angel's response to it, Sandy's apology. Now you got the trans athlete debate is raging. Sophie Cunningham came out and shared her thoughts, and she's getting killed by a lot of people for it. A lot of people are also supporting her. What is it with this league, man? I mean, every single day, every single week, it seems like there's a social issue, a political issue. Adam Silver talked about there being a culture war right now in the WNBA and Caitlin Clark being used as a political football by both sides. What the hell's happening in the WNBA, man?
Yeah, I think the sad part, Softy, and I'm sure you would attest to this, being around the team daily, Dick, is this isn't even all this stuff is not being triggered by people who really care about what the best interest of the sport is.
Thank you.
MAGA is just trying to adopt Sophie Cunningham, just based on, what she said about trans athletes. And then Caitlin, I feel for Caitlin because all she wants to do is hoop. The girl is, Paige Beckers is someone who's got a broader view of society and is willing to riff on things. Caitlin just wants to play ball. And in a lot of ways, she's become transcendent in a way that she never really wanted to be. She just wants to be the best basketball player she can be. And I'm tired of it because what it's ruining is what I think is just this remarkable era of talent across the board in the league. And if you take it all the way down to high school, college, with Juju Watkins and Hannah Hidalgo and some of the other players who are coming through, if you can take it all the way down about like 5 years below the WNBA level, and the basketball is extraordinary, and like what we are going to see in terms of like upticking the quality of play, I see the future, right there. I mean, I watched that Storm team that's won 6 games all year. And I'm like, man, you're essentially playing with someone who is a junior in college and a sophomore in college in your starting lineup. And Awa and Dom are going to be phenomenal. And you still have Flage and draft assets and all of this. Like the Storm, they're building another dominant team. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And there's just so much talent across the league. And it's unfortunate that people who don't give a damn about that sport are just like pestering us with societal crap. And like some of these are the same people who said that they don't want politics in sports and was telling LeBron and Steph Curry to stick to sports.
I'm with you. I'd like to talk more basketball when it comes to WNBA, and it seems like we never do because all these other things crop up. But I do think that I will say this, though. I think all pub is good pub. And if it comes from a bunch of people that never watch a WNBA game, but it perpetuates the tweets and perpetuates the eyeballs on the league, I still think that's a good thing. Do you agree with that? Or do you think we should just get rid of all this other crap and just focus on the basketball, even if it's at the risk of losing some of these fringe people that don't watch a lot?
Well, I mean, the fringe people need to go away. Like all pub in this case to me isn't good pub because I don't see too many people really, really celebrating how great Asia Wilson is, or really, really appreciating that maybe Paige Beckers is the ultimate generational talent here. It's an interesting debate between Paige and Caitlin over which guard has the future of the league in the palm of her hands. I don't hear like those like next level sophisticated conversations. And as a matter of fact, I think the bad actors are drowning out the really legitimate voices who have interesting things to say, who can help you like understand this game as itself, right? Like this game, you can't compare it to the NBA. You can't compare men's and women's basketball. You have to appreciate each for what they provide. And all those voices are being drowned out at a time when you could be learning a lot of things. I mean, it's not unlike this conversation that we're having post World Cup. And like, even that's a little bit of a culture war, like a lighter hearted culture war. When you've got, the soccer wonks, and then you've got the people who are super casual. Those are interesting and fun. And like, Petros will get Jackson all pissed off, and like, we can have a good laugh out of all of that. Like the WNBA version is just like this super serious, like round of BS after round of BS. That is a turnoff, I think, for everyone. And it's unfortunate because, I mean, I'm telling you guys, like I am a fan of basketball at all levels. And what I am seeing just as a basketball fan is extraordinary.
Well, I got to tell you, Jerry, I mean, I just think that are there bad actors in the league itself that are helping to perpetuate this? I mean, you mentioned MAGA adopting Sophie Cunningham, and I don't want to turn this into a big political discussion, but guys, I'll be honest with you. I agree with Sophie Cunningham. Does that make me MAGA? Because I agree with Sophie Cunningham? And there's people inside the league that don't agree with her, that want her suspended for what she said. Players, I saw a coach, going after her the other day. I mean, there's a lot of folks that agree with Sophie Cunningham. Should they just keep their mouth shut and just subscribe to whatever comes from the majority of players, coaches, and executives in the WNBA? Is this all about the bad actors outside the league, or are there some inside the league that maybe need to kind of get with it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of different things there, Softy, to kind of unpack. If I had to have a criticism from sort of the league level, it's just like it is that the leadership just really has no clue, and like a lot of people aren't built for this time and kind of how to handle it. And I think that's been problematic. Let's take it away from Sophie for just a second, and let's just take it to how poor the officiating is, and how that's caused so much problem around Caitlin and such. That's a league problem and across the bear. There's also, now let's bring Sophie and this trans debate back into it. I think that there are these oversimplified forces on both radical ends, that it's either you have to be an all the way inclusive person or you have to be an all the way exclusive person. And the fact of the matter is that you have to appeal to a broad spectrum. I don't know. I don't think that there was enough there that Sophie said for me to just fundamentally say I want to just denounce her.
Right.
And I do think the issue of transgender athletes in sports was something that I wrote about extensively a couple of years ago. It's a really nuanced thing, and for the people who want to make it seem like there's a bunch of potential NBA players trying to infiltrate the WNBA, that's a straw man argument. That's just not happening. And there have been no gender questioning or anything in the WNBA, period.
Right.
It does not exist. And so we're fighting over something that's theoretical as opposed to something that is a threat. And I would just say, I do think that issue is something that we have to grapple with.
Yep.
But what I don't like about that issue, guys, is when we pretend there are thousands and thousands of transgender athletes that are threatening to take over women's sports. That's just not happening.
Right.
And if you think it's happening, you are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And I just don't want to talk to you about that. Now, if we want to talk about the few and whether you need to have guardrails and how you make the sport inclusive, what you do and how you categorize trans athletes, I'm willing to have that conversation. But what I'm not going to do is have a conversation about threats that don't exist. It's like people who want to argue that the Martians are about to take over your grocery store or something. It is not happening. It is the ultimate straw man argument.
Jerry, everything LeBron does, or in this case doesn't do, gets scrutinized because you're either a LeBron lover or you're a LeBron hater. There's not many people in the middle. So how much should we criticize LeBron James for not signing and allowing everybody to just speculate on where he's going to sign and keep him in the front page of all the stories?
Well, he can do whatever he wants to do, right? As long as somebody's holding out hope that he's going to sign with them. And I will say, though, that for LeBron, it does, to me, kind of reek of, I don't want to say desperation, but he needs this attention because the entire league is about to move on without him. So he's just kind of clinging to these 3 or 4 teams that are interested in having him, who are mostly interested in having him because it's not going to cost them $50 million a year. And it might give them a chance, and it certainly will sell tickets. And I think that LeBron is trying to still show us that the league revolves around him when the league actually doesn't revolve around him anymore.
Yeah.
And, I'll be happy when all of this is over. And quite frankly, LeBron isn't my favorite player of all time, but I respect the career he's had. It's one of the greatest careers I've ever seen. He's not going to beat me into the ground and convince me that he is the GOAT without question. And again, I'm a very nuanced person. When you say GOAT, I'm how are we going to categorize what greatest is? Greatest is a big word, and I still think the most magnificent player I've ever seen was Michael Jordan. But Magic Johnson's my favorite player of all time, right? And it's not an insult to LeBron if I could put him in my top 5, but maybe I put him at 2, maybe I don't. Maybe I put Kareem at 2. I don't know. but it just seems like he needs like all these rose petals at his feet all the time, when in actuality, we all need to move on because we're ready to move way past the LeBron era.
Right.
And in fact, the last 8 years when he was in LA, there was only 1 year when LeBron was at the height of relevance in terms of his play and in terms of his team's play. He won the championship that year, but it happened to be during the COVID year. But other than that, he has been like a superstar on a mediocre team. And like, if not for all that he had accomplished before, I think we would have already moved on from LeBron. But I mean, I am all in on the Wemby era, and like we're still in the middle of Jokic's dominance of the league, and there's about 12 other players in the NBA who are right there that I'm fascinated with, and don't even have to fool with this LeBron stuff. I mean, I hope he gets to end his career the way that he wants to, and I hope that people give him his props as he walks out the door. But when he walks out the door, I'm not shedding a tear that it's over.
I'll tell you what, every week you can say a lot of things about Jerry coming on our station.
Excellent.
The one thing you can't say is that it's dull, by the way. Never happens. Never, ever happens. Jerry, great stuff. Always love the conversation, man, and we'll do it in a week, all right?
All right, sounds great, guys.
All right, Jerry Brewer with us on the radio show. All right, here's what we got. Randall Williams, who works for Bloomberg. I was going to try to sneak in a Blazer question for Jerry, but we ran out of time. What's going on with them? The Seahawks' new owners, the Kosla family, bringing in some private equity firms. Will there be some ex-Seahawks? And we have talked a lot about the mom and dad from the Kosla family running this thing, but are we talking about the wrong family member? Should we be focused on the kid, on the son? We'll discuss that coming up at 6 with Randall on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, big thanks to Jerry Brewer for joining us on the radio show. Randall Williams, Bloomberg, who was with us about a month ago or so, I think, when the Khosla deal came down with the Seahawks. He'll join us at 6 p.m. There's reports from him that the family is in talks to bring 2 private equity firms into the fold to help lessen the pain of the $9.6 billion bill, as well as a venture capitalist named Mark Stevens. So we'll talk to Randall about all that at 6 p.m. tonight. We got our bracket tomorrow, best trades in Seattle sports history, and the Russell Wilson trade is on the list, right, as one of the best trades ever in Seattle sports history, not only because, Dick, it got the Seahawks all that salary cap relief, obviously, got them away from a terrible contract for Russell Wilson, but it also got them the number 5 pick in the 2023 draft, which they used on Devin Witherspoon, who Ian Rappaport talked yesterday. Is that correct, Jackson, on the NFL Network about progress on a new deal for him?
Let's start with Devin Witherspoon, the Seahawks star corner. My understanding is the Seahawks and Witherspoon have been in intense negotiations for the last several months on a deal that will almost certainly make him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. Previously, or currently, I should say, it's $31 million per year in new money. $32 million per year would be the new benchmark for Devin Witherspoon. Would be very surprised if a deal doesn't end up around there for the Seahawks star. Really just a matter of the two sides agreeing on a number and getting this deal done. The Seahawks have made an extraordinary effort to try to make this happen. We will see if Witherspoon ends up accepting and if the two sides end up coming together and solidifying this deal. Meanwhile, Christian Gonzalez for the New England Patriots, another star corner, another excellent player who is due a big-time contract extension, is watching. He's really in no hurry. I would expect the Witherspoon deal to get done first.
You know, it's really funny. First of all, you know who PFF has as the number 1 rated corner in the NFL last year, right? Devin Witherspoon was number 1. And I'm just thinking about that and the trade thing tomorrow, the bracket we're doing, that Seahawks avoided the Russell Wilson deal. The Broncos had to swallow all that capital. Look at where the Hawks went. Look at where the Broncos went. If Bo Nix doesn't get hurt, they probably play Denver in the Super Bowl last year.
They do. I'm pretty sure they do.
I mean, it's like we're talking about how terrible it was for Denver, but if Bo Nix had been healthy, they would have played the Seahawks.
Oh, it's been amazing how teams that have been in salary cap hell, the LA Rams, the Denver Broncos, they have gotten out of it, and it's quickly they've gotten out of it, which has surprised me. It's just amazing looking back at this Russell Wilson trade. I don't even think my brain comprehended how much we got for this. I mean, the number 9 pick in 2022 you used on Charles Cross. Right. The number 40 pick in 2022 you used on Boye Mafe.
That's right. The
number 5th round pick in 2022 you used on Tyreek Smith, and then the 2023 first round pick you used in Witherspoon, and the 2nd round pick in 2023 you used on Derek Hall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, my God, you redid your defensive front.
Right.
You got your starting cornerback and your starting left tackle.
That's right. And you saved a bunch of money.
Unbelievable.
And the money you're paying Darnold versus the money you would have been paying Russell Wilson. Now we get to look at that 4th round comp pick they got from Mafe and see what they can do with that in 2027.
And you got Fant, Locke, and Harris as players as well.
So technically it hasn't even ended yet. It just keeps going and going and going. It's like the Energizer Bunny, for God's sakes, right? Yeah, totally. But I don't know, man. I just think the thing with Witherspoon is such a no-brainer for that. I mean, I got to be honest with you. If I were his agent and his camp, I might give it a year and wait, because I think, again, outside of injury, which is a factor, I think he's going to keep getting better and better, and the price for these guys is going to keep going up and up and up. What was the number that Rappaport threw out? 32 million. He might be worth $35, $36 million in a year from now. He might be leaving, who knows, $20 million on the table by getting this thing done early. But bird in hand, I get it. It's a lot of money. It's generational money. I will admit it takes a ton of balls to say no to a contract like that and go out and play an extra year and risk an injury like he might do. I think he's better than Trent McDuffie. I don't know if he's the best corner in the game per se, but I do think that if Trent McDuffie's the highest paid player in the NFL, he deserves more than McDuffie.
Let's say Spoon waits a year. And makes an extra $4 million a year. Does he make it up on the back end because he's a free agent 1 year sooner?
I mean, how old is he? Is he 25 years old? How old is Devin Witherspoon? Because you're talking about signing another long-term deal, right? I mean,
Or semi-long-term
could he make it up
deal.
on a one-year deal? Maybe. But, I mean,
He's
look,
25.
yeah, so he's going to be 30 years old, 29 when this thing ends, whatever. This is probably the last big contract.
Big contract, yeah.
Let's be honest.
But if
right?
Devin Witherspoon
Right.
is the player that we think he's going to be, and he's a free agent at 29, somebody's
Yeah.
going to give him some cash.
Not like this, though.
No,
if he
that's
waits,
true.
I think if he waits an extra year, he makes more money overall if he stays
Maybe.
healthy. But like I said, I don't know if I would do it. If somebody offered me that kind of money, I don't think I could have
I'd
the
lock
guts
it
to
up.
say no.
I'd lock it up.
I think that'd be a little bit scary to do something like that, But he obviously, for the Seahawks, it makes sense to do it sooner than later. They got Charles Cross locked up. They got JSN locked up. They got Abe Lucas locked up. They're about to have Devin Witherspoon locked up. They got Darnold for 2 years. They'll likely extend him probably next offseason if he plays well again this season, right? I mean, Byron Murphy's not going anywhere. I mean, there's a window here still for these guys of probably 2 or 3 years where, I mean, is it fair to expect them to win another? Probably not to expect it, but they certainly have as good a chance as anybody.
You know what's funny? At the start of the offseason, we talked about the Seahawks have all this cap room. Like, they might lose a guy, but boy, they can retool and they can spend and they can get right back. And I think that we all kind of had that thought, and what they've done instead is lock up those guys. Because usually, what do we see with the 2014 team is that eventually all those guys wanted new deals, and they all went one by one, and they all left, and we kind of fell apart. This, I think, group, what they're saying is, we want to, instead of spending and adding and doing all this, we want to lock up these guys sooner so that we don't have to spend more long term.
Yeah,
and
totally.
let's extend this championship window where
Absolutely.
you might lose a Boye Mafe, but we're not going to lose a Derek Hall. We're not going to lose a JSN. We're not going to lose a Spoon. They've taken this cap savings and they've kind of said, all right, cool. We're going to maximize that now so that we can win this thing for 5 years.
Yeah, they lost Kenny Walker, but I don't think that they lost him because they lost him. They just didn't want to bring him back.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
exactly right.
If they would have wanted to pay him, they could have paid him.
When
first
did
round
we-
draft pick.
When did we think that this window was actually going to open? Nobody thought it was going to open in 2025.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Everybody looked at the ages of the players and the contracts of the players and said, okay, this window opens in 2026. And they just beat the door down 12 months earlier. So, of course, it's wide open. And it's just beginning to be wide open.
The difference between winning a Super Bowl and not even making it was the 2 Ram games that were on the blade of a knife. And so it just goes to show you guys, those two things go differently, which they easily could have done. Zach Charbonnet easily could have left that football and not picked it up. The Rams easily could have converted on 4th down against the Seahawks defense, the dark side, in the NFC Championship. I mean, you run a simulation 20,000 times between the Rams and the Seahawks, and one team may go 10,000 times. It may be 50-50. So I don't know. Did they take a step back? I mean, 14-3 last year. Could you see 12-5?
Of course.
Yeah, I could.
That's the most
100%.
That's way more likely than 14-3.
Yeah. All right, we're going to break. We haven't done this in a while. We got some time.
Ooh.
I propose that we do a little.
You make the call.
49451. You make the call. You program the radio station. Stop complaining about the stuff that you think you don't hear on the air. You tell us what to talk about next.
Hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Duke, thank you, my friend, again. Don't forget, you got an event coming up, dockside at dukes.com. First floor of the Lake Union location. I didn't even know it was there until like 2 weeks ago, by the way. It is really, really cool, man. So check it out. Find out more about your next event happening at dockside at dukes.com. All right, here we go. 49451, a little...
You make the call.
You dictate the programming. You decide the content of the radio show because you know what? We got nothing else to offer. We are flat out of good ideas here, boys and girls. What do you got back there, Jackson?
I'm going to give you 3 consecutive texts that came in all one after the other from 3 different numbers.
Okay.
Jerry Brewer is a gem. Every time I hear Jerry Brewer in an interview, I just get pissed off. And who is the guest on radio right now?
That's so awesome.
Well,
that means he's
that
good.
We need to do a better job of identifying our guests, by the way, with Jerry. I don't know what topic are the people referring to? Was it the transgender athlete debate? Was it the Cal Raleigh thing?
These came in during...
Was it the WNBA? Was it the NBA? Was it LeBron? Yeah. I mean, it could have been all that stuff, man. But
this came in late during the LeBron talk.
Yeah, I appreciate Jerry, not being afraid to touch anything. And I just hope that all of us can have that attitude that we can just talk about any issue and not be concerned about what the reaction's going to be, right? I mean, the Sophie Cunningham thing is obviously one that's raging across the country. I don't know how many talk shows are actually talking about it, Dick. It's really funny. I see like on ESPN, I see tweets, I see the New York Times, the New York Post. You watch the talk shows more than me. Mm-hmm. Are they discussing this?
I haven't watched I haven't watched the shows this week.
Yeah,
I've taken this week off.
That's convenient.
Done a little late,
cleansing,
little late July. Because I know I'm going to be watching it very, very soon. These training camps starting, so I haven't watched it much this week. But I would hope we can speak our mind without being judged. And I think a majority of the people out there listening will probably not judge us for our takes, but there is a vocal minority that just want to wait until we or anybody else says something that they disagree with, and then they can jump all over it.
Well, I think you just got to be willing to have a discussion and just listen a little bit, and keep an open mind. I mean, I'm 53 years old, and I'm always, I hope, evolving with my ideas and thoughts on stuff, learning new things and having a different angle and having a different perspective on stuff. I don't want to get to a point where I turn 50 and then that's it, for the rest of my life, whether it's 25, 40 years or 50 years, that I never change my mind or my opinion or my perspective on anything the rest of my life. I mean, that's ridiculous to me. So, I don't know. It's a crazy time right now, man. And Jerry's voice is important. There's no question about it. All right, Jackson, what's next on...
You make the call.
I'm gonna throw something in based on what you just said.
Yeah.
Then why do we generally, people, especially in this country, want to make sure politicians never change their, talking points and always want them to maintain the same thing and never change their opinion?
I don't.
Because
I don't at all.
I don't vote party line.
But isn't that such a thing where, I mean, in crosses politics of you have to stay true to exactly what you believe and don't evolve, apparently. I mean, it just feels like there's the push an assumption that people should stay to their beliefs.
Well, we're getting political here for a second.
Yeah, why not?
I'll just give you an example. And I'm not saying that I was a fan of hers or not, but Christine Gregoire, the former governor, came out like a month ago and was critical of the local Democratic Party. Like, you never would have seen that 20 years ago. Ever.
And it's refreshing.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so great. That's good. Hey, you know what? Just look at every story, look at every proposition, look at every angle, look at every issue, and tell me how you feel about that. Not about this, not about that one thing that I'm talking about right there. Right? There might be a part of you that agrees with certain aspects of the Republican Party, and there might be a part of you that agrees with certain aspects of the Democratic Party. But I'm kind of with Dick in that I don't want to operate where I just have one political party tell me this is how we feel, that's how you should feel.
It feels like politicians have drifted further and further to the extremes over the last 20 or 25 years. Right? When I started voting, which was, 34 years ago? Holy crap. I mean, it felt like there was a lot of moderate options that actually won elections, right? They were either moderate Republicans or they were moderate Democrats, and they won elections. Now they don't.
Yeah. All right. Well, welcome to KJR Political Talk.
That was good. That was a good conversation.
You're asking the question. We're going to give you the answer.
93.3KJR.com. We just alienated half the audience for whatever reason. What's next on?
You make the call.
360 asks, with the trade deadline nearing, all reports say, quote, there aren't many bats available, unquote.
Right.
How true do you think the following statement is? Anyone is available at the right price.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, I just think that we tend to believe what we hear in the media about big names that are being reported, but who knows who Jerry's got his eye on. He may have his eye on a guy that somebody out there doesn't really want to trade, but he's about to make an offer the guy can't turn down.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, last year was super predictable, though.
Right.
Like last year, we were like, okay, Jerry's going to get a left-handed reliever, check. He's going to get Josh Naylor, hopefully, and he's going to get Gino Suarez, hopefully.
Right.
And he was like, okay, I'm going to do exactly what the fans want me to do, and it turned into 7 games of an ALCS.
But I don't think he did it because the fans wanted him to.
No,
I think
but it
he
was
did it because he
surprising
knew
that it
the
was-
team needed it.
But the fact, like, I don't think the fan base has ever, and I'm not saying me, I'm just saying everybody, I don't think we've ever been that accurate on pinning the tail on the donkey like we were last year at the trade deadline.
Yeah, but again, I agree with you. It happened that way on the surface, but you don't think Jerry Dipoto was sitting around making moves because the fans want him to.
No.
He made those moves because they made sense. And I think the reason why those moves were talked about, especially Naylor and Suarez, is for one obvious reason. They were both free agents when the year was over. Right. And so those are the guys that really tend to get mentioned the most, or the guys whose deals are up, right? And there's not a lot of big name guys out there whose deals are up. Like I'm looking at Rosenthal. He's reporting the Mariners are interested in shopping Hancock, and he's also saying the Mariners are having a hard time finding a trade partner for Luis Castillo. All those things are going on right there. But this Casey Schmidt guy, the Giants, I mean, he's got 3 years left on his deal. Maybe the Giants don't want to trade him. Look, yeah, we stink now, but he's 27. He might be our best player. He's got 3 years left. We're going to keep him. Make the Giants an offer they can't refuse. If you really love the guy, which I'm not saying he does, I have no idea, then go get him. Go get him whether or not he's available. Make him available. So, yeah, I would say no, that is not accurate. All right, what's next on?
You make the call.
206 asks, what odds can I get that the Mariners will be sellers in the next 2 weeks?
Well, they are going to be sellers. They're going to get rid of a pitcher, likely.
Yeah, they're going to sell a starter.
Doesn't mean they're bad. I mean,
I think he's referring to like
fire sale.
Yeah, fire sale.
No, that's not going to happen.
Zero.
You'd be idiots to do that. You're a half game out of first place. Why would you?
Why
do
would
that?
you sell?
Again, 206 is asking for the odds.
Yeah,
0.
50 to 1.
50 to 1.
50 to 1. I mean, I guess you can come back if they lose 7 in a row starting tomorrow. There's the Rangers and Dodgers.
Right.
Then we got a different answer.
There's a better chance that Cal Raleigh hits 168 over the first 4 months. Oh, wait.
Oh, jeez. Just pissing on Cal Raleigh, man. You know what? When he bounces back, you can't be a part of it.
What are the odds Cal Raleigh gets traded in the next 2 weeks?
Because who's the guy that's been on the air saying, okay, if you crap on the NBA when they come back, you're not invited. Remember that? Remember that big conversation we used to have?
You asked me what I thought Cal Raleigh was going to do yesterday, and I said he was going to bounce back.
And then you said today you want to trade him. So which one is it?
I just said everybody's tradable.
But you did say you'd trade Cal Raleigh. Did you not?
You said you'd
I would say I would trade just about everybody on this team. I don't think it was specific to Cal Raleigh.
We got time
I
for
said
one
I'd
more.
trade Sam Darnold for the right place, too, and you said, well, you hate Sam Darnold. Do you want to trade Sam Darnold? I was like,
Why
no,
do you hate
because
Sam Darnold? Why? Who do you like? Let's have a list of people you like. We got time for one more, by the way?
Maybe.
All right, go ahead.
You make the call.
I'm saying maybe. Since Softy has returned from vacation, has he had the chance to sit down and talk about the due date of Mike McDonald's kid with Dick? And actually, we don't have time to talk about that. Let's get to a break because Dick does not want to talk about that. So let's get to a break.
What's the due date?
Nope, let's get to a break.
Oh, no.
Nope, let's get to a break.
Is it during the year?
Let's get to a break.
Then why did you
Let's
even
get
bring
to
it
a break.
up?
I'm having some fun. Let's get to a break.
Talk about tomorrow.